ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 44, Forbidden. His body was formed anew. His devoured flesh, his peeled skin, his gnawed bones, his chewed nerves, his slurped up blood, and his soul, trampled and ravaged with the utmost gluttonous relish, returned to their original shapes. A sensation came from his fingertips, and with this as the starting point, his whole body began to jolt and convulse. Kicking up dust, writhing on the cold, hard ground, he groaned as white foam flowed from the corner of his mouth. There was no pain, nor sense of loss. His four limbs were still attached to his torso, and no physical damage had been incurred by his head and body. Yet his thoughts were vague as though he had just woken from sleep, and instead of clearing in a matter of seconds, Subaru's body and mind continued to reject the homecoming of reality. Such was the horror of the events preceding his return. Could anyone say that they've experienced being invaded through the mouth and having their intestines shredded and devoured from inside? Or ever had the feeling of having their skins peeled off like it were a competition, exposing their dark red flesh and allowing their pink fat to be licked away by unruly tongues? His brain refused to feel that pain, and as though it was happening to someone else's body and not his own, he objectively recognized the truth that he was being eaten, like in a waking nightmare. Subaru, BGH, BGH, BGH. A nauseating sensation rushed up, and only yellow bile was retched from his dried-up stomach. The foam blowing from his mouth mixed with the acidic liquid, as Subaru continued to convulse, collapsed on his side. Like a person having a seizure, or a fish flopping on land, the rejection of reality was not by Subaru's own volition, but by the choice of his very soul. For who would gladly assent to their own existence being devoured and eaten? And who could blame Subaru for interpreting the reality of his being devoured in such a way? What had he done to deserve it, whose will was behind it, and was there no alternative to that wretched end? Subaru, .. His consciousness flashed and flickered. Were his eyes open or shut? No control over his body returned to him. His very soul refused to live in reality. Far from allowing him to choose awareness, his soul did not even present him with a choice. Only, overwhelmed by the loss of its own existence, Subaru's body continued to drown in that sense of despair. Why? If there was a single definite word within Subaru's mind, it would be that one. Why? What the hell happened? What was that? Why did that happen? Why did that have to happen? What was happening to him now? Was there something that must happen to him now? What was he supposed to do now? Why? Presented with no answers, while even the question itself was uncertain, there was only the shrieking of his soul. Why? He continued to throw out the question which was without an answer, an unsightly figure who doesn't know when to give up. Drowning in reality, tormented by a nightmare, one who had lost sight of the path of life, a figure asking why. And, it was then. You have once again acquired the qualifications. A voice whispered in the ears of the shivering Subaru. High, and exalted. A voice which, even if the present Subaru heard it, he could not decipher its meaning. Nonetheless, the terrible voice echoed into Subaru's interior. You are invited to the witch's tea party. In the next instant, Subaru's only just returned consciousness once again lost all reality. A refreshing wind reminiscent of summer blew across the small hill of lush, green grass. The cool breeze caressed Subaru's bangs, swaying the tall, green grass behind him. Then, passing the hill and through the plains, it made its way towards the distant blue sky where white clouds were dancing. Lightly touching his fingertips to his bangs that were being tickled by the invisible wind, Subaru squinted his eyes at the dazzling sunlight before slowly lowering his gaze to look directly in front of him. Without knowing how or when, he found himself seated in a swaying armchair. And across a small white table, sitting with her legs crossed in the same type of chair, with an impression of pure white hair and pure white skin that was only overturned by her funerary dress, was a girl, or not, for that might not have been the appropriate word. Subaru, after all, it's a witch summer who's been idling here for more than 400 years. Echidna, well, that's an awful thing to say to a girl. In my case, I died when I was 19, you know. Shouldn't I look like a pretty young girl who's quite a perfect match for you? Subaru, that died when I was 19 part was pretty heavy sobering. Also, please don't use that kind of weird statement to try to get close to me. A perfect match for me. That's gonna send snot flying out my nose, you know. Ikidona, Aya, my. Have I just been dumped? Subaru, not at all. I'm just telling you not to say stuff that'll make your value plummet, you know. I'm quite aware of what a lowlife bottom-feeder scum I am. Calling yourself a perfect match for me is only gonna drag you down instead of pulling me up. I mean, I haven't done anything to make me deserve anything like that. His fists resting on his knees opened and clenched as Subaru spilled these words, looking up to the sky with a bitter expression. Hearing this, the witch, Ikidona, rested her elbows on the white table and her cheeks in her hands, inspecting Subaru up and down with her gaze. Ikidona, you sure seem to have a low opinion of yourself. Subaru, when you're surrounded by epic characters all the time, it's only natural you'd get into the habit of turning up your head every time you talk. Even though I thought I was supposed to have gotten over that inferiority complex already. Looking back on everything he had done up to this point, Subaru tightly clenched his fists. The force of his grip sent his knuckles clicking as he took a single, deep breath. Subaru, so. What made you send me this tea party invite? Ikidona, it's nothing complicated. I am the Witch of Greed, the incarnation of the thirst for knowledge. The thirst, and the desiring heart are pleasures to me, and to have something to yearn to know, to moan and sigh asking why is indeed the greatest of all pleasures. Saying this, Ikidona brought her teacup to her lips. With the sound of its contents passing down her throat, she lightly smiled. Ikidona, if I must give a reason, I hope you can understand that it is because you yourself expressed the wish to enter my citadel, in a location closely connected to this place. Subaru, don't give me that convoluted. Well, anyway, we can leave why you invited me here for now. More importantly, there's something I want to ask. Dismissing Ikidona's words by waving his hand, Subaru leaned forward, locking his gaze onto her beautiful, white features. Subaru, what happened to me? Ikidona, isn't that something you should know yourself? Subaru, knowing and comprehending are different things. I can kind of objectively understand the situation I was in, but that understanding doesn't fit my current situation at all. Ikidona, how so? Subaru, my head was going insane, and I was drowning on land in my own foam, but here, I'm presentable and my head is at least functioning well enough to carry on a conversation. So it's pretty natural that I'd figure you had something to do with this. Although he was carrying on the exchange somewhat mockingly, Subaru's mind was in overdrive trying to come to some understanding of his present situation. At the very least, being invited to this so-called tea party inside Ikidona's dream world had granted his heart a room to breathe. Having been given the space to calm his thoughts and search his mind, Subaru remembered the dire circumstances his body was facing in the real world before entering this dream. He did feel a certain sense of unease about leaving behind a body that was going through a state of shock to come here with his spirit, but... Subaru, last time I attended your tea party, I woke up in bed with no idea how I got there, so I don't know how the passage of time works in this place. I mean, in the actual world outside. Thinking to this point, it suddenly occurred to him that this was no time to be relaxing and sipping tea. Since he was overtaken by convulsions in his state of shock, Subaru still had no idea what point in time he had returned to. Much less was he able to confirm the location where he lay writhing and foaming at the mouth. Burning with regret at this late reaction, Subaru stood up, toppling the chair he was sitting in. Subaru, Ikidona. Let me out of here now. Ikidona, I am appalled, to think you'd leave a witch's tea party without drinking a single sip of tea. You really should stop to consider just what kind of an existence is sitting before you. Subaru, I don't have time to chat with you. Let me out now. While we're dawdling here like this, outside. Ikidona, you have already failed before by taking nothing away, do you still wish to go empty-handed? Could it be that you actually want to relive that same loss and pain? Unable to hold back his anxiety, Subaru raised his voice at Ikidona's unhurried remarks. But, as if plunging that impatience into an icy bath, Ikidona asked this in a voice that froze all emotions.
Subaru, A.
Ikidona, to go on challenging in order to obtain the results is something worthy of my praises. Whether it is the result you most desired, or the one you least desired, I find there is a certain beauty in the process of trial and error on the road to that result. The fact that you continue to challenge without losing heart is most admirable, I feel.
However,
raising a finger in front of the silenced Subaru, Ikidona went on, narrowing her eyes. Ikidona, if you do not heed the results of your previous attempts, and instead choose to follow the exact same paths to the exact same ends, your actions are a desecration to the accumulation of knowledge, and for one who would commit such acts, I hold nothing but contempt, and could not wait to be rid of you.
Subaru, you.
Ikidona, incidentally, to answer your question. The current time outside is immediately after you passed the first trial of the tomb.
Fortunately, the flow of time here is different from the outside world. I am sure you won't lose too much time just by having a cup of tea with me. What Subaru wanted to know, along with his every concern, Ikidona checked off one by one. If what she said could be believed, the time outside would be directly after the first trial, that is to say, the restart point of return by death hadn't changed.
And, left out of the tea party, his physical body would be in the room inside the tomb, abandoned at Amelia's side as she continued to battle her trial. Although he couldn't just swallow everything Ikidona said, at least, having this fact confirmed by a third party injected relief into Subaru's anxious veins. With the leeway granted by his calming heart, at last, the question arose. Subaru, Ikidona.
How much do you know?
Ikidona, if you ask me how much I know, I only know as much as I know.
But as for how much I want to know everything in this world.
Subaru, stop joking around, this is important.
For instance, yes, you just said this is immediately after the first trial. The first trial, that phrase felt so distant now.
After saying farewell to his parents in the dream world, Subaru met Ikidona in an empty school. And following a brief exchange of question and answers, Subaru returned to reality. And after that, on the way up to this temporary calm, too much had happened to be put into mere words. Subaru, I mean, aside from that, this reunion would be right after we parted.
Ikidona, indeed.
Certainly, in objective time, this would be true, and even in uncertain, subjective time, it has not been long since you and I parted.
It must have only been a couple of minutes before we saw each other again.
Just how much are you yearning for me?
Ikidona seemed to suggest with her smile.
But, seeing the joke wash off of an expressionless Subaru, she gave a disappointed shrug.
Ikidona, it seems you just never give me the reactions I want.
Not getting what I expected is both some parts frustrating and some parts delightful, quite a complicated feeling, really. Subaru, I'll be sure to arrange a nice leisurely date with that complicated girl's heart of yours when I have the time.
But for now.
Ikidona, oh, I was so eager to celebrate our early reunion that I seem to have let my mouth run.
Well, I guess there's no helping it that I feel a little flustered. After all.
Here, Ikidona paused. In the void created by the catching of a breath, within that moment, her dark, black pupils cast Subaru an alluring glance. What was that glimpse of emotion flashing through her eyes in that instant? Even now, Subaru could not be certain. Only, as if welcoming Subaru's confusion, Ikidona returned a lovely, enchanting smile.
Ikidona, unlike me, who parted with you only minutes ago, to you, it must have seemed like hours, or rather days, since we last met, isn't that so?
Repeating Ikidona's words in his head, Subaru chewed over the contents that could have only one interpretation.
From what she just said, and her meaningful gaze and smile, there was no way he could be mistaken. She, the witch, knew.
The burden weighing on Subaru's soul, the residues of his failed futures, the piece of knowledge that should be left nowhere in this world. Subaru, how?
Ikidona, let me answer your question this way. This is my citadel, and I am the witch of greed. I haven't shown it to you yet, have I? To Subaru's wrenched-out question, Ikedona tilted her head, and held out her right hand.
Dancing lights descended onto her palm, eventually taking form, until there appeared a single book bound in pure white.
There was no title inscribed on its cover, and it was about the size of a dictionary.
Aside from the fact that its color was blinding white, for Subaru, the sight of the book brought back nothing but reviled memories.
Subaru, that couldn't be a gospel, could it?
Ikedona, oh my, you just made an expression I could understand without even having to look inside this book. It's as if your face is trying to say you too? Just from that, I think I could already guess what you must have encountered in the outside world. Having read into Subaru's inner heart from just the look on his face, Ikedona opened the white-bound book in her hand, and, running her eyes over its contents, MMHMMHM, she nodded time and again as she followed along its texts. Ikedona, I see, I think I more or less understand. Although there are still parts I don't entirely follow, I should be able to fill them in just by looking at you, MNN, it's wonderful indeed. The feeling of missing pieces falling into place, the indescribable anticipation as the answer draws near. The fact that such feeling exists is precisely what makes life worth living. Subaru, but, aren't you already dead? Being pushed into the back of his seat by the pressure of Ikedona's incensed fervor, Subaru somehow managed to get a jab in. Hearing this, Ikedona fiddled with her white hair, sulking. Ikedona, when you rain on people's parades like that, even when it's true, it's still really demoralizing, you know.
Anyway, then let me ease your worries, this book is not the same as the Gospels in your memories.
Recorded in this book is neither the future nor the optimal solutions,
only truth. Subaru, truth?
Ikedona, if the Gospel could be called a book of prophecies, then this book in my hands would be a book of histories. This book is not bound by its shape, and its manifestation is as vague and as vast as the oceans.
It is not any book, and yet it could be any book that was, or indeed any book that could be.
Its blank pages record only truth, and 400 years ago, people of this world called it the Book of Wisdom.
But, I like to call it
Subaru, ..
Ikedona, the memories of the world. An outlandish name, for an equally outlandish power.
If what she said was true, then no matter who the person was, no matter what that person had done, as long as it belonged in the past and in history, it could be read from this book. In terms of gathering information, this would be nothing less than a game-breaking cheat. Ikedona, but to tell you the truth, I don't really like to rely on it. After all, only things witnessed with my own eyes can be truly burned into my memories. A magical book that skips the step of acquiring and directly leads to acquired . As much as I love to learn, it is difficult for me to judge the value of a book that bypasses the process of discovery.
Subaru, if you don't want it you could give it to me. I'll have plenty of uses for it. In fact, if I had that, finding the openings to my problems would be. Ikedona, you should abandon that idea, you don't want to be a cripple.
Ikedona cut off Subaru's smooth proposition straight off the bat, and held out the white-bound memories of the world in front of him. Ikedona, it may look harmless, but it's still the instrument of a witch. The volume of information that it'd burn into the reader's mind would be enough to completely incinerate the brain of a common man.
It'd be best not to read it if you wish to stay safe.
Subaru, then don't shove it in people's faces.
That's super scary.
Learning that his breakthrough plan was out of his reach, Subaru's spirits nosedived. Seeing him shove the magical book right back, Ikedona, with another wave of her hand, transformed it back into particles of light. Leaving aside the convenience of a book that could be stored away without a bookshelf, Subaru finally grasped the true extent of her knowledge. By possessing this magical book, there was indeed almost nothing she does not know. But to avoid using it just because of personal preference, perhaps only a witch would think this way. Subaru, but if you already know, then that should make things easier.
Say, Ikedona. You know that I can. Return by death.
Just as he was about to pronounce those words, Subaru's throat froze.
But it was not due to the same non-negotiable penalty that visited every time he tried to utter the forbidden words.
In front of the frozen Subaru, Echidna was merely waiting for his next words, her white hair swaying in the wind, silently waiting.
Sitting there, she looked nothing like a witch.
There was something almost resembling warmth and sympathy, and the more he felt this way, the faster his heart pounded and the heavier his tongue became.
What froze Subaru's voice was the most primal of emotions, fear.
Subaru, ha, ha. Subaru already had several opportunities to utter the forbidden words in the past.
To utter the name of the authority, returned by death, residing in his body.
While it would be difficult to say whether it'd be correct to call it an authority, whenever he tried to tell anyone else, a force prevented him from doing so. A direct pain would grip his heart, leaving no room for resistance, a force unbearable and merciless. And there was once when its venomous fangs did not fall on Subaru, but on Emilia, to whom he had tried to lay bare his heart. The grief and pain of loss of that moment, Subaru could never forget. There were very few occasions when Subaru so sincerely desired to die, and to simply disappear.
It was not the only time that the bitter, indescribable regret of his own stupidity had weighed so heavily upon him.
But in spite of misery and regret, his heart, gripped by terror, still lacked the courage to take even a single step.
It was not that he was afraid of the pain that would be dealt to his heart.
Of course, pain was frightening, but if it was the necessary price on the path to the desired future, then he would grit his teeth and endure it. However, what Subaru feared was that if he uttered the forbidden words, the dark fingers would turn on someone other than himself.
No. Subaru shook his head.
In the battle against the White Whale, and in the final showdowns with Betelgeuse, Subaru had managed to utter the forbidden words when no one else was present. Otherwise, he would always be forcibly stopped before he could reveal the secret to others, and his words would simply be discarded from the world in which time stood still.
Because of that, he was never questioned further.
And the Black Hand of the Witch never made a sacrifice of anyone who wished to hear the continuation of those words. Except Emilia. Subaru, ..
The memories returned, of the silver-haired girl lying lightly in his arms.
If he were to taste that sense of loss again, this time, it would surely be unbearable.
It was a good thing he didn't go insane back then, he thought.
After killing Emilia, wandering aimlessly, holding her lifeless corpse in his arms, it was a good thing he didn't go insane back then.
So unforgivable was his sin. And so terrible his crime.
And so, gripped by fear, Subaru hesitated to say the words.
Before him was the witch Echidna.
Frankly, she was no comparison to Emilia, so shallow was her acquaintance to Subaru.
Even if her heart was crushed, he probably wouldn't feel the same loss and despair of that moment. That was his hideous prediction.
But still, Subaru couldn't move. Because while he was entertaining that naive train of thought, he realized that the conditions were far too different, and the results far too unpredictable. When mentioning return by death to an unknowing listener, the forbidden words dealt pain to Subaru's heart. And when Subaru mentioned return by death to someone precious to him, the forbidden words crushed that precious person's heart. But what would happen if Subaru were to reveal return by death to someone who had already found out through some other means? Would the suffering end with Subaru, or would the demonic hand extend to the one in front of him?
Echidna, why don't you try it and see?
Subaru, .. Echidna, taking action to procure the results one desires, is deserving of my respect.
I am not going to veer from that opinion.
In fact, I believe it is precisely such actions that make life worth living. Was she unaware of the cause of Subaru's indecision, or was it because she didn't know that she herself could become the target? No, that would be impossible. Most likely, the witch had already seen through all of Subaru's doubts.
Even though he himself could not reach a conclusion, the witch understood. Yet, in spite of this, she urged him to go on for no other reason than a conviction from the depths of her heart.
Subaru, you might not have time to regret it, you know? Echidna, then, let me wait with eager expectations for you to break down crying beside my corpse. Seeing Subaru trying to delay the choice to the last minute, Echidna cheerfully answered,
That attitude was probably to remove any remaining concerns hindering him from making his decision.
Rather than doing so out of consideration for Subaru, it was probably her desire to see the outcome that was the basis of the sincerity of her words.
Without expectations, and without hoping for one or the other. There was merely possibility.
And for only the desire of the possibility of an answer, she pushed on Subaru's back.
She must be living without the slightest doubt of the reason of her existence. Even though he knew there was no way to live on that alone, he nonetheless felt saved by that strength.
Subaru, Ikidona.
I can use return by death tea. The forbidden words escaped his lips. And, in that instant, the world.
Subaru, too. Eyes tightly shut, Subaru clenched his teeth in anticipation of the impending fingers of shocking pain.
But this anguished determination was.
Subaru, huh? Despite pronouncing the words, none of the changes came to Subaru's body. Subaru, Lifting his head, Subaru quickly felt his chest to confirm that nothing was out of the ordinary. Directly in front of him, Ikidona was still sitting with her legs crossed just as she was a few seconds ago, and only her eyebrows slightly twitched on her perfect features. Frantically looking her over, he saw that nothing had changed about the girl who was looking back at him. Her breathing, her demeanor, everything was the same as before. But, expecting the worst, his eyes locked onto the center of her chest, shrouded in her funerary dress. Ikidona, although I don't know if they live up to your expectations, personally I'm not very confident in my chest size, you know. I guess if they were the size of Sekhmet's or Minerva's, they'd probably be a huge burden on my back and shoulders.
But from a curiosity standpoint, I still find it regrettable.
Subaru, that's totally not the reason why I'm ogling.
No, more importantly. Hearing Ikidona's statement like it was a matter of course, Subaru shot back as if his brain went blank, then, holding a palm to his mouth, desperately trying to stifle the emotions in his trembling voice. Subaru, when I die, I rewind time, and do the world over again. I can return by death. Ikidona, I heard you. And before I heard, I read it too.
I see, it's quite a rare situation indeed. Carefree as ever, as if having completely accepted the facts of Subaru's statement, Ikidona nodded. But, to Subaru, this attitude was nothing short of thunder striking on a clear day. At the end of his last syllable as he pronounced the words, no matter how much he reminded his heart to stay strong, his determination would easily have been destroyed under the unrelenting punishment of the witch's hand. The pain that would result whenever he trespassed on the forbidden, dealt either to Subaru's heart or the heart of the person he was confessing to, had always been the unshakable trauma binding his heart. That was why, to Subaru, even the act of attempting was out of the question. If not for Ikidona's push on his back, Subaru would not have possessed the final resolve to follow through. He had done so with such momentous determination. And yet, it was so easily. Subaru, why didn't the hand come out? Ikidona, you sound almost disappointed that it didn't. In that case, could it be that you regret having missed an opportunity to kill me? I'm hurt. Subaru, I obviously wasn't banking on that sort of. Ikidona, yes, I know. Are you feeling so cornered that you can't even take a little joke? Ignoring Subaru's emotions wavering under the shock, Ikidona simply went on at her own pace. Unable to hold back his frustration, Subaru clicked his tongue and shot her a sharp glare. Subaru, then answer me clearly. You heard me say return by death several times now, and the hand that was supposed to. The witch's hand won't be coming? Am I right in thinking that? Ikidona, so you already understand that hand belongs to the witch? Yes, that is correct. This is my dream, and my citadel. A fantasy scene in my death. No one may enter here without my permission. Subaru, you're sure of that? Ikidona, you certainly are cautious. Yes, I'm sure. The only witches whose existences are permitted here are greed, gluttony, lust, pride, wrath, and sloth. There is no place for envy here. Seeing Subaru insisting on making sure, Ikidona replied. Hearing this, for a moment Subaru forgot to breathe. A short while passed as he sat silently in his chair, limp and powerless. His shoulders dropped, his face stooped, and he let out a long, long sigh. Subaru, is that so? That's so.
Is that so? Echidna,
Covering his face with his palm, Subaru repeated the same words under his breath.
Over and over. As if just to make sure. As if unwilling to let it go. As if clinging onto it.
After all, whether it was being freed from the witch's fingers or finally spilling the forbidden words stowed deep inside his chest, all of it was a first since he arrived in this parallel world. Echidna, that is certainly a profound expression you're making. Watching Subaru being tossed by waves of emotions, Echidna's delicate lips softened as she spoke,
passing her fingers through her pure white hair. Echidna, was that how much it has been tormenting you? Then again, having this kind of obsessive love directed at you, I guess it's only inevitable.
Subaru, sorry.
I got a bit carried away there.
I'm fine now, yeah, I'm fine now.
I'm fine now, so let's keep going. There's still a mountain of things I want to talk to you about.
The constraint on speaking of return by death did not activate.
It took a considerable amount time just to come to terms with that fact, but even now that he had accepted it, his heart was still no less turbulent.
The burden he had carried up to now, the burden he was still carrying, the sense of liberation of finally being able to say it out loud, was like a light of hope injected into this stifling deadlock.
But
Echidna, there's something you seem to be misunderstanding. Subaru, Echidna, it is true that the witch's hand cannot intervene inside my citadel. So I do understand your heart's jubilation at finally being able to reveal the secret that you were barred from revealing up to now.
But as to whether I should listen to your problems and just so conveniently offer my help and advice, that would be a separate question entirely, wouldn't it?
Subaru, Subaru's excitement was instantly doused like he was splashed by a bucket of cold water. In front of the silenced Subaru, Echidna made an expression as if her statement was only a matter of course. Faced with this unexpected response, Subaru couldn't hide the confusion and discouragement on his face. His gaze wavered as unintelligible sounds of "a" and "you" leaped from his mouth. Just when he thought he saw the light and felt the sense of liberation in anticipation of breaking through the impasse, he let it slip right through his fingers.
What should he do now? He had no idea at this point.
Echidna, if you keep making that face like an abandoned child, I'll feel troubled, you know.
Besides, I wasn't going to ask for anything too difficult of you.
Saying this, she tilted her head with a troubled look and lightly tapped 3 taps on the white table with her extended finger.
Drawn by the sound, Subaru's gaze landed on the place where her tapping finger was pointing. It was the cup he hadn't touched since he got here.
Echidna, you were invited to a witch's tea party. If you intend to carry on a lively conversation over tea, shouldn't you show that you've accepted my invitation first? Subaru, not sure what you're. Echidna, I thought it couldn't be any clearer than that.
I even pointed this out at the beginning, you know.
With that reminder, Subaru remembered that Echidna did voice her complaint about Subaru not getting into the mood of the tea party and refusing to even look at his tea. Realizing that this was her revenge, Subaru sustained major damage to his heart, and
Subaru, damn it. Understood.
Snatching up the cup from the table, he drank down the swirling amber-colored liquid in a single gulp.
Despite having been left there for quite some time, its warmth was still just right.
Perhaps that was only to be expected of the offerings of a witch's tea party. Having gulped it down faster than he could taste it, Subaru roughly wiped his dripping mouth with his sleeve. Subaru, there.
I drank it.
Now do you feel like accepting me as a member of the tea party? Echidna, you drank up my bodily fluid with such vigor. Oh, I'm going to blush. Subaru, I forgot. And Subaru was caught on the same Donia tea trap he had stepped on at their first tea party. Cheerfully watching Subaru as he held his hand to his mouth trying not to vomit, a delicate, lovely smile was inscribed onto Ikidona's cheeks, as if to say, "You are accepted. Ikidona, for your inquiry of why, you are qualified, and the doors of this tea party are open to you, and, by drinking the tea offered by a witch, you are accepted as an honored guest.
As the host of this tea party, I am obliged to welcome you.
Now, you may ask away." Ikidona lightly clapped, with brimming curiosity blazing radiantly in her eyes. Ikidona, after all, to agonize the mind in search of an answer is the greatest of bliss to me.
With this, the tea party, or rather the question and answer session, began.
The witch Ikidona possessed tremendous knowledge in the form of a book she called The Memories of the World.
He hadn't been able to even mention return by death to anyone up to now.
But to suddenly be able to speak of the information gained from this ability without constraints was simply the utmost blessing Subaru could have hoped for.
In front of her, all the countless belated questions pent up inside him flooded to the surface. But the first that came to his lips was,
"Subaru, the one who allows me to return by death,
is the Witch of Envy, isn't it?"
Ikidona, more or less, you're not wrong in that understanding.
But as for the mechanisms behind return by death, I wouldn't know unless I have personally observed your death.
But, since you cannot lose your life in my citadel, that condition could never be fulfilled. Subaru, as long as I'm here, I can't die? Ikidona, this is only a fleeting dream, a temporary perch of the soul. If you died inside a dream, do you believe your real body would die as well? Subaru, well, if the dream got really bad, it's possible I might die of shock or something. Tropes like deaths in dreams being reflected in real life shows up quite a lot in fictional works. With all those stories as examples, Subaru got the feeling that it wouldn't be all that strange if dying in a witch's mental realm could cause his real body to die as well. Subaru, well, it would be kinda weird to keep insisting on dying when I'm already told that I can't. Anyways, so basically I won't have to worry about dying no matter what kind of stupid stuff I do here? Ikidona, if your mind was pulverized and scattered to dust before you return to your physical body, you might still end up a cripple.
Subaru, if I become a living corpse I might as well be dead.
If I can't return by death from that, that's even worse, isn't it? Subaru once came to the verge of mental collapse during the loops inside the capital.
Perhaps it was a self-defense mechanism, or an unconscious act to prevent himself from truly shattering. He didn't know what it was that swept him along at that time, but, in the end, it was only through rage that he had been able to regain himself.
Nevertheless, Subaru somehow instinctively knew that if his mind were shattered here, no sort of shock therapy would be able to cure him. Subaru, if I can't even choose the timing of my own death, there'd really be nothing worse than that, although honestly, not dying would still be the preferred option. Ikidona, I can't judge the virtue of a mindset which would think of death as a tool to procure victory.
For not even I have experienced my own death, and admitted it to the stores of my knowledge.
Subaru?
But, you died and got turned into a ghost. You don't remember your own death? She was dead and without a physical body, that was what she herself had explained to him.
Only the soul of the deceased Ikidona was sealed and confined here by the divine dragon Volcanica.
Ikidona, it wasn't quite like that.
Indeed, my physical body, the vessel of my soul is dead and gone. But, my soul was sealed by Volcanica before it could meet its death.
Subaru, so then, your body died and your soul didn't.
And since your essence didn't die, it's slightly different from actually experiencing death?
Ikidona, precisely.
So while it may be a selfish thought, I am actually quite jealous of your situation. To be able to observe your own death, and not only once, but to taste it many times over, no one would ever have permitted me such an opportunity. Subaru, that sounds awfully masochistic depending on how you hear it.
And it's not like I just went around happily welcoming death, you know, not even once.
She probably didn't mean anything by it, but Subaru nonetheless cringed at Ikidona's morbid curiosity.
For Subaru, death at the end of his actions only ever proved his failure to achieve his objectives. His aversion to death had never diminished, and this sentiment had not changed since the first time he experienced it.
Although, Subaru couldn't deny that he had grown somewhat accustomed to that sensation, and was becoming more capable of facing it. In front of Subaru's sentiment, Echidna only let slip a little laugh. That's a terrible way to put it.
Echidna, your condition which allows you to retry after death, or rather, the power which denies you the peace of death, is no doubt a thing of envy. When did you notice it?
Subaru, from all the things everyone's told me, it's pretty much implied that the witch had something to do with it. Although I honestly don't remember ever meeting the envious witch Summer herself. Seeing how her name keeps popping up whenever something happens, I can only imagine maybe she's the hand model who shows up now and then. 2 arms, and a black shadow forming the vague outline of a body was all he had ever seen. A contradictory existence which at once tormented Subaru with pain and showered him with such love whenever he spoke the forbidden words, tormenting, and loving, a deranged sadistic delusion which Subaru had never considered to be a blessing. Subaru, why would she care so much about someone she's never met before? I can't understand it at all. Can you?
Echidna, well, who knows?
It's not just me, I doubt anyone would be able to understand her mentality.
In fact, even if I could, I wouldn't wish to.
Subaru, for someone who wants to know everything in this world, you seem awfully bitter when it comes to the Witch of Envy. Actually, considering what she's done to you, I guess it's only natural. In Subaru's mind, Echidna was something transcendent, and in fact, she had reached heights no humans could have ever hoped to reach. She had created a whole other world, preserved her likeness even after death, and possessed the knowledge to answer any question Subaru could possibly ask.
All of which were proof of the transcendental nature of the girl who was the Witch of Greed. But even this transcendental existence could not escape the emotions of love and hatred. It was not something Subaru could change, and he couldn't help but feel powerless in that sense.
Echidna, you seem to have overestimated me.
I may be a witch, but I was a human first.
I am not free from pleasure and rage, sadness and joy, nor the love and hatred of things, nor whether I can get along with a person or not. Compared to the other witches, however, I do pride myself in the fact that I am far more tolerant. Subaru, well, you said it yourself that your curiosity about others is endless. Guess there's no way to satisfy that curiosity by being too picky about people.
Echidna, precisely. And so, I can tolerate the existence of most things.
No matter how unseemly or vulgar the existence, I'd still believe there is reason to endeavor to understand its mind to a certain degree.
To satisfy my desire to know all things. However, pausing her words there, Echidna's expression suddenly darkened.
The witch, who always carried an easy smile as she watched him with her unforgettable gaze, for the first time, he saw the corners of her lips twisted with clear displeasure and brooding rage.
Echidna, the Witch of Envy is the exception.
Only her, I cannot forgive, nor will I endeavor to do so. Whether it was in the time before my death or the time after my death or out of all the memories of the world, I have never met an existence so unforgivable.
Subaru, it's not just because she killed you. Is it? This kind of rage.
Echidna, death doesn't mean so much to me.
Well, considering how I am still here. But beyond that, she did something far more intolerable to me. Even though I consider any action taken to be an effort to obtain a conclusion.
This alone, I absolutely will never accept. Expelling this bitter sentiment, Echidna closed her eyes and shook her head.
With this one gesture, all traces of passionate rage dissipated and vanished from her face.
Emerging in its stead, was once again the familiar, perceptive smile. Echidna, let's put aside the topic of that witch for now. I do have some hypotheses regarding the underlying principles of your return by death, but I don't have conclusive proof.
And even if we could understand it, it would have no impact on your actual deaths at all.
So, do you have any question for me other than its origins?
Subaru, other than its origins.
Having the route of return by death so easily confirmed actually forced Subaru's mind to deliberate. Setting the intentions of its originator aside, Subaru was aware that in exchange for the pain, he was making good use of this powerful authority residing within him, if he wasn't being used by it. As much as he hated to admit it, without this power, there would be so many outcomes that he could never have achieved. And, most likely, he would have no choice but to continue relying on its power in the future.
If that much was given, then. Subaru, my return by death. Do you think there's a limit to how many times it can be used?
Ikidona, I see.
Knowing that you could retry after death, that would be the natural question to ask.
As far as Subaru could remember, he had already died 16 times in this world. Every single death had been accompanied by agony and loss, but, savoring that pain, he would try again in the world he returned to. Yet, even while it allowed him to reach for the outcomes he needed, every visit of death was accompanied by the natural terror that this might be last time.
Subaru, it's only natural. Isn't it?
After all, death was supposed to happen only once in the first place, and he had already defied it so many times over. Precisely because this was a world he could not overcome without that power, he couldn't help but imagine how unbearably powerless he would feel if he were to ever lose it.
Until the instant return by death hit, Subaru couldn't know whether it would truly be the end.
The despair of having failed partway to his goal, which he had tasted so many times before, would all cease and give way to this.
So terrible was the dread of death. Ikidona, what I am about to say is purely my conjecture, so let me put this out there first.
I do have some vague ideas regarding the principles behind your return by death, so I hope you'd allow me to proceed from these assumptions. Subaru, yeah, let's hear it. Ikidona, your return by death, while we can assume that it comes with limits and conditions, in terms of a limit on the number of uses.
Subaru held his breath.
Looking directly into Ikidona's eyes just as they were gazing into his, to Subaru, the small pause in between those words felt like an eternity.
And to this anxiety to reach the answer. Ikidona, there most likely isn't one. Subaru. Ikidona, to you, death is not the end.
No matter how many times you die, or how many times you decay, your soul is sent back in time and you are granted the chance to retry until the fate of death is broken.
Regardless of how brutally you are killed, and no matter how shattered your heart may be, it seems.
Hearing Ikidona's conclusion, for a moment, Subaru's mind was replaced by a complete blank. As if his mind was wiped clean by that blankness, the next thought that began to fill his emptied head was, Subaru, is that so?
Quietly taking in the fact he had just been told, he desperately tried to keep his whole body from trembling.
Covering a hand over his mouth, Subaru lowered his head and closed his eyes.
He did not seem to be distraught, but neither was he calmed by the knowledge that there was no limit to his return by death.
Seeing this, Ikidona furrowed her brows with some traces of doubt. Ikidona, you don't look as surprised as I thought.
Subaru. Ikidona, I had thought that for you.
Or indeed, for anyone, overturning the absolute finality of death should have been something exceedingly significant.
Especially when you yourself are powerless, while countless obstacles and dangers stand ahead of your path. I really thought there would have been a bigger reaction than that.
Subaru, sorry the bad reaction didn't live up to your expectations.
But
the possibility of unlimited retries had always been one of Subaru's rather optimistic theories about return by death.
So when someone else gave it their affirmation, it did not come as a complete surprise.
But even so, Subaru, it's not like I'm just gonna take that in and immediately think, it's alright to die as many times as I want, this parallel world is totally just a game or anything idiotic like that. Ikidona, so you've already guessed what the answer would be?
You are a cleverer human than I thought. For better or for worse. Subaru, every time I return by death.
And every time I try to tell anyone about it, I can feel the witch's presence, like a black shadow is drawing closer. The first time he spoke the forbidden words, all Subaru could see of the shadow was an arm touching his heart. But the more he violated the forbidden, the more vivid the shadow's faint outlines became, and now, he could already faintly see the shape of its entire body.
And when the shape of that shadow becomes clear, what would happen then?
Subaru, when it becomes completely formed, that's when I'll have reached the limit of return by death.
When that shadow becomes real, I don't think I will be able to reject it.
Ikidona, And what is your basis for this?
Subaru, a hunch.
Hearing these two words, Ikidona's eyes opened wide. Subaru rested his elbow on the table and his cheek in his palm, looking up at Ikidona's face. Subaru, in fact, it's a feeling which only someone who's seen that shadow can understand.
Besides me, the only other guy who's seen that thing was. The only other person who shared in this pain was probably that madman who had his heart broken in half when he did.
Subaru felt an emotional twinge in his chest. And seeing this, Ikidona narrowed her eyes as if peering into the depths of his heart, but then, she immediately shrugged. Ikidona, the fact that I can't understand this feeling of yours is all itching me up inside, but that's largely confirmed my speculations.
There is no limit to your return by death. However, it is subject to certain conditions. Subaru, certain conditions.
Ikidona, what enables you to return by death, is the deranged will of the witch.
Unless the source of that delusion is severed, you will not be allowed to meet your end. Subaru, what do you mean sever? The source of the delusion.
Ikidona, by killing the witch who has so fallen for you, or having the witch's love for you run dry. Although, as I see it, both of these tasks seem to be difficult to the extreme. To kill the witch of envy was, 400 years ago, the universal wish which even the combined strengths of the dragon, the sage, and the sword saint had failed to accomplish. Unable to kill her, they had only managed to seal the witch of envy who had covered half the world in shadow.
Yet, what Subaru had to do would have to surpass even this monumental feat.
Subaru, feels like I'll have a much easier time having her fall out of love with me. Ikidona, but that is absolutely impossible to accomplish. Surely, you must be able to see this?
Subaru.
Ikidona, perhaps only you could understand the sensation of directly interacting with the witch's shadow, but I, having known that thing in its former existence, cannot help but think so.
There was bitterness in Ikidona's expression.
Although he didn't know what kind of conflict arose between these two witches 400 years ago, it certainly wasn't something that faded with time. In fact, the passage of time seemed to have only deepened the rift. Unable to refute her words, Subaru only exhaled through his nose and leaned into the back of his chair. Just as Ikidona said, the likelihood of the Witch of Envy giving up on Subaru was as hopeless as it could be. Subaru never imagined he would be loved so blindly by someone whose face he didn't even know.
Someone who literally destroyed half the world.
Ikidona, you sure accepted it easily. Subaru, huh? Ikidona, it might be strange to say this, but everything I've said up to now had only been the sum of my conjectures. I cannot support it with proof, nor is there nearly enough material to make it convincing. Ikidona closed a single eye, apparently perplexed by why Subaru so readily accepted her opinions. In fact, Subaru felt the same way. Subaru hadn't known her for all that long, and not to mention that the other person was a witch.
With that in mind, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there wasn't a single reason to trust her. But
Subaru, that's also my hunch, I guess.
Ikidona, hunch.
Subaru realized that, for some reason, he just naturally felt inclined to believe whatever came out of this girl's mouth. Perhaps it was her respect for knowledge, and her openness with what she knew in the brief conversations he has had with her, that made him so inclined to believe her. Out of her excessive thirst for knowledge, he had seen her do such impulsive or even outlandish things, and yet. Subaru, if I overlook those parts, you probably wouldn't lie to me, I think. Ikidona, is that also a hunch of yours?
Subaru, yeah. A hunch.
But then, the fact that you're hearing this from a guy who's died 16 times pretty much discredits it right off the bat, huh?
Hoping to lighten the mood, Subaru threw out that self-deprecating quip and scratched his head.
Hearing this, for a moment, Ikidona held her breath. Then, she reached for the cup on the table, brought it to her lips, and allowed the liquid to pass across her tongue. Ikidona, you might just have a talent for flirting with witches, you know. And, for the first time, a completely different smile was carved into the corners of her lips. ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant.
Chapter 46, locusts. Seeing the smile that was directed at him, for the very first time, Subaru genuinely thought that Echidna was pretty cute. In her softened, smiling lips, there was no irony or calculation, but only a pure expression of goodwill towards Subaru. There was no doubt that she was attractive, and to be treated so warmly by a girl like that should be enough to open the hearts of any boy alive. Though of course, the most important space inside Subaru's heart was occupied by two other girls already. Subaru, still, there really was some heart flutter going on there.
Echidna, did you say something?
Subaru, even if I have talent for flirting with witches, I still got loads of problems, you know, and having someone I don't even remember flirting with attached to me, but then, if you 6 witches can give me some help outside without causing too much trouble, I'd be pretty happy with that. Turning his face away and trying to change the subject, Subaru muttered this convenient pipe dream. While he had only witnessed a part of what Typhon and Minerva could do, that part alone should already be more than enough to have the damage dealer and healer roles covered. Although, one moment getting his arm lopped off and the other getting beaten into health was still something to think about.
Echidna, unfortunately, regardless of what I was when I was alive, I cannot interfere with the real world after death. So, inviting you into my dream is already quite an exception.
Subaru, I know. I just thought I should try anyway. Honestly, just having you to listen to me is already more than enough of a salvation for me. At the very least, having finally let go of the secret he had been holding inside for so long, he was feeling a little further away from mental collapse.
On top of that, he had managed to clear up some of his suspicions about the Witch of Envy as well. As for the parts that were still mysteries, he decided not to think about them for now.
Instead, Subaru, can I ask some other questions about return by death? Echidna, I could only answer with speculations from the extent of my knowledge. If you are fine with that, then sure. Resuming a pretentious air, Echidna said this as a preface. The expression on her face was almost reminiscent of some big-shot figure, but deep down, she must be thoroughly enjoying these questions and answers, seeing she was impatiently tapping her feet on the grass in anticipation of Subaru's words while fiddling her fingers in her own hair.
For someone who was supposed to be the incarnation of the thirst for knowledge, she was really quite predictable. Is it really all right for someone like that to be a witch? Subaru thought in a corner of his head.
Subaru, occasionally when I return by death, the place where I revive it would be changed.
So far, there's been 6 places, I think. I've been revived at different locations and their respective times. So, I want to know about the conditions for the save points to change.
Echidna, save points, you mean the change in the places where you revive? Subaru, basically, once it changes, I can't go back to the previous point. If 2 days ago was a save point, then once it changes to yesterday I can't go back to the day before anymore. Do you know what's the mechanism behind this? To Subaru, this question was just as vital as the limit on the number of returns, if not more so. The changes in the save points was an unknown aspect of return by death for which Subaru couldn't find a single relevant condition.
Subaru, I can die and come back. But it's not like I intend to naively go around thinking I can die as much I want. But while I don't intend to,
when it's the only thing I can rely on, I'll rely on it without hesitation.
But
what would Subaru do when he falls into a situation which even his death couldn't salvage? The image of the unconscious Rem lying in her bed flickered across Subaru's mind. After parting at the end of the battle with the white whale, she was supposed to join him again once he had defeated Betelgeuse, and yet, Subaru couldn't save her even through return by death.
He could never forget the instant he thrust a knife into his own throat at the sleeping girl's side.
Even now, he couldn't believe that he had had the will to act on that short-circuited impulse to take his own life, crushed by despair.
Or, perhaps, it was precisely because he had lost the will to go on that he took his own life.
With blood leaking from the hole in his throat, in pain and suffocation, Subaru died. And when he opened his eyes, he found himself returned to only a few minutes before he pierced his throat.
He had never hated a save point update as much as he did then.
If it meant not losing Rem, Subaru would have challenged the white whale and the madman as many times as he must.
No matter how many times he would have to die, how many times he would be crushed, he would have challenged again.
Ikidona, the circumstances of those save point changes, could you tell me in a little more detail? Subaru, right.
I'll start with the first save point then. Recalling the memories of what he was being asked, Subaru gave a brief explanation of each of his return by deaths, along with the times and places he returned to. That is to say, the majority of the experience of his life in the parallel world up to now.
Even though it was the shortened version, getting through the story of the eventful 2 months still took up what felt like an hour.
Subaru, so now, it's inside the tomb. Fixed right after the end of the first trial. Going by what you said earlier, this time was the same as well.
Ikidona. Subaru, did that give you anything? One time, I was pretty convinced of a crazy theory that old uncles are save points, you know. For whatever reason, Kadaman, the scar-faced uncle in the fruit shop in the capital, was twice selected to be Subaru's save point in this world.
But then again, one could count it as being twice in front of Rem as well.
Subaru, I get the feeling that whether it's people, things or time, none of it has anything to do with the save point changes.
In terms of time, the number of days in between are all over the place, and in terms of people or events I can't see anything in common at all. The conditions are just totally obscure.
Ikidona, indeed, I don't see any consistency in the conditions you mentioned either.
In that case, perhaps it is necessary for us to approach it from a different angle.
Subaru, a different angle?
Ikidona, what is the reason you returned to where you did? Might not be a question that would lead us to the answer.
Instead, why don't we consider a reason why it would be moved forward? Subaru, why it would be moved forward? Ikidona, the save point, instead of a place of return, could alternatively be considered a wall of return.
Until it can be moved forward, you would always be pulled back to that wall through death. You could also think of it as the bottom of a pit.
Subaru furrowed his brows at Ikidona's words, and began to think on their meaning.
A wall, or a pit.
By returning to the respawn point through return by death, Subaru had managed to change situations that would otherwise have been impossible to break through. Rather, without return by death, he would not have surmounted anything, and those situations would have ended as they were. So, the locations of the return by death save points changed with the situation.
In other words,
Subaru, return by death shifts when I change something that I couldn't change before? Ikidona, in this case, return by death is merely a means to an end. As for what intention is behind this means, we would have to consider the being responsible for its existence. Subaru, the being responsible. Ikidona nodded, seeing that Subaru had lost his words, as her lips bent into a resentful frown.
Ikidona, the witch of envy.
The witch who gifted you with return by death did so in hopes that you would change the circumstances which could only be overcome through death.
When you succeed in overcoming those circumstances, the save point will change.
Subaru, but then. That doesn't make sense, say. Because, then.
What about Rem?
I failed to save her, didn't I? If return by death is a force to change the circumstances, then why did I return to a time where I couldn't save Rem? By overwriting the save point, it was return by death itself that had denied him the chance to save Rem. It was precisely because of this, that Subaru so urgently need to know if the update to the save point could be reverted. But, to Subaru's question, Ikidona continued with, unfortunately. Ikidona, this person Rem you speak of, is probably not someone who is within the Witch of Envy's considerations.
Subaru, H.
Ikidona, what the Witch of Envy desires is for you to escape from the confounding fates of inescapable dead ends. Return by death is only a means to fulfill that purpose, and whatever fate anyone else suffers is beyond the scope of that intention. Wishing to use that power to save anyone else is nothing more than your own personal desires.
It has nothing to do with the witch. Subaru, A.
Ikidona, so, let me make this clear. In front of Subaru, who was stunned into silence, Ikidona reiterated her words. With a feeble gaze in his eyes, Subaru looked up at the Witch of White. And Echidna closed her eyes only once, as if bearing the pain, before her black pupils pierced into Subaru's. Echidna, as long as you fail to break through the obstacles standing in your path and die without changing the future, your soul will surely be returned to my tomb. But if you allowed far too many sacrifices, and yet managed to change the future, Subaru, then I'll never get a chance to regain what's been sacrificed.
Echidna, precisely. In the end, the only one within the Witch of Envy's considerations was Subaru himself.
As long as Subaru could overcome the fate of death, everything else was trivial. She believed that no matter how hopeless the situation became, given infinite retries, Subaru would find a way to survive, or rather, even if it was hopeless, Subaru would not be allowed to give up. Because all the conditions of return by death were held in the Witch of Envy's hands.
Subaru, all right. If you got such a thing for me, then I've made up my mind as well.
Echidna. Subaru, this gift of return by death you've given me.
I'll use it to the end.
And at the end, I'll meet you without having lost a single thing dear to me.
Yeah, it's decided. Already decided. I'll make sure of it.
I'm the greatest in the world at betraying people's expectations, you know.
If return by death was subject to the witch's will, then Subaru's will would decide how it was to be used. So, he will pile it up, overcome it, and move forward while holding on to everything.
If the witch's love would only save Subaru, then Subaru would save everything else. Only with this, could Natsuki Subaru take a first shot back at the witch.
Subaru, changing the circumstances, means to break through the problems of the sanctuary and the problems at the mansion.
If all those are cleared, then regardless of how many victims are sacrificed, the return point of return by death will be updated. In other words, holding on to everything while overcoming the problems is the absolute condition. Echidna, it may be strange for me to say this, but isn't that quite an arduous task to take on?
You certainly seem to have accepted it easily.
Subaru, I was just saying something I've already been vaguely thinking about out loud. Rather than break me, it's got my motivation all fired up. My rebellious heart's all ablaze, you know.
Hearing Subaru's declaration, Echidna fell speechless.
Taking some small satisfaction in seeing the witch at a loss for words, Subaru clicked the bones in his neck, and Subaru, there's nothing else I wanted to ask about return by death. Anyways, I'll keep that in mind, thanks. Echidna, I've also sated my curiosity through a valuable conversation.
So let's call it even. Besides, as opposed to flaunting my knowledge, this was more of me voicing my speculations.
Subaru, then, this next one should be properly relying on that knowledge of yours. Since her knowledge didn't extend to the topic of return by death, there were still many ambiguities involved.
But this would not be the case for Subaru's next question. This one, he must hear it loud and clear from her own mouth. Subaru, this time I returned by death.
Do you know how I died? Echidna, I haven't read that part, so no, I don't. And while I am incredibly interested in discussing the experiences of your various deaths,
you don't seem to be in the mood right now.
Subaru, it's kind of hard to be boasting of wounds and deaths and heroic feats without some alcohol. But since all we got here is Donya tea, that hope's pretty much out the window. Echidna, that is unfortunate. From the looks of your body outside, your death must have been accompanied by considerable mental and physical anguish.
In the end, it was probably considerate of her to have avoided describing how he died.
Sensing that consideration, Subaru somewhat relaxed his cheeks, before immediately stiffening again with, "Ah yeah," nodding. Subaru, just remembering it gives me the shivers.
This time, I was eaten alive.
Echidna. Subaru, and it was by these stupid, tiny little palm-sized rabbits.
Omnivores and hungry, apparently. They ate up my whole body without leaving a scrap.
Although he was understating it with his phrasing, there was no way to properly describe that miserable end with words. The memory of his whole body being devoured, of his flesh, bones and blood being violated by pointed teeth still insisted on pain in the depths of Subaru's mind. Forcibly pushing this down, Subaru somehow managed to keep himself calm. Seeing this, Echidna pressed the back of her hand against her lips. Echidna, so you encountered the great rabbit, I see. Subaru, great rabbit? Echidna, great not as in size, but in multitude. That meaning was lost in communication over the ages.
It is one of the witch of gluttony, Daphne's, inauspicious legacies, one of 3. Subaru, the great rabbit is. Once, he had heard it from Julius. And here, the name of the beast was uttered again by Echidna. White whale, black serpent, and great rabbit.
Each and every one were beasts that threatened the world since 400 years ago and subjects of the witch of gluttony, Daphne. Subaru, just when I thought I got the white whale down, the great rabbit shows up. Give me a break. Echidna, if your adversary is the great rabbit, then you are up against a terrible enemy. In front of Subaru, who was holding his head, Echidna's expression darkened at the knowledge of the threat which he was facing. Subaru was beginning to feel some apprehension at the sight of her expression.
Subaru, I felt the same anxiety when I was facing the white whale. So which one is worse?
Echidna, in terms of pure combat strength, the white whale is by far the greater of the two. But in terms of which one is harder to destroy, then it is without doubt the great rabbit.
Subaru, hard to destroy.
Subaru thought that, just like with the white whale, there must be a way to slay it. But seeing this reaction from Subaru, Echidna raised up a single finger. Are you listening?
Echidna, you may think that it is no different from a regular beast, or that it is simply a little more troublesome.
Subaru, no, I mean, I've at least figured out that they're not the cute little bastards they look like. Echidna, more accurately, the existence of the great rabbit is closer to that of a natural disaster, always acting as a drove. They move for none other than the instinct of their insatiable appetite.
All living creatures are their food, and they set out to do nothing except to devour every last morsel of their feed. Where the great rabbit passes, only unpopulated fields remain. Crops and fruits are untouched. The only things they devour are the living.
Listening to Echidna's description of the great rabbit, Subaru gasped and swallowed back a breath. Watching her stern expression, Subaru realized that she was not exaggerating. A sanctuary devoid of people, and the sea of little rabbits that devoured him. If that was the great rabbit, then the fact that the sanctuary was empty could only be because they had all been eaten by the beast. Emilia, Ram, Lewis, Roswell, and even Garfield, who had transformed into a giant tiger. Locusts, the word suddenly surfaced in Subaru's mind. The phenomenon where a mass outbreak of locusts appears.
More specifically, a mass of grasshoppers morphing into locusts, devouring fields of crops into nothing, leaving devastation and famine in its wake.
The great rabbit's behavior was very close to the locusts Subaru knew. Although, unlike locusts, the great rabbit ate living creatures, and so their inexhaustible hunger threatened life far more directly than the locusts. Subaru, can't we find a way to defeat them? Echidna, individually, their strengths are not significant, but do not forget that they move in droves. Killing any number of single individuals is completely meaningless, and as soon as they catch sight of prey, they will not stop until it is dead and devoured.
They are hunger itself. Subaru, wait.
Yeah, but, if the rabbits move in droves, shouldn't there be a boss leading it or something? If we just kill the boss, won't the whole thing collapse?
According to the general rules of the human world, killing the leader is usually enough to make a group scatter.
Although, in terms of the animal world, the second in command might just take over when that happens. Then again, Subaru didn't know much about the natural behavior of beasts, so all he could do was rely on the one who was knowledgeable in this field, Echidna.
But there, she shook her head.
Echidna, you seem to have misunderstood something.
The great rabbit has no concept of bosses. They are driven only by the instinct of hunger. They consume other life to sate their own hunger, and know no other structure.
They reproduce by dividing, and when there is no prey, they cannibalize each other to endure their hunger.
There is no sense of companionship between them. Subaru, cannibalize.
Why on earth were these monsters created in the first place? Echidna, why, that is something only the person who created them would know. At least, Daphne herself isn't as insistent on her appetite as her rabbits are. Subaru couldn't help but shiver at the dreadful nature of those rabbits. Certainly, by instinct, it is the natural order of all living organisms to consume other life to sustain their own. On this point, there is no difference between humans or animals, or mere beasts, for that matter. But, to multiply by dividing themselves without mating or raising their young, and even worse, rather than just dividing to increase their number, the fact that they sate their hunger by consuming individuals spawned from themselves was unnatural to the extreme.
It may just be that the great rabbit was the organism to end all living organisms.
Subaru, hypothetically.
If I had to destroy the great rabbit, what do you think I should do?
Echidna, to be honest, I think that question is like asking how do you evaporate all the raindrops in a pouring rain?
It's impossible to accomplish, must be what she meant.
Hearing Echidna's answer, Subaru held a hand to his forehead, dizzied by the enormity of the hurdle of defeating the great rabbit. Subaru, if we can kill all of them, then the great rabbit will be destroyed, right? Echidna, yet, that would be far too reckless of a thing to attempt. As far as I know, the only people capable of doing this were Reed Astria and Sekhmet.
Reed could use his overwhelming swordsmanship to slay it to the last one. As for Sekhmet, with the issue of their affinity, she could destroy them in a second.
Subaru, I heard they were real monsters.
Those two. Last time, the memory of Sekhmet sitting there hugging her knees surfaced in his mind.
At least, from what Subaru had seen, his impression of her was someone who found everything to be a bother, a witch entirely appropriate for the title of sloth. Subaru, wait.
Recalling his encounter with Sekhmet, a light lit up in Subaru's head. Although it was faint and fleeting, it was enough to light the way out of the dead end he was in. More importantly, this was something he absolutely couldn't do without Echidna's help.
Subaru, Echidna.
Echidna, what is it?
Such a serious expression. No, we mustn't.
You are living, and I am dead. This crossing of our fates is only a transitory fantasy, a fleeting dream.
So even if you stare at me with such passionate eyes, Subaru, no, sorry to put it to you when you're all worked up, but that's totally not what I was thinking.
Seriously, totally not at all.
Staggering a bit at seeing Echidna looking somewhat disappointed, Subaru quickly veered the conversation back on topic.
That is.
Subaru, Echidna, I want to meet the Witch of Gluttony, Daphne. Echidna. Subaru, last time on your tea party, I met the Witches of Pride, Wrath, and Sloth.
But that time you did say you kept the fragments of the 5 other witches safe.
Echidna, collected them, yes.
The traces of who they were in life are indeed kept within me.
If I release them from this vessel I am, then it would be possible for them to manifest.
It is possible, but...
Hearing Subaru's proposal, Echidna furrowed her brows, looking troubled. Her gaze wandered and even her words grew indistinct, until she looked to Subaru once again.
Echidna, I really think it would be best if you abandon the idea of meeting Daphne. Subaru, why is that?
I know witches can be a handful, I've already gotten a pretty intimate taste of that, so I think I'm prepared for it.
No matter what happens, I won't complain or anything.
Echidna, before we get to complaints, in my opinion, I think your affinity with Daphne would be extremely terrible.
You could even say that it is the worst there can be. Even if you meet her, chances are, you wouldn't be able to discuss anything useful. Subaru, won't know until I try.
Trial and error, as you like to say, right?
Actions in pursuit of answers.
Echidna always said she approved of such endeavors. Hearing Subaru's words, with an, you, Echidna showed an expression as if she had just been stabbed in a sore spot. Seeing this from her, Subaru went on, besides, scratching his head. Subaru, you're the one who said I don't have to worry for my life while I'm in here. Not that I'm being optimistic, but, at least, if I don't have to worry about dying, I figured there's no harm in taking on the challenge.
Echidna, Well, I never said your mind won't break and you won't end up a cripple.
Subaru, I'll trust you to pull me back before that happens. So please, Echidna. I'm number one in the world when it comes to relying on others, you know?
Throwing out a joke along with words of trust, Subaru sparkled his teeth, and shot her a thumbs up.
Seeing Subaru's frivolous to the end attitude, the colors of resistance gradually faded from Echidna's eyes.
Echidna, all right, I will let you meet Daphne. Subaru, oh thank you.
Echidna, but, I must warn you. Do not, under any circumstances, undo her bondage.
And you are forbidden to make contact with her body.
In fact, please avoid making eye contact if possible.
Subaru, what kind of a creep am I to have to be told to follow all that?
Besides, there were some words mixed in there that just couldn't be ignored. But just as Subaru was about to ask, Echidna had already completed her preparations. Just as last time, Echidna had summoned a witch without any preliminary motion or foreshadowing. When he blinked and opened his eyes, there was already someone else occupying the space where she had been.
It was all just like last time. Except…
Subaru, oi, isn't this just? Faced with what had appeared before his eyes, Subaru whispered as his cheeks stiffened. In front of his eyes was the Witch of Gluttony, Daphne. Set inside a coffin, her entire body restrained by bondage and her eyes sealed behind a thick black blindfold, was the girl who was a witch. Subaru, if I have bad affinity with this, what kind of asshole would have good affinity with this? In front of the girl in complete bondage, Subaru blurted this out in protest.
The Witch of Gluttony was what they called the person who appeared before him.
Settled inside the slightly tilted coffin was a girl about 150 centimeters in height.
Her shoulder-length grayish hair was woven into 2 pigtails. White and splendid, with small breasts, in fact, she looked no more than 13 or 14 years old.
Subaru, but all tied up in restraints, and eyes blindfolded.
It's hard to believe she's the age she looks like.
Girls her age should normally be fantasizing about having superpowers that normal people don't have or secret latent abilities that can pose a threat to other people or stuff like that. Thinking back on his middle school days, Subaru was fantasizing about being a master of concealed weapons at the time, and hid a bunch of sewing needles in his school uniform. Subaru, well, I wound up falling over, got stabbed by needles everywhere and couldn't stop crying. Reminiscing on his cringe-worthy history to no one in particular, Subaru couldn't quite make up his mind on what to do with the witch in front of him. After all, every other witch up to now had taken the initiative to one-sidedly made the first attack before Subaru could do anything. Subaru, .. Directly facing him, the girl inside the coffin still lay silently without showing any reaction. Since first impressions are crucial, the silence was beginning to weigh on Subaru, who was finding himself uncharacteristically indecisive about how to break the ice. He at least needed to know if his partner was friendly or not before he could decide whether to be all buddy-buddy or act like a sarcastic twit.
Subaru.
Both waiting for the other to move, silence continued to dominate the tea party atop the small hill. While this situation persisted, the overwhelming pressure from the witch in front of him gradually ate away at Subaru. Even with her body immobilized, and her eyes sealed behind blindfolds, the threat emanating from her tiny body was truly befitting of a witch. Echidna had so happily introduced him to the witches of pride, wrath, and sloth, yet she hesitated when it came to this one. Perhaps the witch of gluttony, Daphne, was just so decisively different from the others.
Daphne,
Subaru, .. Sweat gathered on Subaru's forehead from the tension, and just as he was about to wipe it with the back of his hand to keep them from dripping into his eyes, a sudden movement from Daphne's direction gave Subaru a start. Inside the coffin, the girl wrapped in restraints slightly turned her head, while the sound of her respiration reached Subaru. In anticipation of what she might do, Subaru's entire body assumed a state of caution.
And then…
Daphne, Zuyu, Mia. Subaru, you were sleeping? Daphne, Funya? The moment he heard what sounded like snoring, Subaru jumped forward protesting. A loud stomp went out over the grassy hill, and, startled by the sudden sound. The witch inside the coffin jolted, squeaking. Unable to see with her eyes blindfolded, she turned her head left and right. Daphne, what is it?
Someone was trying to sleep here.
She drawled out that complaint with an exceptionally sloppy tone. It was unclear whether she was talking like that because she was half asleep or if that was just the way she talked, but at least the overwhelming pressure from earlier had vanished.
Was I just overthinking it?
Subaru couldn't hide this deflated sensation. Subaru, why yeah, my bad.
I got a little hot-headed there. Didn't mean to yell like that.
Daphne, Tilda?
But getting startled by stuff like that, Daphne would feel troubled.
Subaru, gah.
Please forgive me.
Cheer up, okay?
Please don't get mad.
Daphne, but I wasn't getting mad?
If I get mad, I'll get all hungry. But anyway, who are you?
Rejecting his apology, Daphne immediately went on at her own pace to ask her own question. With just 2 or 3 sentences exchanged between them, the rhythm of the conversation had already been all messed up, and Subaru was starting to get an idea of what Echidna meant earlier. This witch's pace of conversation couldn't match up with Subaru's at all. Letting out a sigh at the unsettling road ahead of him, Subaru lightly shook his head to get rid of the off-put expression on his face, and, replacing it with an ultra-friendly smile. Subaru, my name's Natsuki Subaru.
For some reason I got invited by Echidna to her witch's tea party. Well, basically a tea-drinking friend.
Yeah, something like that.
Daphne, Tilda?
Donya has friends? Subaru too, you should be more careful with your choice of friends, you know?
If they hear you're friends with a witch, your real friends and family might
hate
you.
You know. Hearing Subaru's self-introduction, Daphne threw in an extra piece of advice. The fact that the latter half of her sentence started trailing off was probably because she was falling back to sleep. Seeing her blatant exhaustion, with her shoulders heaving up and down inside the coffin, with, oi, Subaru tried to snap her out of it. Subaru, why are you so tired out? Does that coffin drain the life force out of whoever's inside or something? Daphne, no, it doesn't. Daphne's just tired, that's all, and my stomach's empty and going all goo-goo and I have no energy. Is there anything to eat? Ha.
Subaru, panting just from talking is like the epitome of childhood sickly constitution, you know.
In terms of food, we only got some Donya tea and some cookies on the table. In fact, they were some cookie-ish mystery treats to go with the tea. But, knowing that the tea was Echidna's bodily fluids, the cookies might very well be made of Echidna's body cells or something. Since he couldn't gulp it all down at once like the tea, Subaru made a point of not touching it. But, hearing that there was food, the reaction, cookies?
From Daphne was pretty clear.
Daphne, th, that would do, Daphne, put it in Daphne's mouth please. Hurry, hurry. Subaru, if we take it out of context that request can be totally misunderstood, so can you please be more careful with that?
But well,
I guess I'm not enough of a sadist to keep someone who wants it so badly waiting. Subaru picked up the plate of sweets and approached Daphne's coffin, intending to place the cookies in her mouth.
But, before he could do so,
Daphne, but, wait Subaru, can you wait a moment? Subaru, HN?
What?
Just so you know, we only got one flavor here.
There's no chocolate in there, so it's probably just plain flavored. If you tell me you don't like it, I won't force you to eat it all up and not leave anything behind or anything like that. Daphne, that's not it.
It's just, I don't want Subaru to come too close when you feed Daphne. Subaru, that's a pretty difficult request when you're asking me to feed you, isn't it?
His approach having been rejected, Subaru stood there holding the plate of cookies, at a loss about what to do.
All the while, the girl in the coffin slightly pushed herself up. Daphne, please don't misunderstand though. It's not because I hate you or feel biologically repulsed by you or just can't stand you at all or anything like that, you know. Subaru, Those reassurances totally just made you sound less credible. Reason.
Tell me a reason.
Daphne, Subaru smell. If you get too close to Daphne, it'll be like poison. Subaru, my body odor's like poison?
Hearing that even more hurtful comment, Subaru quickly raised up his arm to smell himself.
But there was nothing particularly striking, although humans are usually slow to notice their own odors.
Subaru looked himself up and down, but...
Subaru, I smell?
I really smell?
I took a proper bath after coming to the sanctuary though. I didn't have soap like back at the mansion, but considering I'll be around Amelia, I did ensure the minimal level of personal hygiene. No, I mean, this is the spirit world, isn't it?
Would the harsh surface conditions really carry over in here? Daphne, no, it's not like tar.
Shouldn't, you understand, Subaru?
Subaru, not at all. That just sounds like it's all my fault here. How am I supposed to just understand?
TCH. While Subaru was flailing his arms around shouting this, Daphne shook her head left and right, slightly rocking her coffin.
With the sound of creaking wood, how should I say this, she continued at her own unique tempo.
Daphne, if I smell Subaru smell, Daphne will want to eat Subaru more than the cookie, and that'll make Daphne feel all troubled, you know. Subaru, eh?
Sorry, I didn't quite understand that.
Daphne, compared to vegetables, Daphne likes meat more, and hard meat is better than soft meat, that kind of thing, you know. Suddenly, Subaru felt a chill shooting up the back of his spine.
Holding his breath as he stared at Daphne, there had been no change in her appearance since the beginning.
Still bound inside her coffin, her bondage prevented any movement from her body, and her eyes, still sealed behind her blindfolds, never once looked upon Subaru.
If those restraints were not for fashion, then what were they for?
Daphne, from what I can smell, Subaru's meat is so muscled and sinewy, and the bones are thick too, must be really just what Daphne likes. So, if you get too close, you'll smell so nice that I'll want to eat you. Subaru, eat me. In the sexy sense?
Daphne, in the eating raw sense.
Hearing the slightly different interpretation, Subaru gulped down a breath. Then, quickly putting some distance between himself and the girl, Subaru grabbed a cookie from the plate once he made sure that he was at a safe enough distance. Subaru, I'll try to throw it to you from here, but sorry if I miss your mouth, okay?
Daphne, that's okay, Subaru.
Just try to toss it so it hits the coffin.
Then I can pick it up myself. Subaru, that sounds incredibly disconcerting, but
all right, here goes. With a small swing of his arm, Subaru lightly tossed the cookie toward Daphne's mouth. The cookie that was the size of a 500 yen coin traced out a surprisingly perfect trajectory, and flew neatly into Daphne's mouth. This unprecedented degree of control was just the result of Subaru's extreme concentration. With the precision of threading a needle, he had managed to shoot it right into Daphne's mouth. Catching it on her tongue, Daphne ate it up in an instant. Daphne, new. NNNN tilde, so tasty tilde. Donya's flavor. Subaru, I don't know if that means she made it herself or if she used dark magic to infuse some of her own body parts into the cookies.
I'm throwing the next one.
Daphne, oh, I can't wait. Hey, gimme more. Subaru, that's gonna throw off my aim, can you please keep quiet? Trying to shut down Daphne's erotically provocative encouragements, Subaru continued throwing cookie after cookie. It was an almost infuriating scene of two people playing with food, but then, seeing the serious look on Subaru's face, one might feel discouraged from reproaching him. Although Daphne had to occasionally move her head, the cookies landed in her mouth in the end, and, just as Subaru was starting to feel relieved that they could clear all the cookies on the plate this way.
Subaru,
A strong wind swept across the small hill, blowing the nimbly tossed-out cookie off course. Flying far out of the way of its target, it headed over the table and for the side of the hill. Falling like this, it might as well be food for the ants, or so Subaru thought, when Daphne, no.
Such a worst.
With her extraordinary sense of smell, Daphne realized that the cookie was flying away. She followed the cookie's demise with her sightless vision, and, in the next moment, Subaru saw it. Subaru, dash dash. A violent sound rang out, as a sharp claw gouged destruction into the earth. Rolling up a cloud of soil and dust, the assault of the unceasing sound expanded as it reached the falling cookie. Daphne, woo. Daphne stuck out her neck, caught the cookie between her red lips and happily slipped it into her mouth. After chewing with an almost indiscernible noise, she licked her lips and let out a sensual, ho.
Having witnessed the whole thing, Subaru fell speechless. Noticing Subaru's silence, Daphne gave a little sniff.
Daphne, sub-heroine. Isn't there still two left?
Don't be mean.
The girl with flushed cheeks and quivering lips, like a baby bird waiting to be fed, was definitely adorable. If one could overlook the blindfolded eyes and the full-body restraints binding her inside the black coffin. Subaru, no, there's definitely no way to be unfazed by this. And the crab-like legs that emerged from the sides of the coffin, carrying its host in this bizarrely unconventional sight. Subaru,
mind if I ask what that is?
Still not recovered from the initial shock, Subaru threw the two remaining cookies to Daphne as requested. Both of which also missed due to his trembling fingertips, but, with the deft footwork of her coffin, Daphne easily caught them in her mouth. Looking like she was enjoying their sweetness to her heart's content, Daphne let out a "yuan" tilde, as Subaru somehow squeezed out his question.
Daphne, what that is? Even if you asked Daphne, Daphne couldn't see, so Daphne wouldn't know.
Subaru, I mean the super shiny awesome looking mobile coffin you got there. In my narrow, shallow knowledge, coffins usually don't come with legs and don't make high-speed insect-like movements like that. Making gitchy noises, the coffin slowly clambered back to its original position with Daphne in tow. The base of the coffin plunked onto the grass with a thud, and the crab-like legs withdrew into the sides once more.
The movement was not unlike a turtle pulling its legs into its shell.
As if picking up Subaru's sentiment, Daphne laughed. Daphne, you mean centipede coffin? It's because Daphne can't move freely, so I made this child to make up for it.
He's usually a good, quiet child, you know?
Subaru, made it. It's a living creature? Even though it was making organic movements with organic-looking organs, Subaru wasn't so sure if he could group that thing with living organisms.
Though of course, it was definitely not mechanical. Daphne, it doesn't need to eat. Or drink.
But centipede coffin stays alive by absorbing mana, you know?
So it won't feel hungry. Which makes me kinda jealous. Subaru, it eats mana. Never mind, we can leave that for another time. More importantly, you said you made it?
You can make living things?
Daphne, instead of living things. It's more like beasts.
Daphne takes some intentions and feelings and stuff and whoosh it around, and a creature comes out.
Daphne squirmed around a bit inside the coffin.
None of the words that came out of her mouth gave any concrete idea of what that actually entailed, but, even from that vague explanation, Subaru got the sense that she was capable of something outrageous.
To create living things is surely the work of gods.
While, in his original world, there was genetic engineering and forbidden sciences like cloning, to create new life out of nothing was certainly something only gods could accomplish, but, whether that should be considered blasphemy against life or attainment of inconceivable powers would depend on who you ask.
Subaru, unless
Daphne's inauspicious legacy, and creating the beasts, meant exactly what it sounded like? Daphne, un tilde? Subaru, white whale, black serpent, great rabbit. Are all of them like that crab coffin of yours? Just things you created? Daphne, mnn hu tilde.
Yuan, such nostalgic names.
Yeah. The whale, snake, rabbit, they're all children Daphne made. Subaru, why? Baring his teeth as he heard her words of affirmation, Subaru closed the distance between them, shouting, sending spit flying.
His face red with anger, he thrusted his finger towards Daphne.
Subaru,
why the hell would you create monsters like that?
Do you realize, for the 400 years after you died, what kind of havoc they've been wreaking in the world outside?
How many tens of hundreds of people at a time fell victim to their...
The fierce battle on Lifeau's highway resurfaced in his mind. Wilhelm's obsession and screams for the memories of his murdered wife, and the cries of rage from the lines of knights, were all for the tragedies brought about by the white whale and by the witch who birthed him. As for the great rabbit that attacked the sanctuary, if Subaru's subsequent efforts failed to bear fruit, then Emilia, alongside everyone else in the sanctuary, would be devoured. If this cycle of natural disasters that is the great rabbit was also a consequence of the witch before his eyes, then...
Subaru, why did you do it?
Tell me. Why did you create monsters that are the cause of so many people's suffering? Daphne? But, bigger animals means more food to eat, right? Subaru, huh?
Daphne replied to Subaru's impassioned words, looking confused. Thrown into an unexpected train of thought by her answer, Subaru groaned stupidly before his tongue could catch up.
Seeing him like this, a mystified expression came onto Daphne's face. Daphne, the white whale, it's Hudge, right? If we eat that child, don't you think lots and lots of people's stomachs would be filled?
Subaru, what? Ryu.
Daphne, great rabbit too, it'll keep on multiplying all the time. Sue, as long as we have that child, we can just leave it to become more and no one will never have to worry about food, right? Subaru, multiply? Though he was hearing Daphne's words, his mind couldn't understand them at all. If those shocking words really meant exactly what they sounded like, then Subaru would have absolutely no idea what this witch in front of him was talking about.
Honestly, from the bottom of his heart, he had no idea what she meant.
Subaru, what?
You created them beasts. To solve the food problems?
The white whale and the great rabbit were supposed to feed people stricken by hunger?
Even though, thanks to your thoughtfulness, all those people were eaten instead?
Daphne? But, if you want to eat the other without considering the possibility of being eaten yourself, don't you think that'd be super selfish?
Subaru.
Daphne, besides, don't you think there are already too many humans and demi-humans for this world? If those children can lower the number a bit and put things right again, Daphne thinks that'd be pretty good too. Subaru, then why does the white whale spit fog that erases people's existences, and the great rabbit eat up whole villages to its heart's content?
Daphne, I don't know much about how they hunt. How they grew up, how much they eat, where they eat. Even if I knew, it still wouldn't fill Daphne's hungry belly.
Seeing Daphne's smile as she said this, Subaru finally understood.
The meaning of Echidona's words, he finally understood it. She had warned him that his affinity with Daphne was the worst it could get.
At first, Subaru thought it was referring to her offbeat tempo that clashed his impatience, and had so optimistically thought that it was merely a mismatch of personality. But the mismatch between Subaru and Daphne was in their very systems of values.
Rather, it was not only with Subaru. Her value system probably wouldn't align with any human being at all. Her perspective was of a completely different dimension than that of humans and demi-humans. And it was not just because she was biased towards the beasts she herself had created. The strong makes food of the weak, this was the only principle within her considerations. To acknowledge the existence of food, to increase its volume, and to consume it. All else was trivial. He had nothing to say to that. The very structure of their minds were fundamentally different.
Of all the witches Subaru encountered up to now, in spite of their quirks and misunderstandings, he felt that he was nonetheless able to hold conversations with them. But, in the end, all these girls were witches.
They were witches. The only 7 in this world, witches in the truest sense of the word.
Daphne, sub-heroine too. Everyone thinks way too little of gluttony, don't they?
Subaru.
Daphne, in the first place, as long as you're alive, isn't the desire to eat the most important desire there is? After all, if you don't satisfy it, you can't go on living.
Subaru.
Daphne, even if you have no peace, no one to love you, no one you could tell your feelings to, no way to maintain your sense of self, or obtain the things you wanted, or even if you have nothing at all to aspire to. None of these would kill you, would they?
But Subaru.
Daphne, if you don't eat, you'll die, you know?
Of the 7 deadly sins, only gluttony is directly related to life and death. In the proper sense, gluttony should be the desire to eat beyond what is necessary.
But what Daphne was referring to was desiring to eat in order to survive. In that regard, Subaru couldn't deny it.
What she said was true, one of the truths of life itself. But it would be a mistake to disregard all else in favor of that alone. Subaru, part of what you said is right. But that kind of thinking.
Daphne, then why don't Subaru and try it? What it feels like to be starved to your limits?
Once you do, I'm sure you'll understand what Daphne's saying. That was just something a witch would suggest.
Slowly, Daphne raised her body inside the coffin.
With the sound of ripping paper, Daphne easily released the intersecting chains. Pushing aside the loose white bondage with her arm, Daphne hopped out of the coffin and landed barefoot onto the grass. The tiny figure gave her arms and legs a shake, checking over her stiffened body.
Daphne, I hate being on my own feet.
Belly feels so empty when I do, really does, you know.
Doing this little warm-up, Daphne was already out of breath. But, facing her, Subaru couldn't move an inch.
Even his breathing was sealed.
The immense pressure emanating from this little witch's body held Subaru firmly within its grasp.
It was as if his whole body was being gripped by a gigantic palm.
Daphne, it would be nice if I could just eat Subaru like this, but Donya and Met would get angry. You Tilda, just the left I should be all right. Saying this, Daphne placed a hand on the blindfolds over her eyes. Don't release her bondage, don't touch her body, and don't make eye contact. All of these, Echidna had warned him of before she summoned Daphne. But Daphne herself had unfastened her restraints, and though he hadn't touched her, his body was immobilized by her pressure. And, as for the last warning, Subaru, .
Her left eye was golden. Nothing out of the ordinary, only the round pupil of a little girl.
Lifting the blindfold over her left eye, Daphne stared at Subaru. As if being penetrated by her golden pupil, Subaru remained frozen still.
And then, she blinked a few times. Daphne, that should be enough.
Saying this, with the same beleaguered movements, she made her way back to her coffin. And, just as she looked like she was about to collapse, the mobile coffin gently caught her inside. Stirring her body around, Daphne found the most comfortable position. All the while, immobilized on the spot, Subaru quietly chewed something in his mouth as he watched her.
Daphne yawned and placed the blindfold back over her eyes.
The fabric in the interior of the coffin slowly peeled open and wrapped her tiny body snugly inside, binding her in its grasp. Like it wasn't even there, her bondage operated entirely on her will.
Subaru, what just happened? Also, why? You. Daphne, you still haven't noticed it yet?
Just as Subaru was about to ask her why she would restrain herself, Daphne interrupted his question, while giving her body a wriggle inside the coffin as if to make sure the restraints were properly fastened. The moment her words entered his ears, Subaru furrowed his brows as though he noticed something. Subaru, ugh.
Pain. It was pain.
Rising in Subaru's waist was a pain that gave the illusion that a hole had been opened there, forcing his body to bend. His guts wrenched as sensations of thirst and hunger protested with overwhelming starvation. Groaning, writhing in the unbearable pain, Subaru's knees collapsed onto the grass.
Saliva drooled from the edge of his lips as he desperately tried to endure the pain.
Hunger, 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 hunger. Subaru, AAAAAR. TS. The intense hunger sent his consciousness scattering and his thoughts into disarray as he lost all sense of reality.
Panting, writhing, he rolled back and forth on the ground.
His movements only exacerbating the hunger, Subaru wriggled, convulsing like a caterpillar on the bed of grass.
Starvation, maddening starvation.
Famishing.
Life-threatening.
A gaping hole, there's a gaping hole in his stomach. Dying, he's going to die, he's going to die if he doesn't eat.
He's going to die. He's going to die. Daphne, you still haven't noticed it yet?
Looking down on the writhing, suffocating Subaru, although her eyes did not actually see him, Daphne kept a grasp of Subaru's condition through sound and smell. He couldn't understand the meaning of her words. Notice what when the hunger was driving him insane? Although he understood that she was behind this, there was no room for resentment in the face of this hunger. He wouldn't be able to bear it if he didn't fill this hunger. Right now, the only cog holding together his sanity was the thing he had been chewing on since. Subaru,
What, was Subaru eating right now?
Daphne, you noticed it?
That's gluttony, you know. Hearing Daphne's words, Subaru noticed it. The pinky and ring fingers on his right hand were missing.
Where did the missing fingers go?
There was no need to look. He was chewing on the fragments of his pinky finger right to this moment.
Profuse blood seeped from the torn-off stumps, dyeing the green grass fields red.
Watching the droplets fall, Subaru's mind went blank. With the passing of the seconds, something slowly came to fill that blankness.
An emotion of,
spilling blood is such a waste. Simply a desire to quench his thirsting throat, and the disappointment of his unsated hunger.
ARC for the Everlasting Covenant Chapter 48, A Price for the Tea Party. He heard a roar. Compelled by hunger to extend his tongue to catch the blood dripping from his right hand, Subaru heard the roar in the distance. Rage, it was full of rage. Furious.
Someone was enraged. Someone was furious.
A voice of someone enraged to the point of madness.
It didn't matter. For now, he just wanted to sate his hunger.
Chew, 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 but it wasn't enough.
What was 2 fingers supposed to sate? And how much of this thirst could some dripping blood quench? Not enough, not enough. Not nearly enough. Even if he devoured his entire right hand, then devoured his left hand as well, even if he devoured his whole body, it still wouldn't be enough. There was no limit to this hunger. He simply craved what he craved. And so.
Hingya.
Subaru, what the F?
Laying sideways on the grass, the devastating strike came from directly above his head, sending his body bouncing up from the shockwave before slamming back into the ground. The sheer force warped the earth, leaving a crater in the small hill with Subaru in the center. Then, the assailant, whose fist was still stuck to the back of Subaru's head, took a ragged breath, and…
That's enough. Why does everyone always have to fight?
Resorting to violence is the worst, HG. The voice, half in tears, descended from above, while, savoring the taste of mud, consciousness limped back into Subaru. At the same time, he felt a drop of water landing on the back of his head, guiding him to look up. There was the vague outline of a young, blonde girl, slowly disappearing, and in tears.
What just happened to him? Pushing himself off the ground, Subaru understood when he noticed that his right hand had been restored.
Quickly, he turned to the disappearing girl. Subaru, thank you for healing me. Minerva, HMPF.
The witch turned her face away, sulking as she faded.
But, just before she vanished completely, Subaru caught a glimpse of a blush on her cheeks, and a smile which she didn't manage to hide. Once the blonde girl, the Witch of Wrath, vanished from the scene, she was replaced by the graceless coffin once again. Daphne, Neru's such a meddler, geez.
Say, did you learn anything at least? Died you?
Subaruan? Hearing these nonchalant words coming from inside the coffin, Subaru jumped to his feet and instantly scuttled away from the crater while shooting Daphne a look of caution. Seeing this, Daphne gave her nose a snort. Daphne, right, you should be careful. After all, eat or be eaten is the only relationship in this world. Subaru, I don't want to think of it as that kind of bloodthirsty place.
Anyway, what just happened? It was only for a short while, but I actually went insane. Daphne, that was the maddening hunger. Extreme hunger can turn people into something worse than beasts.
If you looked into my right eye too, it would have been even more interesting, you know?
Subaru, you're kidding. A magical eye, or something of the sort.
Although Ram's clairvoyance would also count as an eye power, her ability didn't really have much offensive potential, so Daphne's was definitely way scarier.
Perhaps it could be called the eye of hunger or the eye of starvation.
The moment Subaru looked into her left eye, he ate his own fingers for a hunger he wasn't even aware of.
He was so famished that he forgot the existence of pain, and everything in sight was food to sate his insatiable hunger. In other words, Subaru, is that how the great rabbit sees the world?
Daphne, those children were born when Daphne was really starving, so they took after me. They really understand what it feels like to want to eat each other, you know?
Subaru, how can you say that so lightly?
Don't you feel sad to have given birth to creatures like that?
Since you're lecturing me all high and mighty, then you probably know what that hunger feels like, having your own children. Children. Go through that.
Daphne, dash. But, even if Great Rabbit's belly goes hungry, it doesn't mean Daphne's belly has to go hungry too.
Subaru, I was an idiot for asking. Like parallel lines. No matter how far they stretch, there was no way he could ever understand this witch. The beasts she claimed to be her children were really just emergency foods she could pick up and eat when she felt hungry.
Birthed from her own body and eaten by herself, it was the ultimate form of self-sufficiency. Subaru, if you don't bother anyone and go hole up in some other dimension to be self-sufficient there, I guess no one would be too hung up about that, huh? Daphne, say, Subaru, what is it that you actually want to ask Daphne? If all you want to do is take hits at Daphne, then I'm already getting hungry from staying awake so long.
And would rather take a nap now.
Turning her face away inside the coffin, all the strength drained from Daphne's body, as if ready to fall asleep, he finally understood why she kept herself in her mobile coffin, all bound in restraints. Keeping her threat contained for the sake of the outside world was not the reason.
Instead, it was only to reduce the calories burned from the movements of her limbs so she wouldn't feel as hungry.
This may not be the case for her blindfolds, but that was probably to prevent her magic eyes from draining her stamina.
This girl's existence was complete entirely in herself.
A pure mass of the desire to eat dash, all quite fitting for the name, which of gluttony. Subaru, honestly, I'm pretty sure it's pointless to ask this, but
how do I destroy the Great Rabbit?
Daphne, Tilda? You want to destroy Great Rabbit? But that child's so weak and easy to eat, and keeps on multiplying too. He's one of Daphne's greatest masterpieces, you know. Subaru, eat or be eaten. If you go by that kind of philosophy, then what about killing your enemies to stay alive?
I was hoping you'd approve of a survival instinct besides appetite.
Subaru decided to strike from the same baseline as Daphne's own warped morality. Honestly, he had already half given up on getting any information out of Daphne. After all, he couldn't seem to get her to say anything useful, and couldn't even see himself establishing a proper conversation with her. At first glance, their game of conversational catchball may seem to be going smoothly, but the reality was that she was chewing up every ball Subaru was throwing, begging him to throw more, without ever tossing back anything of her own.
However,
Daphne, since I eat in order to live, I also have to permit killing in order to live. That's, that's also right, isn't it? Subaru, eh? That worked?
Daphne, if Daphne thinks something is right, then Daphne will accept it.
Subaru too, what did you take Daphne for? This is the witchiest witch I've ever seen, Subaru sincerely thought.
But if he used that as his answer, there'd be no end to it, so he decided to keep it to himself.
Oblivious to that silence, Daphne pouted her lips with, "Who you are you?" Daphne, if you want to destroy Great Rabbit-chan, Met, Donya, and Mila can all do it easily. Subaru, wait, whose nickname was that you just called? Donya Donya. Is Echidna, right?
Met. Must be Sekhmet.
But who's Mila Mila? Daphne, Carmilla. She's Lust. But she doesn't seem to want to meet you, Subaruan. Subaru, even though it's somewhat depressing to hear that the one in charge of sexy things hates me.
Your suggestion is not gonna work.
The witches can't leave this place, so you guys can't help me. Daphne, how you can't do it, huh? For Subaru, who's used to relying on others, such an offer would have been more than he could have hoped for.
If they could go out and help him, they would be more than enough to deal with the Great Rabbit and Elsa, but…
Subaru, even if you could go outside, would you be satisfied with just destroying and eating the Great Rabbit and coming back here? Daphne's stomach has never been satisfied in my entire life, you know. Subaru, so, even if there's a way to get you guys outside, I can't let you guys go. Sticking out his tongue at Daphne's unsurprising reply, Subaru ruled out her proposal. Inside the coffin, Daphne Maiden, Yoon Tilda, and Daphne, if that won't work, then you'll just have to do your best to eat all of them to the last one, I think. Those kids won't be able to multiply from 0, ha ha.
Subaru, never mind eating. So we have to kill all of them, ha. And if we leave just one alive, the whole thing will revive.
They move in a group, right? But are they always all together? Daphne, yeah.
Even though there are many of them, their consciousness is singular.
Like, one consciousness, shared by the whole group. They don't really have the intelligence to split up. Subaru, is that so? In that case, we shouldn't run into a problem where we leave some stragglers alive to multiply. And then find out there will be more panic and horror or whatever, right? It happens quite a lot in horror movies where after exterminating the bloody monsters, you find out that some of them survived underground to reproduce and you wind up with the predicament is not over. Ending.
But, at least, it seems the rabbits aren't smart enough to pull a stunt like that. Subaru, oh by the way. About how many rabbits are there on average?
If they eat each other, then I'm thinking they must have some system for keeping their numbers in range, or… Daphne, who knows? Would you be able to count the numbers of droplets in a fog, Subaruan? Subaru, it's that level?
No, I already know I can't take your word for it. So I'll just go see for myself. Just counting the number of rabbits that swarmed him, there must have been more than 100.
But, considering how they devoured everyone in the sanctuary, their number must be closer to the tens of thousands. In order to kill them all, he'd have to think of a better way. While Subaru sank into thought, Daphne gave a big yawn to indicate her boredom. And then, making quiet chewing motions in front of the silent Subaru. Daphne, Subaruan. If you're busy pondering, could Daphne disappear now? After all, I get hungrier when I exist. Subaru, preferring not to exist just so you could be less hungry is seriously a mind-blowing statement. But yeah, regardless of how we got here, that was a lot of help.
Thanks.
Also.
Throwing out those half-assed words of thanks, Subaru appended an also at the end.
Seeing Daphne cast him a puzzled expression, he went on with the most scornful voice he could muster. Subaru, I'll annihilate that asshole rabbit.
And I've already killed your white whale. I hope you don't mind, Mommy Summer. Daphne.
Subaru, 400 years, that's how long those bastards born from your good intentions preyed on the world outside.
That's long enough. It's time I erase them without leaving a trace.
Daphne, you are merely human. In front of Subaru's declaration of war, Daphne made a reaction which he had never seen before.
Stretching her lips wide, for the first time, her expression revealed something other than hunger. Daphne, try it if you can.
With her red tongue extended from a mouth lined with razor-sharp fangs, the Witch of Gluttony smiled. A great gust of wind swept up, forcing Subaru to lift his arm to cover his eyes. The abrupt wind made waves in the grass fields at his feet, sending green blades swirling and scattering into the air. Inadvertently following it with his gaze and letting his eyes be drawn up into the sky, when he looked back again. Subaru, sorry for putting you through the trouble, Echidna. Echidna, I just knew it would turn out like that.
That's why I tried to stop you. Subaru, it's not like it can be helped. She kinda released her bondage and flipped up her blindfold herself. You should actually praise me a bit for not touching her, you know.
Echidna, right.
If you did touch Daphne, it wouldn't have ended so easily. Her left eye alone is not as much of a threat.
But the horror of Daphne lies in her right eye, and it only truly begins once you've been eaten. Subaru couldn't help but recoil a bit at that terrifying statement. Frankly, the part about not as much of a threat was already enough to set off some alarms. Subaru, what's the point of showing me my opponent's stats after the battle's already over? Geez.
Although, I might want to hear it out in case I run into another monster with a similar setup.
Echidna, monster, you say? Still not quite able to shake off his negative impression of Daphne, Subaru realized he might have misspoken when he heard Echidna's disappointed mutter.
To her, Daphne was someone she could call her friend. Although one must admit that only a witch could be friends with someone like that, this was this and that was that.
No matter how you look at it, to call a witch a monster in front of another witch was. Subaru, I wasn't thinking just now. Sorry.
Got carried away. I have absolutely no comment about that friend of yours. That's all I have to say. Echidna, Hauwu, there's no need to be so considerate for a witch's feelings. We are quite used to those words of ostracism.
Subaru, I can't be so sure about what words to use for Daphne, but I don't think you're a monster.
That much I should clarify, you know.
Hearing this, Echidna's eyes widened in surprise, and, seeing her reaction, Subaru quickly looked away, chiding himself for his self-serving thoughts.
What he said just now was clearly to get on her good side.
Of course, half of it was sincere, but that didn't change the fact that he was trying to avoid making a bad impression on the helpful witch. Then again, considerations of this caliber must surely have been seen through by this seasoned witch. Echidna, no, it won't work.
Even if you try to dupe me with those pleasing words, I won't let myself be duped.
Want some more tea or cookies? Subaru, saying that while looking so cheerful isn't convincing at all. What's with your route being so easy?
This is like desperate lonely girl level.
If she fell for such obvious flattery, then he'd have some serious worries about her future. But, as much as he knew she didn't, it still left an ache inside his chest. Subaru, I think I'll pass on the body fluids and the who knows what's in their cookies. Echidna, I didn't put my hair or anything in them.
Subaru, how can I not doubt every statement you make at this point?
Subaru had already decided that he would never eat anything from here again. Seeing Subaru shoot her a suspicious look, Echidna gave a wry smile.
Then, she returned his gaze with her all-seeing eyes.
Sometimes, for some reason, he just found those eyes really disconcerting. Subaru, I don't like that look that feels like it can see right through me. Echidna, if I could see through all of you just by looking, then I wouldn't mind staring at you until you are burned to a char.
But anyway, are you aware of it, or not, I wonder?
Subaru, aware or not of what? Echidna, well, in my narrow, clumsy imagination, what you went through just now should be considered a rather shocking experience to most humans. Surely, being compelled by hunger into eating your own body isn't a common occurrence? Listening to Echidna's understated delivery, Subaru was reminded of just how hideous his situation had been.
Holding up his right hand, he confirmed that all 5 fingers were still there, all thanks to a certain witch's hit-and-run healing.
While Subaru quietly thanked her in his mind, Echidna closed one of her eyes. Echidna, Minerva just ignored my calls and jumped out.
When she catches sight of a wound, she'll charge out regardless of appearances. It's hard to live a long life with a personality like that. In fact, she was the first of us to be killed. Subaru, the end of the witches.
Huh. I heard you were all eaten by the Witch of Envy, but is it all right for me to ask about that? Echidna, to ask the dead about how they died, is that too crude a thing to do, I wonder?
It is certainly unprecedented. And as for how I feel about it. Let me see.
I don't think I should relay that story.
It involves the other five's reputations, after all.
Seeing Ikidona unwilling to discuss the details of their deaths, Subaru could only accept that it can't be helped. Subaru himself had died many times before, and knew full well that it was not a topic for light-hearted conversation. After all, death is an awfully heavy thing. Subaru, in that sense, I guess you guys are some of the few people who could share that feeling with me. Ikidona, no, I wouldn't be so sure. Indeed, we have died once, but I don't know if we could think of it the same way you do. Just when he thought he had found some common ground, Subaru's words were rejected. But, just as he was about to object to Ikidona's curtness, all of that emotion evaporated when he noticed the grave expression on her face. She was looking directly at him, her brows furrowed with a tinge of sadness. Ikidona, this is also related to the matter of awareness. Have you noticed that your current state is crooked? Subaru, crooked? Ikidona, it is no doubt a consequence of the special circumstances of return by death. And so, while it pains me to recognize that as the reason, it pains me even more to see that you yourself are not aware of it. Subaru, I'm not sure I understand.
So, what are you trying to tell?
Ikidona, do you think it's normal for someone who just ate their own fingers, even if they are healed, to carry on a casual conversation as though nothing had happened? Subaru, . For a moment, Subaru stopped breathing. With steady eyes, Ikidona watched the frozen Subaru. And then, to that Subaru who had forgotten how to breathe. Ikidona, you weren't entirely unaware, it seems.
Subaru, it's a matter of how I look at it, I guess.
Honestly, I'm aware that the way I'm thinking right now isn't normal.
But for the sake of what's most important to me, I feel it's all right to cut off the rest of it.
Ikidona, the rest of it, such as? Subaru, well, my primary goal right now is to break through this deadlock. The problems at the mansion, the problems at the sanctuary, and most of all, the problems facing Emilia. I'm still as stuck as ever, and still have no idea where to begin, but...
Breathing in through his nose, Subaru looked up to the sky. Blue and vast, with white, drifting clouds, and a somehow soothing breeze. Letting it all soak into his sight, immersed in this scenery detached from the tedium of reality. Subaru, I've already decided that I'll use the hell out of everything I can get my hands on.
Ikidona, so you've accepted return by death, then?
Subaru, it's not that I've accepted it.
Only, I'm a bit short on tools to begin with, so it's just about all I have. Don't misunderstand though, I really don't like using it at all. In front of Ikidona, who must have already picked up on his thoughts, Subaru nonetheless tacked on this unnecessary clarification. Subaru, in order to reach that desired future, even if I have to pay with my life, I will do it. For now, I've at least been assured that I can keep returning by death for as long as I can keep my sanity. In that case, I'll just have to muster as much backbone as this boneless self can muster. Ikidona, to pile on the deaths, in order to bring it within your reach. That is not a resolve any ordinary person would be capable of. Subaru, I've died too many times, I guess. Before I knew it, my head must have gotten messed up.
He wasn't making light of death.
It was just that the accumulation of the experiences of death in Subaru had strengthened his conviction into something irreversible and terrifying.
Without a doubt, Subaru now feared death more than ever before.
But, in spite of this, Subaru nonetheless intended to make full use of death.
It was as simple as that.
After piling on his deaths, and having witnessed the ends of worlds, what he found far more unbearable than his own death, were the deaths of the people close to him. If it meant saving them from the inescapable fate of death, then he would expend as many of his replaceable lives as necessary. Swallow down all the pain, agony, and horror, and die in order to survive. That was the basis of Natsuki Subaru's so-called crooked resolve. Subaru, if the only thing I have to sacrifice is my own heartbreaks, then I will gladly do it. Return by death is just the perfect ability for this powerless brainless always relying on others self, isn't it? Ikidona. Subaru, I was hoping you'd console me with don't think so little of yourself.
Or something?
Ikidona, considering the obstacles that await you in every direction, I can't say it so lightly. In fact, if you wish to take control of this current situation, there is no way not to use it. Although personally, I would be quite displeased to have no choice but to rely on envy. The fact that Ikidona refrained from offering easy consolations just meant that she was the type to be mindful of the circumstances. Although it wasn't much for encouragement, he was still grateful for having someone to kick him awake like this. After all, knowing that the road ahead will leave him full of wounds and scratches only made it all the more worth taking. Subaru, in the end, all I can do is spam return by death and keep going over my options, huh?
I'd hate to imagine how many painful experiences I'm gonna be facing up ahead.
Ikidona. Subaru, one of the mysteries I gotta solve though, is what kind of experiments were you running in this experimental grounds of the sanctuary? You probably don't feel like telling me, do you? Ikidona, no, I don't.
I already told you before, I wouldn't want you to despise me.
Ikidona shook her head at Subaru's question, and denied his request. Receiving this reply, I have no choice, then, Subaru went on with a click of his neck.
Subaru, if you won't tell me, then there's no other choice.
I'll just have to go ahead and rip open all the secrets you wanted to hide. You won't try to stop me, will you? Ikidona, if you want to rip it open, there's nothing I can do. If you want to overpower my secrets you despise so much and forcibly expose them under the sun, then my only choice is to silently endure it. Subaru, you're making it sound like I'm planning to do something awful. Can you not please say it like that?
Ikidona's cheeks blushed and quickly looked away from Subaru. He seriously wasn't sure if she was doing that on purpose or if that just happened to be her personality.
Just from what he had seen over the course of the tea party, she really might actually be that airheaded.
Which is scary. Then, just when he was about to resume the conversation.
Subaru, NNH. Suddenly, still seated in his chair, a dizziness struck him. Something almost like the dazzled feeling from standing up too fast continued to sway Subaru's consciousness.
That is.
Ikidona, it seems your body is close to waking up. Subaru, the tea party is coming to an end, huh? It's been pretty meaningful, I guess. Ikidona, well, that's because you surprised me last time, telling me there was nothing you wanted to ask. This time, I wonder if I've lived up to my reputation as the Witch of Greed? With all the discussing, teaching and chatting, this tea party must have been a great satisfaction for this witch. Subaru was somewhat reluctant to leave, seeing her unbridled joy and her visible regret to see him go, but he quickly shook his head and severed that sentiment. It was strange how this witch managed to pull on his heartstrings, but it wouldn't be good to become too attached to her.
She was a witch, and more than that, she was dead.
Though it's unclear which part was actually worse here. Subaru, what should I do when I want to come back here? Ikidona, you mean how to be invited to the tea party? Oh no, we mustn't, you mustn't become too dependent on me. It's true that you have no one you could confess your return by death to in the outside world, and I know how much you long for me as the only person you could open your heart to, but I am dead and you are living.
No, it can never be, between us.
Subaru, when you wriggle around looking strangely happy while saying that it's not convincing at all. What was he supposed to do when Ikidona suddenly behaves like an over-enthusiastic eel restaurant owner who saw his first customer in years? Seeing the way Ikidona was looking at him with her hand on her cheek, Subaru wasn't sure just how to react. Then, with "Hau," she placed her hand over her lips, smiling. Ikidona, don't look so troubled, I am a girl, after all, and sometimes I want to have light-hearted conversations like this too. That is all.
I am still well aware of the gap between witch and human.
Subaru, Ikidona. Ikidona, the condition to being invited to the tea party is to scream from the depths of your heart, I want to know, inside my tomb. The first time, you are invited, no questions asked, but the second time onwards will not be so simple.
The third time might be quite difficult, I think.
Merely superficial screams won't be able to reach me.
Hearing her quickly explain this, Subaru recalled what had happened immediately before being invited.
He had just returned by death after being eaten alive by the rabbits.
His body was drowning in the lingering agony of death, and his consciousness was endlessly screaming what had happened. That was when he heard Ikidona's invitation. But next time, things would have to be even more desperate than that. Subaru, I really would rather not. Ikidona, precisely so. This may very well be the last time we meet. Though of course, this would not be the last if you challenge the trials again. Same as in the first trial, it seems she would be waiting for him in the second and the third trials as well.
As long as Subaru challenges the trials in Emilia's place, their reunion will be assured.
In other words,
Subaru, I'll see you at the next trial, then?
Yes, there won't be any tea there. Ikidona, if you really want a drink, I wouldn't mind brewing you some on the scene.
Subaru, no, I get the feeling that if I see the manufacturing process I'll want to drink it even less. Seeing him holding up his palms to say no, Ikidona made her most dejected expression yet. He didn't know why she wanted to push her body fluids on other people so much. Maybe she gets off on having a part of herself become a part of someone else, or some kind of fetish like that. The sin is deep.
Subaru, well, I guess I'll be disappearing soon. Thanks for your hospitality, Ikidona, till we meet again.
Ikidona, before that, would you mind? Sensing that his body was fading, Subaru tried to say farewell to Ikidona.
But it was Ikidona herself who stopped him.
She stood up from her seat, and, with her funerary dress swaying, she walked to Subaru's side. Ikidona, you have joined me in my tea party, and acquired some portion of my knowledge.
But, aren't you forgetting something? Subaru, forgetting something? Ikidona, my compensation, that is.
Ikidona narrowed her eyes, and poked out her tongue at Subaru's tilted head.
Subaru's eyes widened at her words, repeating, compensation, under his breath.
And with, yes, compensation, Ikidona nodded. Ikidona, I charged a toll for our last meeting as well?
Dealing with a witch always comes with a price.
The last payment was for last time, so what should I take this time, I wonder? Subaru, see, can't you wait till I'm better off in life?
I don't really have much cash on me, and the stuff you charge can be a little too rough on me, you know.
Ikidona, your skills for negotiating with witches might be a little lacking. Seeing Subaru pressed into the back of his chair, a sadistic smile emerged on Ikidona's lovely face.
She looked him up and down, wondering just what to take.
A witch's compensation, last time, it was forgetting Ikidona's existence after returning to reality. If the same happened this time, then all the information he gained from the tea party, along with any hope of breakthrough, would be lost.
Only, he wasn't sure what other price he would be able to afford.
Ikidona, all right, I've decided.
What's going to happen?
Subaru shriveled back, as Ikidona leaned her body forward and placed her face up against his. While Subaru was busy being shaken by the closeness of her lips to his, she leaned down even further, and reached into the inside of his jacket. Her soft, white hair brushing against his skin smelled of the faint scent of flowers. Having no immunity to pretty girls, Subaru's brain froze like a brick. But, not minding Subaru's mental issues, she touched him on his chest.
Ikidona, then, I'll take this.
Subaru, ooh, eh?
Pulling her hand out of the confounded Subaru's chest, Ikidona's white fingers drew out a small handkerchief, fluttering in the wind.
White, with gold linings, on its back was an embroidery of the grey Great Spirit.
Subaru, the handkerchief Petra gave me when I left for the sanctuary.
Ikidona, you should thank the person who gave you this gift.
It is imbued with only the pure and powerful emotion of concern for your safety.
Every passing of the needle and thread instilled this magic into this object.
I am quite fascinated indeed by the power residing here.
Subaru, Petra, did that?
Ikidona, someone is very fond of you, it seems. While I must apologize to the child who offered you these thoughts, I will be taking this.
Ikidona's cheeks softened at the embroidered puck on the back, before stowing the handkerchief away into her chest.
Then, leaving Subaru's side, Ikidona, the price for the tea party has been paid.
From the bottom of my heart, I look forward to your next visit.
In an almost joking gesture, Ikidona picked up the edges of her dress and performed an impeccable curtsy.
Perhaps she wanted to give him a light-hearted send-off, noting that it wasn't like her at all. Subaru stood up from his chair.
Subaru, thank you for the treat. And for everything, until we meet again.
In the same way, Subaru picked up the hems of his jersey and did a curtsy of his own, prompting a wry smile onto Ikidona's face.
Then, as a white light enveloped the scene, Subaru left the tea party.
The first thing Subaru felt as his consciousness returned from the tea party was the cold, hard floor, and the unpleasant taste of dirt in his mouth. Subaru, oig. GHPPHPH. Does that have to happen every time now? Spitting out the foreign object in his mouth, Subaru sat up and shook his head, pushing his mind to wake up.
First thing was to confirm his body's condition, and recall what had happened before he woke.
When he returned by death after being devoured by the great rabbit, he was immediately summoned to Ikidona's tea party. There, he got mangled by Daphne's eye, proceeded to strengthen his resolve, and was at last saved by Petra's thoughts.
None of it was missing from his memories, and, relieved by this fact,
Subaru, looks like Ikidona kept her word.
The tea party didn't get erased from my memories this time. This time, the white-haired witch still remained vivid in his memories. Even though she had no lack of witchiness, she did at least keep her promises.
In fact, judging from their interactions so far, she might even be among one of the few people he could call an ally. Though it was too bad there wouldn't be many opportunities he could rely on her help. Subaru, can't say I got everything I needed this time.
But at least it's something.
Placing his hand over his chest, Subaru thought back to the events of the tea party, to his confession of his return by death, and clenched down onto that feeling of salvation. There, even though it was limited to Ikidona and the other witches, being able to say it out loud and share that burden was already more than he could have hoped for. And having the chance to hear someone more knowledgeable about this parallel world give her thoughts on return by death was just another one of the things he gained. The Witch of Envy was the one who put everything into motion, and when the day comes when he will have to face her, he will be ready. Subaru, with that renewed feeling, Natsuki Subaru is reborn.
So let me make good use of that witch's power for now. No matter how many times it takes, I'll spend my life to do it. If it could get him closer to the answer, he would ask for nothing more.
Subaru, my sense of time must be off thanks to the tea party, but this is right after the first trial, isn't it? The location of his return by death hadn't changed, that was what Ikidona told him. Turning his head about to look over his surroundings, he was definitely inside the tomb. Having verified this, and deciding that he should start carrying Emilia out of this place, Subaru proceeded to search for her. Subaru, considering this is immediately after return by death, and the third time at that, I better think about how to deal with Garfield, though I'm pretty sure he won't just try to kill me all of a sudden. But still, Garfield was prone to impulsive actions,
and it'd be impossible to predict what he will do. Thinking back to their last encounter and his subsequent death, even though the Great Rabbit was his immediate cause of death, recalling the scene of the slaughter of the villagers made a dark emotion boil within Subaru, beyond his control.
Repel the Great Rabbit, repel Elsa's attack, solve the Sanctuary's mysteries, and settle his debt with Garfield.
Even if none of it had happened in this world, Subaru was not going to forgive him. One way or another, he will exact his revenge on Garfield.
Brooding over these thoughts, Subaru's negative feelings towards Garfield surged ever higher, seeping to the surface. But all these thoughts came to an abrupt end, when... Subaru, where's Emilia?
She was nowhere to be found.
The sense of incongruity made Subaru furrow his brows, desperately trying to peer through the darkness of the tomb. But he couldn't find Emilia's body anywhere in the narrow room where their trials took place.
This had never happened before.
Subaru, immediately after my trial, Emilia should still be in the middle of hers. Emilia, unable to pass her first trial, should still be tangled by her past, suffering at Subaru's side.
And yet, She was not in the tomb.
The place and time he returned to was no doubt inside the tomb immediately after his first trial, but
Subaru. He had a bad feeling about this.
Emilia's absence meant deviating from all the conditions so far.
It shouldn't be possible, not unless Subaru had changed the future.
But what could an unconscious Subaru have done to have this kind of influence? Stirred by unease, Subaru ran out of the trial room and into the corridor. Then, carrying his reverberating footsteps through the corridor, he came out of the tomb. Underneath the moonlight, stepping out of the tomb, what Subaru saw was ARC-4.
The Everlasting Covenant.
Chapter 49, Love 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 AU. With the dry clasps of footsteps striking upon his eardrums, Subaru felt a sense of unease inside his very skin.
The cold wind flowing into the tomb was accompanied by an unpleasant stickiness. As if the ground was clinging to his feet as he ran, every step drained him of strength. Feeling sharp, electrifying sensations all over his exposed skin, it was like his body was being pummeled by objects protruding from the air.
Essentially, it was a feeling that made him hesitate to go forward. Subaru already knew a feeling very similar to this. But, urged on by his sense of foreboding, Subaru swept aside the tangling discomfort as he sprinted towards the entrance of the tomb. Passing through the moonlit corridor and the ivy-ridden entrance, with a sensation of breaking through a membrane of air, Subaru came out of the tomb. And there, he saw it. Subaru, you gotta be kidding me, oi. Subaru's feet gouged into the earth as he skidded to a stop. Almost toppling over from the momentum, flooding into Subaru's sight was something in the realm of inconceivable. So detached from common sense was the scene before his eyes. Subaru, a shadow? The mutter that spilled from his lips summed up just about all of it.
Shadow was the only way to describe what he was seeing.
The sanctuary, which was supposed to be visible from the entrance of the tomb, was nowhere within sight. While it was true that the inhabited area was located quite far away from the tomb, as far as Subaru was concerned, there was no way he couldn't see a single building from here. Above all, the full moon was still clear in the sky, pouring its silver glow over all the earth.
Yet the world he was seeing was far too dark, as if it was submerged under a shadow.
Subaru, ..
Gulping down his breath, Subaru made up his mind to set out towards the darkness-befallen sanctuary.
Lifting his soles off the stone slabs, he stepped onto the soil and grass.
Or, that should be what it was.
He did feel the sensation of stepping onto a bed of overgrown grass, but his vision, swallowed by the darkness, couldn't actually verify that fact. The sticky sensation on his skin didn't change, either. Subaru, Emilia. Unable to endure these surreal surroundings, Subaru called out to the first name that appeared in his mind. After calling to the girl most certain in his memories, his thoughts resumed their motion, as the names and faces flashed across his mind. Subaru, Ram.
Lewis-san.
And incidentally Otto.
Are you there? Please come out.
If this was immediately after the trial, they should still be outside the tomb waiting for Emilia's results.
Ignoring their calls to stop him, Subaru had rushed into the tomb and wound up becoming another participant in the trials. That had always been what preceded his returns.
Afterwards, when he carried Emilia out of the tomb, he was always greeted by those usual faces.
This time shouldn't have been any different. Subaru, they're not here. But it's not only that.
What's with the gloomy atmosphere?
Even paddy roads in the countryside aren't this dark.
Without artificial lighting, the paddy field roads in the night would sink into true darkness in the absence of starlight.
But the sanctuary's situation was different from that instant dark. The moon was gleaming overhead, and that gleam was at least falling on Subaru's body.
And yet, that light somehow dissipated before reaching the ground, setting the scene for this vague and uncertain night.
It was as if a spotlight was shining on him alone. The only thing visible in this darkness was himself.
Turning to look behind him, even the tomb he had just come out of had been swallowed into darkness and could no longer be seen.
Memories of walking through the white whale's fog came back to him.
Having lost the girl he relied on, thrown off the dragon carriage, unsure whether the white whale's jaws were closing in behind him, and having lost both sense of direction and any reason to go on living, he remembered walking on. In the end, eventually wandering out of that fog, he was picked up by Otto's favorite dragon, Folufu. So this time, if he kept on walking through the darkness, perhaps he would be rescued as well?
Subaru, what am I, an idiot? No, I am an idiot.
What's with this deadbeat, loser dog thinking? If I have no idea what happened, no idea what'll happen, don't even know where everyone is, and here I am worrying about myself, idiot. Hadn't he just confirmed his resolve at Ikidona's tea party? No matter what happens, no matter how much he must suffer, if Subaru could just pay with his life to solve everything in the end, he would consider it a bargain. Compared to losing the people most important to him and proceeding into an irreparable future, how fortunate it is to be able to exchange his life for the chance to try again. So, dawdling around embattled by fear in front of an incomprehensible situation, going in circles before meeting a pathetic end to his life was not what Subaru needed to do. Rather, he should be boldly challenging his incomprehensible circumstances, and even if he fails to reach an answer, he should grasp every clue he could for vengeance in the next life before welcoming a meaningful death.
Subaru, in any case, what I have to confirm now is
where Emilia, Ram, and everyone else had gone. When he first saw that Emilia was not in the tomb, for a moment, Subaru thought that she had passed the trial, woke up, and left on her own.
But he immediately ruled out that possibility.
Because if Emilia passed the trial and woke up safely, there was no reason for her to not wake Subaru. Subaru knew from experience with Emilia that when someone inside a trial is touched or called, the trial would be interrupted. Although more accurately, Subaru's consciousness was inside Ikidona's tea party rather than the trial, so that premise might not apply here. Subaru, but still, it's not like Emilia to leave me and head out by herself. She would have tried to pull the unconscious Subaru out of this place, or at least rested him against a wall.
He couldn't imagine that she would just leave without doing anything.
And then, there was also the rather mean conclusion: Subaru didn't think Emilia was capable of passing the first trial on the first try. Knowing that since day one, Emilia had been stuck on the same trial in every loop, Subaru was skeptical of the idea that she could have cleared it on her own to begin with.
Therefore, Subaru decided that Emilia's disappearance was probably not according to her own will.
Either someone carried her out, or Subaru, maybe she came back from the trial completely dazed, and went out without even noticing that I was here.
That's not entirely inconceivable.
But that still wouldn't explain how the world outside was plunged into darkness. Even if Subaru could accept that as the explanation for Emilia's disappearance, he still couldn't begin to imagine what the cause and reason of this scene might be. At least, in Subaru's experience, the sanctuary never once became like this while a trial was taking place. As for the absence of the people waiting outside, Subaru's heart shuddered at the possibility that the ferocious white rabbits might be behind it.
But he quickly shook his head, and denied that hasty conclusion. According to his calculations, the attack of the Great Rabbit should take place on the night of the 6th day, 5 days from now. Even if it arrived ahead of schedule, he'd still like to believe that it couldn't have come on the very first day.
Although, he was intentionally ignoring the fact that the timing of Elsa's attack on the mansion had mysteriously changed as well. That was just another one of the mysteries Subaru had no answers to. But if the date of the Great Rabbit's attack could randomly change like Elsa's, then that would leave no room for Subaru to even begin to unravel these circumstances. Aside from having faith that there was no situation returned by death couldn't avert, there was not much Subaru could do.
Subaru, all I can do now
is call out to Emilia and the others while looking around and head to the cathedral to check on the villagers, I guess. Straining his eyes trying to see ahead, it dawned on Subaru just how unfeasible his plan was. Although he had the layout of the sanctuary more or less memorized, it wasn't to the point of being able to navigate it with his eyes closed. At this point, even just wandering around this area would require that level of memory power.
Needless to say, getting to his destination safely would be exceedingly difficult.
And he couldn't just unconditionally accept the plan of calling out while searching for the others, either.
Subaru, If this pitch darkness was somebody's doing.
Can't really guarantee whoever I run into will be friendly. Burning up with anxiety, Subaru continued agonizing over what his best course of action would be.
If he wanted to rendezvous quickly, he should raise his voice and call out.
That would be the best way to find out if Amelia and the others were safe.
But he was quite aware of the folly of acting blindly from his miserable past experiences.
Just how many times had he died in this world because of that?
Subaru, damn it. If I don't at least figure out what's going on, I'll be screwed if I get killed before that.
At the end of his deliberations, Subaru decided to take the cautious approach. Suppressing his voice and holding down the sound of his breathing, he focused his eyes into the darkness and followed the map in his mind towards the populated area of the sanctuary.
Only the sensation beneath his feet was certain. It was the only proof of the existence of the reality outside the tomb and his only reliance in the world painted in darkness.
Despite having fallen into pitch darkness, the sanctuary should still be the same as before. Subaru, you? Slowly but surely, Subaru carefully landed each step on the grass.
But after only a few steps, he stopped. The reason was the wind.
Subaru, Lifting his face, Subaru somewhat pointlessly looked around in the darkness, hoping to find the source of the ominous breeze.
He felt it. There was something unique about the wind that swept by just now. It was neither the refreshing breeze passing a field of grass, nor the dusty wind blowing inside the tomb, nor a wind infused with the blood-soaked scent of a scene of carnage.
Instead, it was an air carrying the unmistakable warmth of having touched a living thing.
Subaru, WH.
Unsure of where the wind was blowing from, Subaru looked back in search of the answer. The tomb should be directly behind him, but having walked only a few steps away, it was already impossible to see its outlines.
No, there was a reason other than the darkness why he couldn't see the tomb.
Subaru, -A? At a distance close enough to feel each other's breaths, in the world of true dark, someone was standing right before his eyes. The reason he couldn't see the entrance of the tomb was because that person was blocking his view.
How did he not notice when someone had gotten so close to him? And why did that person not utter a sound when they approached him?
In that instant, those questions stormed within Subaru's mind.
But that storm of questions was soon answered. It couldn't have been any clearer than that. I love you.
The shadow said to Subaru with a voice so overflowing with affection that it sounded like it was about to melt.
It was a murky voice.
A sound so indistinct that Subaru couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman's. Compared to a voice passing through a voice changer or one muffled by a cloth, it was more ambiguous and opaque, as if obscured by some invisible power operating on his perceptions. But even so, the instant Subaru heard those words, those whispers of love, he instinctively understood who the shadow before him was.
And shuddered. Thinking back, Subaru had already vaguely sensed it before coming out of the tomb. The feeling of the thick miasma stinging his skin. The sight of the sanctuary submerged in shadows. The stifling pressure engulfing his surroundings. And the world that fundamentally lost its life. It was every bit a reenactment of the time-stopped reality brought about by the uttering of the forbidden words, where Subaru met the witch. That is to say, the one standing before him was
Subaru, WH, why?
There was no answer. But there was also no doubt that it was right in front of him.
Subaru twitched his fingers, checked that he was still breathing, and confirmed that time hadn't stopped.
The second hand of the world was definitely ticking as it should. And yet the witch was standing right before him.
Faced with a threat beyond his imaginations, Subaru's mind was painted over with complete white. The oath which he had sworn only moments before, to uncover the details no matter what happens without letting a single second go to waste, all vanished in the face of that shock. So unexpected was Subaru's encounter with the witch at this point in time. His throat rapidly drying up, Subaru's body stiffened as he forgot how to breathe. Bound by the overwhelming pressure, Subaru turned as rigid as a frog being stared down by a snake. Becoming immobile now would certainly only make the situation worse. But, even understanding this, Subaru's limbs gave no indication of obeying the blaring alarms.
It was a matter far beyond what Subaru's heart and mind could handle.
Subaru's heart did not falter, and his mind was burning with the need to do something, but his body and the deep-rooted faculties governing it only calmly looked on.
Because, regardless of whether he moved or not, the result would be exactly the same.
There was no hostility emanating from the shadow before his eyes.
Nor did it seem to have any intention to hurt him. But that is not to say that it was uninterested in Subaru. Quite the opposite.
The entity before him was instilling him with so much interest that it was sending chills running down his spine. It was blind, obsessive passion, overwhelming to the point of making him wonder why, binding him so tightly as if to never let him escape.
The shadow had no interest in anything other than Subaru. In that shadow, there was only Subaru.
Only Subaru. Only Subaru, 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 only Subaru.
I love you, I love you, I love you. That voice echoed, spiraling in his mind.
His thoughts were thrown into chaos, unable to even recognize what he was seeing in front of him.
Was he standing, or sitting?
Was he breathing?
Was he conscious? Was he alive? Or was he dead? He wasn't sure. He wasn't sure. He was becoming less and less sure. A fingertip reached for him.
The surrounding shadows rose, expanding to envelop Subaru's body from all directions.
He had no strength left to oppose it. No reason to oppose it. Resist, don't resist, let himself be swallowed, what will happen then? It was too tiresome to think about.
And
I love you, I love you, I love you.
Quit fucking around cra. The next instant, terrifying destruction descended on the space between Subaru and the shadow.
Itches from his eyes, the impact crashed into the shadow, shattering the invisible ground in a swirl of darkness as it sent Subaru flying backwards. Subaru, you were.
Tumbling while being bumped by hard objects all over, Subaru finally came to a stop when his whole body was soaked in shadow, giving his head a shake. His rigid body and thoughts simultaneously broke free. With the noise filling his mind somewhat clearing up, and despite the lingering heaviness that felt like his head was stuffed with sand, the weight had considerably lightened. Spitting out the mud in his mouth while looking back towards the direction he tumbled from, Subaru's eyes widened at the sight. Garfield, can't get much worse than this, boy.
Can you move or not?
With his back to Subaru, the person facing against the shadow snapped impatiently.
His stature was rather small for a man.
With short, golden hair, and a rude way of speaking. He kept his posture low, readied for combat, with his legs drawn back and his fangs bared in caution.
Subaru, why, me?
Garfield,
huh? Ain't time to be joking around, can't you see what's happening right now?
Answering Subaru's voice that was still trembling in shock, Garfield sounded somewhat annoyed. While keeping his eyes fixed on the shadow in front of him, bit by bit, Garfield edged closer to Subaru. Garfield, I'm gonna grab your collar and jump, might break your neck, so pull up some backbone and bear it. Subaru, I don't have the kind of special characteristic where I can use backbone to increase health points in my neck, ooh. Right in the middle of his rebuttal, Garfield dived down with incredible speed, and, true to his word, hoisted Subaru up by the collar, prompting a strangled, oig. But, before Subaru could complain,
Subaru, .. The ground swelled up, and the shadow exploded.
Waves rolled out from the detonated shadow, lunging towards Subaru and Garfield, threatening to crush them. In an instant, the surrounding shadows joined into the wave, prompting Garfield to click his tongue as his feet sank into the black mire while trying to back away. Garfield, arg, fuck. Divine protection Earth spirits can't work when the ground's like this. Subaru, Garfield, my legs are sinking too. Garfield, the whole damn place is like this.
Tease what they meant by if you're bad the witch gonna be comin', ain't it? Being dragged along, the parts of Subaru's limbs that were touching the ground were beginning to be swallowed by the shadow. It was an entirely different sensation from sinking into water or mud. Warm, tender, and smooth, it was like silk trying to wrap around him and enshroud his body within.
In a more peaceful setting, he might even have thought that it'd be rather nice to be embraced by that feeling.
But in these terrifying circumstances, he'd have to reject that idea.
Garfield, TCH, don't bite your tongue.
With a snort, Garfield scanned over his surroundings and shouted. He bent his knees, and lightly leapt his sinking body off the ground.
With the shadow tangling to his feet, the jump only managed a few meters, but, extending his legs the instant they touched the ground, he leapt again, and again, and again. Garfield, there we are. In a world concealed by night, Garfield beautifully leapt his way to an area populated by buildings. Literally kicking his foot into a wall, he leapt up once again, and, landing on a roof, he tossed Subaru down with a sigh.
Being tossed like that, Subaru quickly grabbed onto some shingles so he wouldn't slide off, before glancing up at the side of the panting Garfield's face, faintly obscured by the darkness.
Subaru, thanks for saving me.
Garfield, huh?
Is that the face of someone feelin' thankful?
You got a problem with me?
Oi. Subaru, just something I haven't gotten over yet. And,
I never thought you'd come to save me. Garfield, how heartless did you think I am?
If you got a problem with me, Savinia, feel free to jump right back into that shadow if you want. Subaru tersely replied, no thank you, to Garfield's retort, and sighed. Garfield looked away, and Subaru, watching him from behind, felt a flood of complex emotions flowing through his chest. There was the incomprehensible situation as well, but the biggest reason for this was why did Garfield choose to save him? Before this, Subaru had considered him the greatest obstacle in the sanctuary and a target of his resentment on par with Roswell himself. Although he was aware that the change in situation must have caused this change in behavior, the complete reversal nonetheless left Subaru unsure how to react. But, paying no attention to Subaru's internal confusion, Garfield only gazed down towards the ground with a bitter expression. Clicking his sharp canine teeth, this is bad, he muttered under his breath. Garfield, this goes without saying, but, doesn't look like it's gonna let us off. Sliding down to Garfield's side, Subaru timidly peeked off of the roof, witnessing the sight before his eyes. You, inadvertently slipped from his lips. The sanctuary had transformed into a sea of shadow, with its majority swallowed by the pitch blackness, depriving him of all sense of height and perspective. But even within that darkness, there was an even darker, writhing figure lurking at the center of the whirling shadows, inching closer at a crawling pace. It was the one who just tried to swallow Subaru and Garfield into the shadows, the one who flooded the sanctuary under a sea of shade.
It was
Subaru, Garfield.
You have any idea what that is?
Garfield, I got it's exactly what it looks like, ain't no chance it ain't what I think it is, and it'd be goddamn wishful thinkin' say that ain't what that is.
Which one you wanna go with?
Subaru, does which one even matter?
They're pretty much the same thing.
Oi, you're being way calmer in front of this thing than ITH. Before he could finish his sentence, Subaru stopped when he saw the expression on the side of Garfield's face. Honestly, despite harboring some complicated feelings about how Garfield saved him, Subaru was nonetheless calmly organizing the situation in his head. Among them was why Garfield, who showed such displeasure at the scent of the witch, and had turned hostile towards Subaru just because he picked up the scent from his body, was not losing his composure when the source of the scent was right before him. And that was why, just when he was about to ask, Subaru dropped the subject when he caught a glimpse of his face. Garfield, what did you just say? Garfield uttered, gazing down with his bloodshot eyes. Subaru might just be imagining this, but Garfield's fangs seemed to be growing longer. Anger. Rage. Wrath. Fury. His pupils had turned into slits, and one could see the pure red emotions churning within.
How could anyone call that calm?
At the same time, Subaru remembered that there was something he had to ask. Subaru, Garfield.
Ram and the others, what happened to them?
Garfield. Subaru, when I came out of the tomb, the sanctuary was already submerged in the shadow.
You seem to be all right and lively.
So what about the others? Garfield, in the shadow. Subaru's repeated attempts at denial only received this cruel reply. Hearing Subaru gulp down his breath, Garfield grunted with a tinge of remorse. Garfield, when we noticed something was off, the ground's already turned into shade.
If Ram hadn't blown me away with her wind, I would have been swallowed too. Subaru, and Ram swallowed just like that?
And Lewis, and Otto? Garfield, yeah. Granny and the noisy Lilbro, all in one go. Looking down at the strange writhing of the undulating shadow, Subaru's thoughts couldn't help but take a pessimistic turn in regards to their chances of survival after being swallowed.
If they were being imprisoned in some alternate dimension, then there might still be hope.
But, judging from the sensation of touching that shadow, it would be a far too optimistic possibility. Subaru, what is this? Seriously, this?
Why would that thing suddenly?
Elsa, Great Rabbit, Garfield. He had only just sealed his resolve to repulse the threats facing the sanctuary and the mansion, to face down all obstacles and obtain the perfect future no matter the cost. And yet, just when that resolve was sealed, this incomprehensible thing washed it all away. Why on earth did this thing burst out all of a sudden? Subaru, Garfield. What happened to Emilia?
Garfield,
Subaru, I couldn't find Emilia in the tomb. Was she swallowed too?
Garfield,
Noticing that something was wrong when she woke, Emilia must have ran out of the tomb. After all, if she saw the sanctuary being swallowed by shadow, there was no way she would just stand by and watch. She would have jumped in to save anyone she could with no regard for her own safety, and
Subaru, if the shadow. Then, she?
Garfield, after swallowing Ram and the others, the shadow went into the sanctuary and drank everything up. I chased after it and landed a few blows, but it all did jack shit. Then the thing turned back all of a sudden. I followed it, and there's that.
And that led to what happened just now, it seems.
The shadow was ravaging the sanctuary, but when it sensed Subaru coming out of the tomb, it immediately turned around. Then the shadow's objective was Subaru, after all.
An all-devouring shadow, bearing whispers of love and overwhelming power. Its identity went without saying. But Subaru, why the hell is the Witch of Envy here?
Garfield, ain't the time to be asking that, oi. While Subaru wrenched out these words, beside him, a battle-hungry smile emerged on Garfield's face. Taking care not to lose his balance, Subaru stood up as well, clenching his teeth as he locked his gaze onto the same thing as Garfield. A great mass of whirling shadow surrounded the building they were using as their foothold.
Everything caught in the cyclone's range was swallowed.
Earth and structure alike was stripped away and forced into its swirling orbit.
Subaru, It was like a great tsunami or a large-scale flood carrying houses along with its current.
Experiencing the bizarre sensation of supposedly massless shadows uprooting the building beneath his feet, Subaru did all he could not to be flung off of the roof.
He tried, but that didn't solve the fundamental problem at all.
Garfield, I'm jumping again, grab on.
Subaru,
Quickly grabbing onto the crouching Garfield, they escaped the floating rooftop along with Garfield's leap. Shooting out like a bullet without regards for target, they plunged right into a flock of trees, snapping branches on the way before slamming into a trunk. Garfield, punching his arm into the trunk, with that inelegant gesture, Garfield managed to stop himself from falling into the shadows. Subaru, who was clinging to his shirt, took hold of a branch and shifted himself over, maintaining his posture that way. And just when they were finally allowed to catch their breath, they heard the loud crack of splintering wood behind them. Quickly turning to look, they saw the building they had just been standing on being pulled into the center of the vortex, and crushed into thin, tiny pieces.
With the collapse of the building's structure, the shadowy vortex swallowed it into the true body of the shade, into the heart of the writhing shadow, further enlarging its mass.
Subaru, Witnessing the devastating destruction left both Subaru and Garfield at a loss for words. Passing several seconds in that silence, the shadow's contours began to blur. And the next moment, Subaru was certain that his eyes met the eyes of the murky, all-encompassing shadow.
I love you. Subaru, you, a.
I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. Subaru, I love you, 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 I love you.
Swelling, boundless love, all he could see was black.
Love in the form of a shadow, looming, and about to drown him. Coming to drown him with love, the love of the Witch of Envy was approaching. ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 50, A Distant Roar. Billowing waves of shadows bearing pitch-black affection pressed towards Subaru. Dangling against the trunk of a large tree, barely holding onto a branch, Subaru had no means of escape.
He glanced over to Garfield beside him, only to see that.
Subaru, Garfield?
Garfield let go of the branches, releasing himself into a freefall before landing on the ground.
The shadow-infused surface rushed to pull at his feet, but Garfield, not minding it, swung down his arms as if to pierce into the ground, placing all four limbs in contact with the earth. Garfield, like hell am I waiting around, Che swallowed. Woo-ah-ah. Roaring, Garfield flung up the arms he had stabbed into the ground. And along with his motion, the shadowy surface of the earth heaved upwards like a table flip of massive proportions, rising to meet the dark, surging wave only inches away from engulfing them. With clods of soil hurtling into the air alongside the sound of a violent crack, the upturned earth crashed into the shadow. But the impact against the supposedly massless shadow only lasted for an instant, before the storm of earth was swallowed just like the building before it.
The shadowy wave rose higher, its breadth widened, and its hue deepened. The more it swallowed, the more vicious it grew, but the maneuver had bought them just the smallest delay.
Garfield, if you don't get your ass down, I'm leaving you behind. Subaru, you are. While gazing, dumbstruck, at the unfolding sight before him, a sudden impact knocked Subaru off the branch, sending him plummeting to the ground. But just before he could crash into the earth, Garfield struck out his arm and nabbed him by the waist, bringing him to an abrupt stop.
With his eyes rolled back, beginning to understand what happened.
Subaru, why you didn't have to kick me down? Garfield, you're being too slow decidin'. I think that thing's got a crush on ya.
Never mind me, if you get caught you're getting swallowed up in a second.
Still holding Subaru in his grip, Garfield nudged his chin at the ever-enlarging shadow with a feral grin. Following his gaze to the root of the shadow, Subaru could see the faint outline of a person, single-mindedly reaching out its hand to him. I love you, 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 I love you. Despite the distance separating them, he could hear that murky voice as though it was being whispered into his ears. Defying the laws of physics, as if their distance meant nothing, the abnormality of this voice sickened him to the core. Watching that shadow directing its dark, immense passion towards him, unbearable disgust and revulsion surged up Subaru's chest.
It was the reason he could return by death, and in a sense, he was in its debt. But it was impossible to accept it. Biologically, and from his very soul, he was rejecting it. In fact, he would rather jump into the mouth of the white whale than be embraced by that shadow.
Subaru, Garfield, what do we do? Garfield, backing off's all we got.
Even that bastard Roswell can't be counted on here. Ram and Granny. And Thuthers didn't stand a chance against that thing. Garfield gnawed his fangs and ruefully growled under his breath.
Unlike Subaru, he had seen that shadow swallow Ram and Lewis with his own eyes.
So it wasn't hard to imagine what he must be feeling.
But since Subaru still harbored such hateful memories of Garfield, it only became all the more complicated to now see him in grief.
Subaru, dash dash.
If the writhing shadow could be compared to a giant palm, then its fingers suddenly lunged out towards Subaru and Garfield. At the last second, gripping Subaru tightly, Garfield back-stepped out of the way. By treading on ground that was less saturated by shadow, if he could just widen their distance from the heart of the shade, they should at least be able to avoid plummeting into the bog. Subaru, even if we keep running, things won't get any better.
What happened to your attacks?
Garfield, I can't break through Shadow's dress. Might be a different story if I get a full-powered attack in, but can't make the opportunity to it. Taking a large leap backwards, Subaru and Garfield exchanged their thoughts while flying through the gaps between the trees. Their speed should have easily left the shadow on the other side of the forest, but somehow, they just couldn't seem to shake the darkness, slowly inching closer. Perhaps, this inescapable closeness was just the shadow's authority.
But that was not the only abnormality.
Garfield, shit.
Spitting, Garfield grunted in irritation. His shoulders were heaving with ragged breathing.
Profuse amounts of sweat was emerging on his forehead, and every movement carried a sense of incongruity that Subaru had never seen from him before.
It didn't appear to be fatigue from carrying Subaru's weight.
Seeing this, Subaru furrowed his brows, and, noticing Subaru's reaction, Garfield clicked his tongue.
Garfield, my body's getting unusually heavy. Fucking shadow's sucking all the life force around it. Subaru, you mean the shadow beneath us?
Panicking at Garfield's answer, Subaru squirmed himself away from the shadow even though his feet weren't actually touching the ground, shivering at the endless darkness covering over all the grass.
And only then did the true threat of the shadow finally dawn on him.
Subaru, oi, no way.
The forest was falling. The trees of the forest surrounding the sanctuary were tall, boasting a canopy thick enough to conceal the moon and stars.
But now, the forest sky was filling clearly into his eyes.
It wasn't because the trees were cut down, or that the leaves were burned away. The rows of green treetops were still there, their leaves rustling in the wind.
But the forest had fallen so low that Subaru's head would pop out if he jumped.
Subaru, the forest is sinking.
Garfield, same'll happen to us if we don't keep moving. I'm guessing that thing gets more powerful the more it eats. Having spread to the ends of the sanctuary, the shadow's power grew, and was now swallowing the entire forest into darkness. Front, back, left, right, the shadow spanned as far as Subaru's eyes could see.
Even if they crossed the barrier or left the forest, there would still be no end to this despair.
Subaru had been so distracted by the unprecedented development and the long overdue appearance of the Witch of Envy that he had misjudged the threat his enemy posed. This was the Witch of Envy, the one who once swallowed half the world, whose marks still gripped the present world in terror, the utmost of calamities. Subaru, that thing won't actually end up covering half the world, will it? Garfield, story goes that it swallowed countries whole.
Might wanna know that before shrugging it off.
Garfield sneered, confirming Subaru's fears.
The visible exhaustion on his face must be due to the witch's influence, and as the rate of the shadow's encroachment accelerated, the sensation of sinking into the earth grew stronger.
Every step seemed to sink deeper than the last, and the effort behind each stride exponentially rose. The truth is, if Garfield was alone, he could probably escape. Subaru, Garfield, that thing is after me.
So?
Garfield, if you're fucking telling me drop ya, I'm gonna bite your fingers off one by one, oi. Being turned down before he could even voice his proposal, Subaru fell silent. But, quickly shaking off his dejection, Subaru resumed glaring into the side of Garfield's sweat-drenched face. Subaru, this isn't the time to be saying that.
We're both going to be eaten like this. If I face that thing, I should at least be able to buy us some time. Meanwhile you. Garfield, I should run?
Or you're saying I should go get that bastard Roswell?
First thing that Shadow did was head for the center of village.
Villagers and refugees, and Roswell.
They're all eaten already.
Subaru, GH.
Why, you're absolutely sure?
Garfield, you didn't see, but the whole sanctuary was swallowed. Long as they didn't all go on a spontaneous moon-watching trip into forest, I'm sure.
Plainly conveying this, there was no emotion in Garfield's words.
In contrast to his usual over-emotional attitude, it only showed that he was telling the truth.
Not just the defenseless refugees or the peaceful residents of the sanctuary, but even Roswell was eaten. If that was the case, then the situation was nothing short of hopeless.
For Garfield, who specializes in close-quarter combat, the long-reaching attacks of the Witch of Envy could be said to be his worst matchup. If only they had Roswell or Ram here, perhaps they would still have stood a chance with a coordination of close and long-range attacks. Subaru, but that just means without you, there'll be no way left to oppose it. Garfield, Granny, Ram,
and everyone else. They've all already been eaten. Subaru,
Garfield, on top of that, you want me to abandon you too?
You want me to shame myself? Never, never, never gonna do that.
Fucking Pararagurara's scars don't fade.
I ain't gonna be satisfied till I bash that thing up. Garfield bared his fangs, barking.
His expression was of boundless rage towards the shadow. Perhaps there was something else as well, or was Subaru just overthinking it? Having had everyone precious stolen from him, barks of rage couldn't be the only thing dominating his heart, if he, Garfield, was that kind of person. Subaru, then why did you do that to everyone? Why was he so cruel to tear the defiant villagers to pieces? Garfield should know the pain of having someone taken from him, and know the anguish of loss. If he did, then he should be capable of empathy. Then why did he take his cruelty so far? Garfield probably had no idea what Subaru's wrenched-out question was asking. He only wordlessly tightened his grip on Subaru, showing no intention of letting him go.
He ran, same as before, or rather, as the encroaching shadow accelerated, Garfield was putting more and more force into his steps to escape, leaping forward, and forward, flying out of the sinking forest.
Torn between Garfield's obstinance and the threat behind them, the sudden expansion of his visual field made Subaru lift his face in surprise.
Shooting out of the sinking forest, the two flew out into a clearing. At last, it was an area where the shadow's influence was still weak.
He could see naked earth, and short, stunted flowers, but, most shocking of all, Subaru, eh? The moment it entered his eyes, Subaru's body was tossed onto the turf.
Grunting in shock as he rolled on the ground, he clutched the soil to stop himself, then shook his head.
But, more than the desire to express his indignation at being thrown, was the need to ask about what he was seeing.
That is,
Subaru, why is Lewis-san here? Standing in front of Subaru's trembling voice was a little girl with long, pink hair, or so she appeared, despite the ancient person inside.
Lewis.
Seeing the girl standing there at the back of the clearing, watching him with her vast, boundless gaze, Subaru wavered.
Surely, Garfield had just told him that she was swallowed by the shadow. But that was clearly at odds with what he was seeing.
If he had to choose which one to believe in, he could only choose to believe the reality in front of his eyes. In that case, was all their previous conversation just a lie?
Subaru, Garfield, what is this?
Garfield, don't go jumping to conclusions. I know what you wanna say and ask, but we ain't got time for that, now that we lured that thing here.
Dismissing Subaru with a wave of his hand, Garfield cast his gaze over his surroundings. Then, lifting his chin and drawing in a deep breath.
Garfield, although its volume fell short of covering the entire expanse of the forest, like a distant howl, the call pierced through the wondrously silent air. Hearing it, for a moment, the rather out-of-place thought occurred to Subaru, that guy's super good at making animal noises, but it soon gave way when he saw the answer to that howl. Subaru, Accompanied by the sound of rustling, one after another, small silhouettes stepped out of the foliage and into the clearing. Short in stature, their long, pink hair was almost dragging on the ground. Their skins were translucent white, and their eyes devoid of emotion. The robes they wore seemed unfitting for their size, with sleeves dangling way past the tip their hands. They didn't seem to be wearing any other garment underneath, and, peeking between the gaps, he could see that they were barefoot. The number of figures stepping out of the tree line must have totaled about 20 or so.
Lining up to fill almost half of the clearing, they all bore the exact same face. Not just the same expression, the same face. Subaru, what kind of joke is?
Garfield, would have preferred if I didn't have Tisho ya. Garfield's pained mutter failed to enter Subaru's stricken ears. Or rather, despite entering his ears, they failed to register any proper meaning in his brain. Seeing the girls with identical faces lined up before his eyes, all looking exactly like Louis, gave Subaru the illusion that he might be dreaming. Truth is, Subaru had these kinds of nightmares before, and he had hoped that this was just another one of them.
But Subaru, the scratches from the branches hurt. And my heart too. This is real, isn't it? Checking the blood seeping from his arms, and pressing against the sharp pounding of his heart, Subaru took a deep breath.
And then, having resolved to accept this scene as reality, he scanned his eyes over the girls once more. They all looked exactly the same as Louis, and even their expressions were identical. That is to say, they were all emotionless, unmoving, and doll-like. Even though Subaru knew that Louis was never an especially lively person, she was always abundant in emotion, and, more importantly, her every action resembled that of a living human being. Subaru, .. But that characteristic feeling of living human beings was entirely absent from these girls.
They were like dolls. There could be no description more accurate than that. One could even say they were dolls.
Despite breathing and carrying life, they were no more than moving dolls. Such was the abnormality of seeing 20 identical faces arranged in a row.
Subaru, clones. This world can't have that kind of technology.
Is it some kind of replication magic?
But then why make so many Louis Sans?
When the term somatic cell cloning flashed across his mind, Subaru suddenly realized it.
Why the sanctuary was called the experimental grounds, and why its master, Ikedona, was so reluctant to talk about it.
And then, there was also why Garfield repeatedly cursed this place as a deadlock. Subaru, unless this is the result of the sanctuary's experiments.
Replicating Louis San? No. But what's the point of doing something like that?
Garfield, sorry to this when you're busy pondering, but looks like it's about time. While Subaru's mind was turning at an incredible speed, beside him, Garfield's arms began to expand. His arms, covered over with golden hair, swelled to rip through his clothing as muscles bulged to 3 times their original width. Atavism, if the giant tiger was Garfield's true form, then this partial transformation was merely the first stage of his trump card.
Garfield, surround it and crush it.
Simple, but with everyone else eaten, this is all that's left. Subaru, I can understand what your plan is, but there.
Garfield, don't worry. They ain't like Granny, their insides are empty. But they can follow orders at least. If they can just create an opening, we're set.
Whether it was the details of his strategy, or about Louis replicants, there were still too many questions Subaru wanted to ask.
But there was no time for that, or for carrying on a peaceful conversation, for that matter. With a swipe of his massive arm, Garfield pushed Subaru to the very back of the clearing.
Then, at Garfield's brutish signal, the Louis formation pressed forward to shield Subaru behind them. Garfield stood himself in the dead center of the clearing. Behind him were the Louis clones, and at the tail end was Subaru.
All the while, swallowing the trees of the forest, on the opposite end of Garfield's glare.
I love you, 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 I love you. With slow, writhing movements, the words of love seeped from the edge of the forest. Boundless revulsion and blaring alarms crying danger rang ceaselessly inside his skull. Then, the witch's shadow lifted what should be its head, and caught Subaru within its sights. Subaru, ..
Before he knew it, he could see the shadow undulating with joy.
Surrounded by a black vortex sweeping the trees of the forest into its spiral, amidst the sound of crushing wood, whispering love, the shadow stepped closer. Defiling the grass of the clearing, it took only an instant for the expanding darkness to usurp this small patch of earth.
Before long, Everything here would be sinking into the shadow just as the forest had. So if Garfield was to have any chance of winning, it would have to be before this place was engulfed by the shadow.
That is, now.
This very moment.
Garfield-gra-ah.
Tilting his head to the sky, Garfield's throat expelled a roar that quaked the atmosphere.
The violent tremors tearing through the air petrified Subaru's every organ with instinctive terror. Before the frozen Subaru, not only Garfield's arms, but his legs had transformed into those of a beast, slamming to the ground with all its force. Instantly, with the ruptured earth under Garfield's foot as the pivot, the ground beneath the witch sprang up like a giant seesaw. It was every bit a reenactment of Garfield's first meeting with Subaru, where he flipped the trash and the carriage clean off of the ground. As the shadow was launched into the air alongside clumps of swept-up earth, Garfield lowered his posture, placing all four limbs onto the ground, and, with a howl, he spurred on the next stage of his transformation. Unable to withstand his expanding body, his clothes burst into slithers of rags dangling from his golden fur. Held up by lumbering limbs, his body grew to exceed 4 meters in length, as dagger-like fangs lined inside his jaw. This was none other than the manifestation of the great tiger that had once conferred on Subaru such fury and despair. Garfield-WWRRRRR.
Roaring, the beast's body tore through the wind, lunging for the shadow.
Causing the foothold to cave in beneath its paws, the mighty beast leapt with astounding speed, in defiance of its enormous mass. And, just as it flung open its jaws, threatening to crush the shadow's slender waist with fangs that could shear through steel. Fingers of shadows reached out from beneath the leaping beast and wound it within its grasp. Intercepted like this, the great tiger stopped midair. And, the moment after, a throat-rending shriek rang out, a mist of blood burst from the tiger's constricted limbs, practically announcing the shadow's intent to crush them in its grip. Arms as thick as Subaru's waist began producing the sound of ripping flesh. Subaru watched the great tiger, shrieking and immobilized midair, but couldn't tear his eyes away. And from there, the shadow mercilessly snapped the beast's body into an explosion of organs and blood.
Subaru, was not what happened.
While Subaru watched on in a daze, 2 Lewis replicants leapt into the fray between the tiger and the witch. The little girls shot forward, panting pointlessly with open mouths. With incredible speed, they passed through the shadow, and, landing on the ground, they darted towards the witch whose gaze was transfixed on the tiger held high in her grip.
Lewis clones, you.
Subaru, ..
Spreading their arms, they threw themselves at the witch as if to hug her.
But the witch, having noticed their approach, easily skewered them in place with an outstretched shadow, the sharp, spear-tipped shadow, with the motion of a whip slinging to their prey, severed the 2 Lewis clones' legs from under them before skewering them through the waist.
Then, it brought them next to the shrieking Garfield, as if to show him. A far too abominable sight, but that laxness was the witch's mistake.
Garfield, WWWWRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR tremoring throat, already tearing from shrieks of agony, let out a roar of an entirely different hue that forced Subaru's brows to furrow. Confused as to the meaning of that change in tone, before Subaru's eyes, he saw the hanging bodies of the Lewis clones rapidly engulfed by an abounding, pale blue light. Subaru,
Question mark. The
next instant, the bodies exploded with a blinding flash. There were no blood or organs, or any gory indications that a living organism had exploded. Their flesh merely transformed into particles of light, blasting clear the surrounding shadows and returning a brief moment of life to the world.
Blown and scattered, but unlike any ordinary death by explosion.
Blinded by the flash of light, Subaru violently rubbed at his eyes. And, hurriedly regaining his vision, his eyes opened in time to see the wall of Lewis clones that was shielding him rushing towards the shadow just as the first two had done before them. Dispersing in all directions, with impeccable coordination, the 18 Lewis clones surrounded the witch. Apparently having no other means of attack, their only aim was to stick themselves onto the witch as they closed in their encirclement with their arms spread wide. But, even with their coordinated advance, the replicants' movements were still constrained by human limits.
Not to mention that their adversary was the primal calamity of the Witch of Envy.
Just when Subaru thought it was about to be swamped by the Lewis clones, the tip of the upsurging shadow split into 18 strands. Each becoming a blade, as if mocking the Lewis's efforts to evade them, the whip sliced through their skulls, torsos, abdomens, piercing and slashing, rending them to shreds. Despite spacing out their attacks, the Lewis clones were annihilated, and, after the passing of a single beat, all the Lewises exploded in a pulse of white light, temporarily expelling all darkness from the clearing, and stripping away the vortex of shadow that surrounded the witch. Garfield, rah. There was no way the wound-ridden tiger could allow this opportunity to slip away.
Using the opening created by the Lewis clone's charge to free himself from bondage, the moment after the replicants exploded, with a roar that surpassed all that came before, the giant beast lunged for the shadow's head.
The witch erected a wall of shade to meet the giant tiger rushing towards her, but the tiger, holding the silhouette of a person on the tip of his claw, a Lewis replicant which it had hidden for this very purpose, slammed it into the wall, blasting it apart.
Through the pale blue flash of light, his fangs and claws fell upon the heart of the shadow.
It was so perfect that even Subaru was convinced that he had it. An inhumane tactic that unhesitatingly sacrificed 21 Lewis replicants. If the tiger morphed Garfield could land a single direct strike with its claw, surely, even a witch couldn't hope to survive.
I love you. Or at least, that was what Subaru implored in his heart. Subaru-kun.
The shadow called sweetly, as Garfield's burst-open corpse shattered into dust. ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 51, Love. Subaru only watched in silence as the golden tiger, Garfield, burst apart.
The force of the beast's claws should have been enough to swipe the witch's head flying along with the upper half of her body.
No doubt even a witch would have been torn to shreds by the power of that direct impact.
But the strike never hit. Using the last Lewis clone as a stepping stone, Garfield carried out his decisive strike.
But when his claws came within an inch of the witch, Subaru saw his wounds, previously gouged by the shadow, beginning to squirm, squirming wounds, caused by none other than the shadows at the witch's feet that had crawled onto Garfield's limbs. The tips of the supposedly massless shadows slid themselves into the openings of the great tiger's wounds and scattered into wanton destruction, rending flesh and sending blood spouting out. And just like that, unable to withstand the mounting pressure inside, Garfield's massive, infiltrated body exploded.
He couldn't even put up the most basic resistance against this ruthless method of trampling a life.
In the course of an instant, the thing that was once Garfield splattered throughout the clearing into small piles of dark red slivers of flesh. Only the golden fur sticking to some of the scattered clots still proved that he once existed in this world. Subaru, ..
He couldn't utter a word. Until not long ago, there were more than 20 lives in this clearing, including the Lewis dolls.
And several seconds later, there was now only 2.
Actually, if one counted from the beginning, there would have been over 100 lives in the sanctuary.
Considering that they were all pulled in by that shadow, the weight of that shadow's crimes was simply far too great.
Beyond unforgivable.
Blood resumed coursing through Subaru's numbed senses once again, and every cell of his body rallied into that most fitting response. That is, the primal emotion directed at the witch before his eyes, rage.
I love you. Subaru, shut up.
I love you. Subaru, I said, shut up. The shadow's outline was so vague that even its height could not be distinguished. Its voice was still murky as though passing through a voice changer, impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman's.
Yet, in spite of its indefinite voice, the sticky affection imbued within was clear to the point of revulsion.
With the same, unwavering love, after drinking the sanctuary dry and brutally murdering Garfield, she still directed her interest, her care, and her love wholeheartedly towards Subaru,
It was so abhorrent and twisted it made Subaru want to vomit. He could feel his sanity being whittled away by the witch.
An emotion bordering on madness surged up, while hatred and revulsion boiled within his chest. I love you, I love you, I love you, my love, I love you, I love you, I love you. Standing there, unmoving, the witch continued to whisper her love to Subaru like a curse. Instilling it with such warmth it was as if she was about to melt. Her inability to read the mood must have been even worse than Subaru's. Oblivious to the blatant discomfort on the face of the target of her love, she went on pushing her obstinate, one-sided affection.
This love was entirely repulsive. And what enraged Subaru more than anything was
I love you, 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 I love you.
Subaru.
I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, Subaru-kun.
Subaru, don't call me that.
Hearing that tender suffix, Subaru screamed back, overtaken by rage. Every ounce of that doting voice, gesture, and address offended Subaru's very senses. Subaru, who gave you permission to call me that? Don't make me laugh. Don't fucking make me laugh. Don't you fucking make me laugh.
Her closeness at his side. The affection instilled in that call. That loveliness at a distance close enough to touch. There was only one person in the world who was permitted to address him this way. And it was certainly not this witch standing before him.
Subaru, you're just a filthy witch, so don't make me laugh.
There is only one person that right belongs to. And I won't let anyone else have it. No. Even if it's one strand of hair, one fragment of a cell, or just a speck of dirt under my nails, I won't fucking waste it on you. ?
Furious, abandoned to rage, Subaru spewed out the emotions spiraling inside him.
His shoulders heaved with ragged breaths as he glared at the witch in front of him. An enemy he had no chance of winning against, a monster who ate half the world. Who had just disposed of Garfield without breaking a sweat. A witch among witches.
The utmost calamity plunging all life into shadow, with no other interest besides continuously whispering her deranged love for one single person. The fact that he dared to face such a monster surprised even himself.
It must be his brain short-circuiting in a state of self-abandon, he thought.
If the witch felt like it, she could easily pull Subaru into the shadowy mire in the blink of an eye. Or otherwise skewer him through with the tips of her shadows and use him to fertilize the forest in a gory fireworks show like with Garfield. Yet, despite knowing this, why wasn't his heart faltering as he faced her?
Perhaps it was because, deep down, Subaru subconsciously harbored a certain confidence in the witch. That is. ?
Subaru, not moving? Recovering from the emotional outburst, Subaru found himself at a loss when none of the expected reactions came from the witch. Before he knew it, the curse-like whispers of love, that endless outpour of affection that persisted even as Garfield was burst open, had stopped.
Halted.
The shadow's erosion of the clearing seemed to have stalled, or rather, stopped completely. Distancing himself from the unpleasant sensation of the shadow beneath his feet, Subaru picked a less shadowy spot and moved himself over. He kept his gaze fixed on the witch as he did so, but saw no reaction. The witch only stood there with her arms dangling, her body shrouded as always in a shade dense enough to bend light, hiding her expression from sight. She seemed to be so covered with openings that if he just went over and punched her, she would probably fall. Subaru, why are you suddenly so?
Unless, was it what I said?
Impossible, he thought, while frowning at his inability to deny it. It was hard to believe that Subaru's words could have had such an effect, but considering the point where the witch's speech and movement stopped, there was just no other explanation.
Though that did not make the possibility any easier to accept. Subaru, if my rejection threw you off that much.
Then if he had just screamed it out earlier, Garfield and others may not have died. Now that Amelia, Ram, Louis, Otto, and even Garfield, who was trying to protect him, all lost their lives to the witch, there was already nothing left in this world for Subaru to live for.
Echidna had just assured him that there was no limit to return by death.
And, though he wasn't aware of it himself, he was beginning to become complacent with life. That was why he withdrew his plan to be the bait immediately after Garfield rejected it, wasn't it? Seeing that the witch was so obsessed with him, Subaru should have known that such an action from him would provoke a reaction like this. Subaru, I don't know why, but
that means I'm the witch's weak point, doesn't it?
If all this was due to her unwavering obsession with Subaru, then that might just be the case. The problem is, even after knowing this, would he really have an opportunity to use it? After all, the circumstance of every sanctuary loop so far had been different. They had Subaru scrambling to find the solutions without a single clue in sight, but in comparison, the difference in this loop was truly in the dreadnought tier. Elsa, Garfield, and the Great Rabbit were already unmanageable enough to begin with, but if the Witch of Envy were to be added to the fray, it would be nothing short of impossible. Just the thought of figuring out the pattern behind their appearances was enough to send his motivation into retreat.
Such was the overwhelming threat of the grotesque existence of the witch. Even formulating plans to resist felt ridiculous.
Managing to cripple his will to fight before the fight had even begun, compared to the gargantuan white whale, the witch's small figure was infinitely more frightening. Even though the witch only stood there motionlessly, Subaru could feel his heart withering away.
The witch made no effort to move. Nor did she seem to mind the turmoil of Subaru's thoughts.
She simply stood there, immersed in her own world.
Time passed in this state of indecision.
His breathing, the irritatingly loud beating of his heart, and the sensation of profuse, lukewarm sweat rolling down his forehead all informed him of the passage of time.
Even if they continued staring at one another, no resolution would come.
And just when Subaru drew in a deep breath, intending to take action,
a thought flashed across his mind. That is, Subaru, could it be
because of Echidona's tea party?
Subaru,
I ran my mouth on all the forbidden information while I was in her citadel. I thought if the penalty didn't come then I was allowed to do it there, but
what if he wasn't? What if the witch never gave Subaru the permission to reveal his return by death? What if she saw him so carelessly spilling the words, and had tried to inflict punishment as always in the world frozen in time? What if, unable to manifest in the witch's tea party to interfere, she instead chose to deal him a different punishment? What if that was the truth of the disaster that befell the sanctuary? Subaru, just how selfish are you?
Was this massacre just because she couldn't exact punishment on Subaru?
Did she think that she had the right?
With this flagrant show of force, who was she trying to show off to?
I love you.
At that point, Subaru's thoughts seemed to have arrived on a corner of the truth. The witch, who had been as still as a silhouette, suddenly resumed her revolting activity. She turned her eyes and what seemed to be her head to Subaru, and continued her curse-like murmur. As if the loving whispers ratified the movements of the shadow, darkness once again began to erode the surface of the clearing. Feeling his soul sinking into the mire, Subaru quickly jumped off that patch of ground.
Subaru, what's with you?
Soon as I mention another girl's name you get lively all of a sudden, boy. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. Subaru, no matter how many times you mutter that, I'm not going to love you. My heart's number 1 and 2 places have already been filled. There's absolutely no room for a witch to come in. Exchange blow for blow, even if the only words coming from the witch's mouth were monotone repetitions of love. But, when he sensed a definite twinge of emotion in response to his provocations, Subaru's cheeks twisted into a wicked grin. Getting on other people's nerves was precisely his strong suit, and it was time to test whether it worked on witches. Subaru, if you keep on repeating I love you so lightly, they'll just get cheapened. I love you, 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 I love you. Subaru, the first real I love you I got in this world. Had the power to make a piece of no good human garbage aspire to become a hero, you know. Enough to make the broken, twisted coward who only knew how to flee face his challenge head-on for a future he was on the verge of giving up on, and provide him with the strength to do so not only once, but time and time again.
Such was the strength, nobility, and greatness of genuine love.
Subaru, so all your whispers of love can't reach my ears at all.
Especially when you committed such atrocities for some jealous fit. There isn't a single thing I like about you. I love you, I love you, I love you. Subaru, if I had to love a witch like you.
I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. What was the one thing he should say to hurt this witch the most? Unrivaled in his ability to piss other people off, Subaru knew exactly what. And so, with a cruel smile, and eyes filled with disdain. Subaru, if I had to love a witch, Echidna and the other witches are way more lovable than you.
The moment he said those words, the witch's curses ceased.
And
Subaru-A. Subaru's vision, and the world, were instantly swallowed into darkness.
The shadows shot forth with tremendous mass and momentum as Subaru helplessly watched on. The black arms extending from the witch's feet looked terribly similar to Betelgeuse's unseen hands, but they differed in that while Subaru could easily avoid the unseen hands once he saw them, the witch's hands rushed with a speed nearly impossible to avoid. And so, in the matter of an instant, Subaru's eyes saw himself being enveloped by shadow and lifted high over the treetops, before being pulled back down in front of the witch at a speed faster than freefall. The whole course of the attack happened faster than his consciousness could process, and the upheaval of his organs from the sudden lurch sent vomit spouting from his lips. Subaru, gh. Unable to keep his consciousness straight, his vision spun round and round. His feet were off the ground, and his entire body felt like it was wrapped in something soft and cloth-like. Although his bondage wasn't tight, his movements were completely sealed, and he couldn't find a single point where he could apply force to break out. He tried struggling from the tips of his fingers to his toes, but only the part above his neck responded to his commands, while the rest all yielded to the enshrouding shadow.
At last, with his vision clearing, Subaru's throat froze as he caught the vast, shadowy mass within his sight.
Before his eyes, as in right up against his eyes, the witch stood so close that he could almost feel her breathing. Having caught him in her shadowy shroud, she was observing him at an extremely close range with undeviating eyes as if they were boring into his skin.
His head was held in place, so that he couldn't escape that gaze.
Perhaps he could shut it out if he just closed his eyes, but somehow, even that was forbidden when his eyes met the Witch of Envy's.
I love you. 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 Syllable by syllable, same as before, the witch continued her profession of love.
Hearing those words, despite having been overwhelmed into silence, the spirit of rebellion flared up in Subaru once again.
Injecting strength into his immobile limbs, he widened his eyes, glaring back at the witch.
Then, opening his mouth to resume the barrage of insults.
Subaru, it's not a matter of distance, it's that you don't mean anything in my heart at all. I love you. I love you. Love me. Hearing his answer, there was a pause in the witch's voice. Subaru furrowed his brows and blinked, wondering if he had misheard it.
And seeing Subaru's reaction, the witch slightly lifted her head.
Love me. Love me. Love me. Love me.
Love me, 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 love me. Suddenly shivering, for the very first time, Subaru felt pure and genuine terror towards the witch. His heart, which he had managed to distract with rage and rebellion up to now, was suddenly stripped bare in the face of the witch's reworded calls.
Resolving not to falter no matter what she does or say, he had forced himself to keep his head held high.
Facing off the Witch of Envy, he thought he had understood the root cause of her obstinance. But that meager courage and over-hasty conclusion were both pulverized into dust.
Aberration.
Deviant.
Lunatic. Love to the point of madness.
Criminal.
Murderer. Witch.
Understanding that her continued whispers of love would receive none in return, this time, she was requesting love through brute force.
Rather than greed, it was more along the lines of shallowness.
And there, he realized it. The witch desired Natsuki Subaru, but she wasn't seeing Natsuki Subaru at all. What the witch saw wasn't Subaru, but the vessel named Natsuki Subaru. She wanted a superficial Subaru, and wished to be loved by a superficial Subaru.
Whether or not his feelings were genuine was no concern of hers. To love Natsuki Subaru, and be loved by Natsuki Subaru.
That was the Witch of Envy's entirety, and her reason for destroying the world.
It made no sense at all.
Understanding this much, the question in Subaru's chest was right back to where it started. That is, why was the witch so obsessed with him in the first place?
They've never met or talked before.
In fact, this was the first time they'd actually seen each other.
So why in the world would she be so madly in love with him? He had no idea. There was no logic to it at all. It'd be easy to say that love was never something to be measured by common sense, but the witch's love had taken that to an entirely different level.
Love me, 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 love me.
The witch was mistaking superficial love for the genuine one.
Chances were, if Subaru just said the words, the witch would have released him from his bondage.
If this was the usual sly, crafty, pragmatic Subaru, he might have even replied with some cringeworthy, grandiloquent response to her professions of love. But Subaru, I hate you. ? Subaru, I am never going to love you.
Pronouncing this rejection from his very soul, Subaru refused the Witch of Envy's request. ?
Hearing this answer, the witch fell silent once again. Not many humans could claim to have dashed a witch's hopes so many times like this. Subaru derived a small, pointless gratification from this fact. And then, his altitude slowly began to drop.
Wrapped in his shadowy shroud, Subaru's body that was held in the air was slowly lowered to the ground.
But it was not in order to release him.
Still restrained, starting from the tips of his toes, he was being dragged beneath the witch's feet, little by little, swallowed into the center of the vortex.
Realizing that she couldn't obtain his heart, the witch had decided to consume him instead.
A rather short-circuited and overly materialistic idea. There, while everything below his knees was swallowed into the shadow, with his mind tormented by the terror of the gradual loss of sensation, a sudden doubt struck him. If he was swallowed like this, Subaru would no doubt lose his life.
So in a sense, it might be good to give up here. Embracing death would be his last, half-ditched resistance against the witch. So maybe it'd be all right if he just let himself be swallowed, but
all of his deaths so far had been reversed by the powers of the witch, but if the witch herself killed him, would he really be able to come back?
Subaru, .
The moment he realized this, Subaru began his belated resistance. With the lower half of his body already swallowed into the shadow, such efforts were only naive and futile.
Yet he had no choice but to try.
Come to think of it, even before the question of whether he could return, he wasn't even sure if being swallowed by the witch would actually kill him. What if he becomes a part of the witch after being pulled into that shadow, and ends up spending eternity without being granted the permission to die? Over that long time span, all his current resolve and determination would whittle away, and then, would he bend to the witch in the end?
Subaru wasn't confident enough to say that he wouldn't. Therefore he mustn't allow himself to be swallowed.
In the worst case, he would commit suicide by biting off his tongue before he could fall into the witch's hands, but Subaru, huh? That resolve was prematurely cut off by a scalding sensation on his chest. Feeling a rising heat burning the left side of his chest, Subaru looked down to see what was happening. And there, he saw a light coming from the heat, seeping through the darkness that was enshrouding his body.
What was even more surprising was that beginning from the source of that light, the witch's shadow was slowly vanishing as if melting away.
Subaru, if this. Before his mind could even process what this abrupt burst of light may be, Subaru twisted his body, using the light to slice through the shroud of shadows. The range of his movements widened as he shredded through the shroud, and, confirming that his arms were free, he immediately reached for the source of that light. Grasping it between his fingertips, what he retrieved from his chest was a napkin, fluttering in the wind, with a grey cat embroidered on top.
It was Petra's handkerchief. Subaru, why would this? Never mind. Putting off his thoughts for later, Subaru swung his arm with the handkerchief in hand.
Obeying Subaru's will, the supposedly soft fabric took on an astounding resilience, and, with the sharpness of a razor, it severed the bond between the witch and the ground.
Subaru, whoa. If this thing, all right.
Subaru stabbed the handkerchief blade into the mass of darkness that swallowed the lower half of his body. Burying the tip of the shining handkerchief into the shade, for a moment, the shadows rushed to envelop the light, but, without a sound, they burst apart in an instant. With the shadows scattered away, all that remained was Subaru's 2 feet landing on the ground. Immediately stumbling backwards, he confirmed that both his legs were still there. Then, readying the handkerchief at his hips, Subaru ran his eyes over the shining piece of cloth.
Petra's embroidered handkerchief.
It was hard to imagine that her feelings for Subaru could have such miraculous qualities. But there, Subaru's mind turned to the one who must have done something to this handkerchief.
Subaru, that Echidna.
Did she already know this was going to happen?
Just for insurance, he could almost hear the white-haired witch saying. In the dream world, at the closing of the tea party, Echidna had taken this handkerchief as her payment. He had never actually considered what would happen if a real-world object was given away in a dream, but if this was the result of her tampering, then it really is possible to influence reality from within a dream. In any case,
Subaru, guess I better say thanks.
For giving me something to fight the witch with.
Faced with the fact that her shadows had been destroyed, the witch only stood there, stupefied. Seeing this opening, Subaru drew in a short breath and lunged to the witch's side.
Subaru, careless to a fault, and thrust the handkerchief towards the frozen witch's flank. The witch didn't move an inch.
But the shadows at her feet shot out in self-defense, activating the protective dress, as Garfield called it, Subaru, Ruah-ah.
Yet it did nothing to stop the handkerchief's light.
Like a sharpened dagger, the handkerchief pierced through the shadowy dress, thrusting straight for the side of the witch's face, and struck true. Subaru, got her. The unmistakable sensation in his hand prompted him to cry out in joy, as Subaru turned, raining the same momentum into another backslash against the witch. Subaru, eh?
But he stopped, when he saw it.
The witch stood there, unmoving, looking at Subaru. The shining thrust to the side of her face had indeed landed, and had peeled away the vast, shadowy veil, revealing her face. It was a familiar, silver-haired girl with eyes of frozen emotion staring back at Subaru. Subaru, Emilia?
She did not respond to his call. But everything else set off into massive motion. The shadowy shroud returned. The previously eradicated darkness beneath his feet wound around Subaru's body once more, and this time, it constricted him without mercy, causing him to shriek. Starting from the right side of his ribs to the entire left half of his body, the shadow restrained him tightly in its grasp. Only his right arm, still holding onto the handkerchief, could still move, albeit barely, being denied the full range of its motions. And, just like this, the immobilized Subaru was steadily pulled beneath the sea of shadows. Without a trace of hesitation, it was far faster than the last time. First, was his lower body, and then his left shoulder submerged as well, until only his head and the right portion of his chest was still above ground. Desperately lifting his head, resisting with his sinking body. Subaru, Emilia. Emilia? How did this? Why? When he saw her missing from the tomb and the sanctuary engulfed by shadows, Subaru had thought that she was swallowed by the witch. At least then, his resistance against the Witch of Envy up to now would have had some meaning. But why was she the one wearing that shadow, attacking the sanctuary? He didn't have an answer, nor would she answer him. She didn't see Subaru at all. A never-before-seen coldness gleamed in her violet eyes, and Subaru couldn't be sure if her consciousness was still there. There wasn't even enough time to find out. Subaru, G-H-U-R. His body was dragged deeper and deeper into the shadow. He couldn't feel a thing in his swallowed body.
It wouldn't be so bad if it was only a lack of sensation, but the fact that even the sense of existence was lost forced him to reassess the danger of being swallowed here.
Confirming that the handkerchief was still in his right hand, the only part of his body he could still move, his resolve was settled. The white head which flashed across his mind once more. He would like to amend his previous statement, and instead raise a complaint to that witch.
Subaru, did that bastard Echidna seriously know it'll turn out like this? If that were the case, he'd be so moved by her scrupulous consideration that his eyes would tear up.
With tears of blood, that is.
Closing his eyes, when he opened them again, Subaru stabbed the handkerchief into his own throat. The sharpened point pierced into his flesh, and bore open a hole in the vital regions of his throat. Blood flooded down his windpipe and into his lungs, drowning his consciousness in red. Suicide.
The Witch of Greed had equipped him for precisely this opportunity. It wasn't to resist the Witch of Envy. She knew that their conversation in the citadel would set her off. And here, she exacted her toll.
Seeing Subaru commit suicide, for the first time, an emotion other than love detonated in the Witch of Envy. But, drowning in his own blood, Subaru's already detached consciousness wasn't aware of this. Only, seeing the girl's familiar face twisted in grief, regardless of what was residing inside her, it still pained his heart all the same to see her like this.
His throat was filled with blood, making it difficult to formulate speech.
But even so, Subaru spoke, not to the counterfeit residing in her vessel, but to the girl. Subaru, I will
definitely save you.
The next instant, Natsuki Subaru died. ARC for the Everlasting Covenant Chapter 52, Subtle Changes. The first thing Subaru confirmed upon waking up was whether this was reality or not. After crossing between dream and reality so many times, the boundaries can get a little blurry. Especially since return by death usually returns him with his brain still half asleep, like he had just gotten out of bed.
Subaru, you, ook.
With the return of his consciousness, the first thing Subaru felt was the taste of dirt in his mouth. Spitting out the unpleasant flavor along with his saliva, Subaru sat himself up and looked around. A dark room, moist, frigid air, and an unsettling silence. He was inside the tomb. Subaru, I'm back, huh?
Opening and closing his fists, Subaru confirmed the tactile sensation of his body.
At the same time, he remembered how he died immediately before returning by death.
Subaru was kinda curious what would happen if I got swallowed. But, guess suicide worked out. Recalling the acute pain of his throat being punctured, Subaru rubbed at the phantom gash on his neck and breathed a sigh of relief.
The pain of overflowing blood clogging his throat, drowning his lungs from within, and the sense of loss, of his consciousness pulling further and further away, despite experiencing it countless times, the vividness of death did not fade. No matter how many times he went through it, death always imparted fresh suffering on Subaru. But even so,
Subaru, it still beats not coming back. And having everything broken beyond repair. Briefly congratulating himself for managing to return after unhesitatingly choosing death, Subaru decided to set it aside for now. It was still early to tell whether he had actually safely returned or not. Subaru, this is no time to be celebrating.
Anyway, better sort out what to do next, what needs to be done, and
review his own resolve.
Closing his eyes, Subaru drew in a deep breath.
When he opened them again, there was no longer any doubt within, and only what he must do. Standing up and patting off the dust on his body, he looked around the room and found the girl lying on her side not far away. It was Emilia.
Most likely, the pained expression on her face was due to the past she was presently facing in her trial. Subaru ran over and reached out his hand to wake her. He would bring her out, meet up with Ram and Otto outside the tomb, and then figure out what to do after that. But there, just before his hand could touch her, Subaru noticed that his fingers were shaking. Subaru, what? His eyes widened at his trembling fingertips as he held his hand in front of his face.
His mind commanded the shaking to stop, but, still shaking of their own accord, his fingers ignored his commands. And then, Subaru noticed it. His teeth were clattering as well, unable to close. Subaru, hands and teeth are shaking, what is this?
Although surprised by his body's anomaly, deep down, Subaru knew why it was happening.
The cause was none other than the image that flashed across his mind the moment he was about to touch her.
Of Emilia's frozen, emotionless face gazing down at him on the verge of his death. Surely, the Witch of Envy paid a visit to the sanctuary, and, for whatever reason, enshrouded Emilia's body within its shadow. In his final moments, Subaru had seen this with his own eyes. Most likely, the witch had possessed Emilia's body while she lay unconscious in the tomb. Subaru had seen Betelgeuse's ability to possess other people's bodies, so it wasn't hard to accept that possibility.
Besides, the reason the witch chose Emilia's body was simple.
Subaru had revealed too much forbidden information at the tea party.
Though the witch manifested to punish him, she was barred from setting foot in that place.
So instead, she turned her attention to the unconscious Emilia at Subaru's side. Then the witch took over her body, covered the sanctuary in shadow, killed Garfield, and swallowed Subaru, and that should just about sum up the events of the previous loop. Subaru, knowing all that, why is my body still shaking? Even though he could calmly recall the facts of what happened, his feeble heart could not forget the terror of being faced with that abomination. If Subaru's speculation was correct, then the root of that disaster was certainly the tea party he was invited to after returning by death.
Which means, since he didn't attend the tea party this time, he didn't step on that landmine.
So he was 90% sure that the witch wasn't currently inside Emilia. The fact that Subaru's body was still instinctively voicing its objection was basically due to cowardice. But still, he couldn't rule out the worst-case scenario. That is, would the Witch of Envy really give up her pursuit just because he passed through return by death? Subaru,
It was the Witch of Envy who allowed Subaru to return by death in the first place.
Subaru himself had come to this conclusion and Ikedona had affirmed it.
The witch's appearances in the past and the ending of the previous loop should have pushed it beyond reasonable doubt. For whatever reason, the witch didn't want Subaru's death to be the end.
For that, he was grateful.
And only for that.
The question was, would such an obsessively envious, overwhelmingly powerful witch, obstinate to the point of intruding into reality, really let Subaru go? Subaru, If the Witch of Envy had the ability to rewind time, then it'd be far too optimistic to think that she would let Subaru use it without being able to use it herself. If Subaru could rewind the world through death, then how could he know that the witch wouldn't turn back time to pursue him? His cowering heart couldn't answer that question, though the answer was right in front of him.
Subaru.
Everything would be clear if he just touched Emilia and woke her from her trial. If she woke, and called Subaru's name in her usual voice like the ringing of a silver chime, Subaru would be freed from these grips of fear.
But what if that was not the case?
Subaru, it'll be all over, then.
If the witch shows up every time he returns, then there will truly be nothing he can do.
The Witch of Envy's power was absolute, and he could not envision a scenario where they could prevail against a being with the power to plunge the sanctuary into shadow. Against a nightmare that so effortlessly sent Garfield to his grave, what countermeasures could there possibly be? In other words, this was a watershed. Subaru, first I wasn't sure if I'd return after death. Now I can't be sure that Emilia is really Emilia?
What am I, an idiot?
Taking hold of his situation once again, Subaru let out a small sigh.
The shaking of his fingers and the clattering of his teeth vanished. Returning to his senses, he realized it. All this vague, indeterminate uncertainty.
Subaru, it's just the same thing that happens to anyone, isn't it? Not knowing the future, worrying about what will happen in the next second, are all just natural facts of life.
Even if there is the small possibility of foreseeing what's to come, what's there to be afraid of? Such idiotic fear would be equivalent to being afraid of life itself.
Emilia, no. Compared to the girl being crushed by her past right before his eyes, how petty and ludicrous his hesitation seemed to be. Subaru, Emilia. Calling her name, Subaru touched the girl's cheeks with the tips of his no longer trembling fingers.
White and fair.
The smooth touch of her skin transferred a warmth enough to dissolve the flesh of his fingertips. There was a small tremor in her closed eyelids as her long lashes stirred, and underneath them, a faint light glimmered from her violet eyes. Pulled back to reality, Emilia blinked several times and noticed Subaru in front of her. Emilia, Subaru. Her trembling irises caught onto Subaru, and as he came into focus, she called out his name. Her voice, her bearing, and the color of her eyes, all belonged to the Emilia he knew. Subaru, yeah, it's me.
All the shadows of doubt weighing on him, tangling over his body, vanished in a single motion.
Finally hearing her reply, Subaru let out a long, long sigh, and, propping her up with his hand behind her back, he felt his body drained of strength. In contrast, Emilia righted herself and quickly looked over her surroundings. After confirming where she was, perhaps because her head was still a little heavy, Emilia held her hand against her head, and whispered, "So. Emilia, just now."
I was.
Confused by the pain she was feeling, Emilia closed her eyes and tried to recall her memories from before she fell asleep, and what happened while she was sleeping. As the memories flooded back, Emilia opened her eyes and turned to Subaru with her quivering, peach-colored lips.
Waves of emotion churned in her violet pupils. Her mind was probably in turmoil over the reminders of her past.
But Subaru already knew that Emilia would fall to pieces after waking from her trial. That was why he could so calmly watch her when she was on the brink of falling apart.
All that was left was to gently hold her, trembling in his arms, and find words to console her and tell her that it was all right.
"Emilia, Subaru?" But just as Subaru was about to do this, Emilia reacted in a way completely different from what he had imagined.
Her unsettled eyes had calmed, and her quivering lips were stilled by an even more powerful emotion.
Then, Emilia softly extended her hand towards Subaru.
"Emilia, why? Do you look like you're about to cry?"
"Subaru, eh?" Emilia's fingertips brushed against Subaru's forehead and made their way to the side of his widened eyes. The pale white finger softly brushing the corner of his eye caught a drop of tear on the verge of falling. And only then did Subaru realize that he was close to crying.
But there was no time to ask himself why. "Subaru, eh? You,
eh?" A tremor came without warning.
An uncontrollable tremor of a different dimension than the shudders of his fingers and teeth. His whole body was shaking, robbing him of all the strength inside him.
Kneeling at Emilia's side, Subaru could only curl up, hugging his own trembling body.
Then his grips began to loosen, when he understood why.
If the tremor he felt before he touched Emilia was because he was afraid that she might have been replaced by the witch. "Emilia, it's all right, Subaru."
"It's all right, it'll be all right. Because I'm right here with you."
Saying this, Emilia embraced Subaru's trembling body from the side. Through the thin fabric of their clothing, they could feel each other's warmth.
The quiet heartbeat, and the warmth transferred from her body filled his heart to the brim.
When the fear of that possibility passed, when he knew that possibility was gone, Subaru was overwhelmed by the sense of relief.
Even though his heart wanted him to be strong, his body wouldn't obey at all.
After all, he had neither a heart of steel nor a body with the strength to protect it. Feeling Emilia's warmth, her heartbeat, and her gentle embrace, no matter how much he despised his pathetic weakness, he couldn't help but feel relieved.
Quietly, the two went on holding each other inside the tomb.
"Emilia, calm down now?" "Subaru, why yeah, sorry. Don't know what's gotten into me." Their embrace went on until Subaru stopped trembling. Emilia's question at the end made Subaru apologize with his face all red. Hearing this, Emilia shook her head with, "That's okay, Emilia, it's good. Recently I've been feeling like I'm always relying on Subaru.
If you show me your weak side once in a while too, I'll feel a little more relieved." "Subaru, I got no counter to that. But I'd rather not show this side to Emilia if I can help it."
Emilia, why is that? Subaru, because I only want Emilia-tan to see my strong and flashy side. I don't want you to know what a weak, pathetic, hopeless guy I actually am. Emilia, even if I see a little of Subaru's weak side, I won't think of you like that, you know? Emilia's words were gentle, but Subaru's pride did not allow him to accept them.
She's not like that, or she'll be disappointed to see that kind of weakness weren't at the heart of the problem.
It was simply Subaru's, a boy's matter. Subaru, not hiding their weaknesses, always exposing their true selves to others. I'm not too fond of those tear-jerking types. Emilia, tear-jerking types?
Subaru, it's a thing from back home.
So I only want to show Emilia-tan my strong side.
That's a man's conviction, you know.
As the unnutritious topic swept away the awkwardness from moments ago, Subaru smiled wryly at Emilia, who was tilting her head.
But soon, his expression became rigid once more.
Subaru, so then?
I wanted to ask about the trial.
Emilia, okay.
Hearing Subaru's timid question, Emilia paused a beat before nodding in reply.
Seeing her reaction, for a moment, Subaru was almost caught off guard.
Because her reaction to the word trial was different from all the times before.
Most likely, it was because, after waking up, just when she was about to be stricken by the impact of having failed the trial, Subaru's unintentionally pathetic sideshow got in the way. Their embrace was brief, but it had given Emilia time to recover from the shock of her failure.
That was probably part of the reason why she could remain so calm right now. Subaru, never thought my wimpiness would come in handy.
Emilia, but, Subaru, why are you here?
I thought I was the only one who could come in here.
Subaru, no, Before he could give her the honest answer, Subaru cut himself off.
And then, he began to think.
Just what would be the right answer here? Truth is, he could easily tell her that he received the qualification and passed the trial. But Subaru got the feeling that if he did this, Emilia would only blame herself for failing the trial and feel a sense of inferiority towards him. Then inferiority would turn into anxiety, and Emilia would be trapped between the pain of guilt and self-loathing. If that happens, her present ability to remain calm would all mean nothing. If there was a chance for Emilia to face the trials in a different way, then Subaru should respect that possibility. Although, whether Emilia could overcome her past in the end was a different question.
It's worth a try, Subaru decided.
Subaru, I got worried when Emilia-tan didn't come out and couldn't help it. At first I managed to stay conscious, but once I got here, it was like what happened during the day all over again. Emilia, I see.
Sorry I made you worry.
Subaru, nah, actually, come to think of it, I plopped right down after I ran in as well, so I guess the people outside must be worried to death right now. Not hearing a peep after watching Subaru run inside must be making the others just as anxious. Realizing this, Emilia turned up her face with an, ah. Emilia, anyway, if we don't get back to everyone soon, they'll get really worried about Subaru too, right? Subaru, my life or death or whatever doesn't matter that much, but we better get the message out that Emilia-tan's safe, otherwise some bad things could happen. Emilia, how could you say that? Hearing Subaru's exaggeration, Emilia shot him a reproachful gaze.
Being looked at like that, Subaru said, sorry, lightly shrugging, as the two of them began walking out of the tomb.
On the way, Subaru continued, so then.
Subaru, can you tell me about it? About the trial.
Emilia, sorry. I
seem to have failed it.
Subaru, is that right, guess I kind of figured it out from your reaction. Emilia looked away, apologizing, and, seeing her like this, Subaru pretended to have just found out. Although it stuck him with pangs of guilt, he only shook his head and stifled back his indecision.
Subaru, so does that mean it's over now?
Emilia, I don't think we can say that yet.
You're allowed to challenge as many times as you want.
I don't know why, but I just know that.
Well, Ikidona had explicitly revealed the nature of the trials.
But while Subaru already knew this, Emilia seemed to only be subconsciously aware of it. Emilia's words trailed off towards the end, and, after a brief hesitation, "Emilia, never mind, it's nothing.
I guess it's done for today, I'll try again tomorrow."
"Subaru, are you sure? If it's too much, it'll be all right to wait a few days, that way we can find more patterns and countermeasures to raise our chances." "Emilia, thank you, but I know that won't solve the problem."
"I know it won't. Subaru, you might feel better if you talk about it. Not that I actually know what I'm talking about."
He took a glance at Emilia as he spoke, and saw her lift up her eyes to meet his gaze, with her lips quivering. But just as her tangled emotions were on the brink of pouring out, Emilia closed her eyes, as if abandoning the idea. "Emilia, I'm sorry. I
Can't let Subaru see what I'm feeling right now."
Subaru, no matter which part of Emilia Tan I see, I'll never dislike Emilia Tan because of it, you know. Emilia, it's not that I'm afraid of what Subaru will think."
"No, maybe a little, but I'm afraid of something more than that." Emilia became silent.
But even so, Subaru could see that the strength within her violet pupils had not wavered, confirming that his prodding was successful. As long as he keeps supporting her like this, Emilia will eventually give in and reveal her weakness to him.
But those were not the kinds of thoughts he should be thinking.
Acting like he knows everything, playing Emilia's heart in the palm of his hand, such a revolting self made him want to vomit. Even though, knowing that it was necessary, there shouldn't be any reason to feel this way. Emilia Summer. Pressing down his self-loathing as he continued his steps forward, what pulled him back to reality was the dazzling light of the moon, along with a voice calling to the girl beside him. The pale blue moonlight shining into the tomb's entrance, accompanied by a cool, refreshing wind, greeted them as they stepped out of the tomb. Looking down, he could see relieved expressions appearing on the faces of the party waiting for Emilia's return. It looked like the first to call out to Emilia was Ram. After confirming that Emilia was safe, Ram breathed a rare sigh of relief before turning to Subaru, standing beside Emilia. "Ram, and Barusu, good work."
Subaru, ooh.
"I didn't expect you to say something nice like that, I'm surprised."
"What's with the admirable attitude, it's not like you at all?"
"Ram, if you occasionally perform a good task, I will compliment you like this. At least you brought Emilia Summer back safely, so I will give you the appropriate evaluation."
Roswell Summer would be pleased too.
Although being able to report to her master seemed to be her primary reason for feeling relieved, it was still a fresh new joy for Subaru to receive such a straightforward compliment from her. While smiling like an idiot, Subaru nonchalantly drifted his gaze to the person next to Ram, the golden-haired youth among the welcoming party, standing a bit farther away. Garfield, who had been leaning against the trunk of a tree, uncrossed his arms and walked over with leisurely steps. Subaru couldn't sense anything suspicious about his attitude or movements, but then again, Garfield could close their distance in an instant if he wanted to. Coming out of the tomb after returning by death twice in a row, there was more than enough reason to be worried. Although he couldn't gauge the current strength of his own stench, just the thought of it made Subaru put up his maximum caution. Then, when Garfield arrived in front of the stiffened Subaru, the first thing out of his mouth was, "Garfield, was wondering what had happened when you ran in like an idiot there.
Good see you're back safe."
"All that time I was thinking Gafugaran nuts don't fall from winds, but sure kept me on edge."
Subaru, ow.
"Oi, st, ow. Hurts." Saying that with a smile, Garfield violently and repeatedly slapped Subaru on his shoulder. Under those bone-numbing impacts, for a moment, Subaru thought, is Garfield attempting an accidental assassination? But, seeing the way he was flashing his teeth smiling, Subaru just couldn't sense that kind of malice from him.
It really just looked like he was welcoming their safe return.
Facing yet another unexpected reaction, Subaru couldn't hide his disbelief any longer. "Subaru, that's it?
Garfield, huh? What?
You want me pat you on the head for a job well done as well?" "Subaru, if it's Emilia then it's one thing, but who'd want to be patted by you?"
No, I mean.
Subaru was just about to ask why everything was turned on its head, but stopped himself when he realized that there was no need to poke the bear on purpose.
Regardless of what Garfield's true feelings were, it was fortunate he wasn't in the mood to attack on sight. In any case, Subaru was starting to get an idea of which conditions make Garfield bare his fangs.
If he could just sidestep the worst conditions that make Garfield turn hostile, no questions asked, he should be fine. Subaru, you know, it's kind of a headache trying to decide how to deal with you. Garfield, the hell's that supposed to mean, oi?
Subaru, it's a thing from back home.
Anyways, let's get back before going into the details. I want to let Emilia get some rest first.
We can discuss the plan after that as well.
No one objected to Subaru's proposal. Emilia apologized to everyone with, "I'm sorry," then Ram took her by the hand and led the party back towards the sanctuary, opting to settle down in Lewis' house once again. Emilia didn't fall to pieces, and Garfield remained friendly despite Subaru's return by death. Facing conditions entirely different from before, Subaru's mind scrambled to find of the best course of action, as well as how best to approach death from here on.
There were too many things he needed to know, too many he needed to test.
Just how many sacrifices will he have to make in order to grasp the best possible future in the end? Setting about his calculations, Subaru didn't notice how he neglected to enter his own life into the equation. Lewis, ..
Nor did he notice the way Lewis was staring at him from behind, and walked on without ever noticing.
ARC for the Everlasting Covenant Chapter 53, Mounting Questions. After leaving the tomb and returning to the sanctuary, their discussion continued in Lewis' house. In terms of content, there was almost no difference from the previous loops. Emilia announced that she had failed her trial and that she intended to keep trying. Beyond that, Emilia didn't give any more details, and, noticing this, Ram dismissed the meeting on account of Emilia's health. Going through the night's events in their minds, they each left for their respective lodgings, until the only ones left in the room were Emilia, Subaru, and Ram. Ram will now help Emilia Summer retire for the night, but it seems Barusu hasn't realized that he's overstayed his welcome.
Subaru, thanks for the non-roundabout way of telling me. Considering Emilia's condition, I guess I should leave you to it. But, I just want to have a minute. Can I be alone with Emilia for a bit? Ram, disgraceful. Subaru, you're the one who immediately thought of it like that.
He vehemently objected to Ram's look of disdain, but the pink-haired maid only pretended not to hear anything.
Then, she looked to Emilia, who was sitting on the bed.
Ram, what do you think, Emilia Summer? If you do not wish to hear Barusu's rubbish, Ram will dispose of him straight away.
Subaru, what do you know?
How can the gentle, kind-hearted Emilia Tan possibly reject me, right? Emilia, I'm really tired tonight. If Subaru wants to chat about all sorts of voluminous topics like usual, then we'd better not.
Subaru, haven't heard anyone say voluminous in a while. Besides, I'm not in the mood for that either. I'll leave seducing Emilia Tan for another time. I just wanted to talk about the tomb for a bit.
Despite this usual exchange between them, Emilia still looked uneasy. But, hearing Subaru bring up the topic of the trials, Emilia closed her eyes for a moment before turning her violet pupils to Ram with, "Sorry," signaling her to leave the room. Silently obeying her instruction, Ram bowed and headed for the door.
And as she passed by Subaru's side, she quietly whispered,
"Ram, please refrain from any topics that might overburden Emilia Summer." Issuing this severe command lest he should forget.
With the sound of the bedroom door closing, only Subaru and Emilia were left in the room.
On the bed, Emilia looked up at Subaru with an earnest gaze in her eyes, and Subaru lightly shrugged. "Subaru, I barely had a chance to check while inside the tomb, but are you really feeling all right? Considering the way I found you, I'm still really worried." "Emilia, it's all right."
"Amen, thanks. But really, I don't feel anything strange with my body or mind.
Besides, if there's anything to worry about, I should be more worried about Subaru, you know?" "Subaru, why's that?" "Emilia, there's no why anything."
"Subaru."
Even though I'm glad you came to find me in the tomb when I didn't come back, something also happened to you in there, right?
Ram said it had been almost 30 minutes after you went in when you came out with me again.
In front of Emilia's reproachful gaze, Subaru poked out his tongue in his mind. Despite trying to throw her off the scent inside the tomb, it seemed that Emilia still noticed something was off from Ram's superfluous remarks. Imagining what might have happened over the unaccounted time span from when he entered the tomb to when they came out again, Emilia's face stiffened.
Naturally, the events of the trial resurfaced in her mind.
For the first trial, she had to face her own past, and in the initial loop, just the thought that Subaru might know what happened within that trial distressed Emilia to no end. Even though she had remained calm in this loop so far, it wouldn't be hard to imagine that she'd lose her current composure when she reaches that same conclusion.
So,
Emilia, Subaru, could it be?
Subaru took the trial as well? Subaru, no, nothing like that. I mean, it's not like they'd let anyone take the trials.
Besides, I was only in there for so long because I was trying to wake Emilia up. Emilia, because of me?
Subaru, yeah.
It looked like you were having a nightmare, so I was frantically trying to wake you up, but you were sound asleep, like you were trapped inside the dream. I thought about carrying you out just like that, but I got a feeling that something crazy bad might happen if I did.
He said, with exaggerated movements to cover his deception.
Emilia didn't say anything to refute him.
Naturally, she had no way to verify whether he was telling the truth.
Since Subaru said so, even if she had doubts in her mind, there was no way to prove them. Emilia, I
see.
Sorry, for having that weird thought. Subaru, no, don't be. Although, if only I could take the trials too, maybe I'd be able to be at Emilia's side and we could beat the trials together.
Emilia, I don't know. Subaru and I might not see the same things.
Emilia's words grew weak towards the end, but she didn't probe any further into Subaru's lies. She didn't want anyone to know the truth of the past she failed to overcome, and her mental state probably made her want to believe Subaru when he claimed to know nothing about its contents. Even now, Subaru was playing Emilia's heart in the palm of his hand. Emilia, so then, what was it that you wanted to talk about? That wasn't the main subject just now, right?
Subaru, yeah. That wasn't the main subject. There's something else I wanted to ask.
Emilia, something you wanted to ask? Emilia tilted her head. Watching the cascade of silver hair falling from her shoulders, Subaru went on, yeah, something I wanted to ask.
Subaru, lately, I haven't seen Puck around.
Is he still not responding? Emilia, amen. Yeah.
Puck still hasn't responded.
I keep calling him, but it's like he's asleep inside the crystal. Suddenly hearing that name brought up, Emilia cast down her eyes and answered. Her white fingers reached to her chest, and grasped onto the green, beautifully glistening crystal.
But the crystal that housed the Great Spirit Puck seemed to have all but lost its radiance.
Subaru, any idea why? Emilia, even though there were times like this before when my calls couldn't reach him, he'd always be back after 2 or 3 days.
But this time it's been almost a week. I'm starting to get worried too.
It was the same little grey cat who once proclaimed that it will protect Emilia. As that tiny figure emerged in Subaru's mind, his thoughts turned to the calamities that befell the sanctuary, and to Emilia, caught up within it. When the so-called Great Rabbit attacked the sanctuary, most likely everyone present became its food. That was what Subaru imagined, at least. Garfield, Ram, Roswell and the others would have all been among the victims. And naturally, Emilia would have been one of them. The sensation of being shredded, devoured, having their own existence become slivers of meat in another organism's belly, the thought of what Emilia and the others must have experienced filled Subaru's lungs with boiling rage and grief. But, setting this fury aside, Subaru's thoughts landed on the useless spirit who sat idly by while harm was allowed to come to Emilia.
It was the same in the last loop when Emilia's body was possessed by the witch.
The flood of shadows was covering over all the world, and Emilia was wrapped in that eerie shroud.
Her body was taken over by the witches while the tall talking Great Spirit did nothing. All talk and no action, hollow words in the extreme.
Subaru, all this time, the only big contributions from that guy were the fight with Elsa and those Sapporo snow festivals I got caught up in.
Can't help but think that he's totally unreliable at this point.
While holding his chin, showering complaints about Puck, Subaru forced his mind to think. Calamities were about to befall the sanctuary, which meant that Emilia would be in danger. Since Garfield and Roswell could not repel them, Subaru would have to find something to even the odds, and Puck was precisely what he needed.
Subaru, you don't happen to know any other way to reach Puck, do you?
If he's here, all sorts of topics could suddenly move forward. Emilia, I don't
know of any. I think.
Subaru didn't expect much from this question, and Emilia gave the expected reply. It was just that there was something about the brief moment of hesitation before her answer that tugged at Subaru.
But, before he could ask about it.
Emilia, was there something you wanted to ask Puck? Subaru,
Yeah, since it's a witch's tomb, and it's been there for over 400 years, I figured we should ask a guy who was around back then. Maybe we could make a few breakthroughs that way.
Hearing Subaru's prepared excuse, Emilia nodded in agreement.
Then, as if earnestly considering his proposal.
Emilia, that's right.
Puck might just know something. I got it. I'll try even harder than usual to call him. Subaru, okay.
I'll look forward to Emilia Tan's success, then. Emilia was determined to beat the trials. She was unaware that Subaru had taken the trial as well. And, so far, her motivation hadn't waned. Puck was still holed up in his crystal, unwilling to come out, so probably couldn't be expected to make an appearance in this loop. Considering how he wouldn't offer any help to make things easier for Subaru, and how they left things at the end of their last conversation, Subaru's opinion of Puck was only continuously worsening.
Subaru, well, I shouldn't stay too long.
Ram will get some weird suspicions and that'll give her even more reasons to bully me, so I better get going. Although, if Emilia Tan wants someone to sleep with, I wouldn't mind. Emilia, I don't want someone to sleep with though. Subaru, uog.
So straightforward, got nothing to say to that.
Giving the confused-looking Emilia a wry smile, Subaru headed for the door.
In any case, this was as far as their conversation would go tonight.
He had no way to delve any deeper into Emilia's personal problems right now. All Subaru could do was create an environment where Emilia could focus on her trials while he would try to break through the dire circumstances surrounding them. Emilia will challenge the tomb, and Subaru will challenge the sanctuary.
Meanwhile, he mustn't let Emilia know of his efforts behind the scenes. To her, that would only be another burden. Subaru, well, good night, Emilia Tan.
If you get nightmares, you're always welcome to come fleeing to my side. Emilia, if I go all the way to bother Subaru, the villagers will be pretty shocked, right? Hey, Subaru. Subaru, Just as he was about to leave with that joke, he was stopped by Emilia's call. Turning around with his hand on the door, he saw that Emilia's lips were trembling and there was hesitation in her eyes. Emilia, no, it's nothing.
Good night. Stay safe.
Subaru, no kidding about that last part.
Good night.
With a wave of his hand, Subaru burned Emilia's smile into his mind as he left the room. Closing the bedroom door behind him, Subaru looked up and saw Ram sitting in a chair in the adjacent living room, sipping from a cup of steaming black tea. Even though the house was vacated out of its owner Lewis' hospitality, that didn't seem to deter the maid from her usual insolence. Seeing this, Subaru let out a wry smile. Subaru, I should say sorry to have kept you waiting. But, seeing your lackadaisical attitude, I kinda don't want to anymore. Ram was rather expecting some sort of compliment for not touching the sweets.
You didn't do anything improper to Emilia Summer, I hope?
Subaru, you know I always put Emilia above everything else, so what kind of question is that? You're the one who should be careful not to give Emilia anything weird to worry about, although I guess I can trust you there.
Her attitude towards Subaru does not equal her attitude towards Emilia.
Ram's conduct could be considered vicious depending on who you ask, but it was precisely because of her refreshingly blatant discrimination that Subaru deemed her worthy of trust.
Hearing Subaru's snortle, Ram finished the remaining contents of her cup and stood up. Then, watching her walk towards the bedroom.
Subaru, by the way, you got a minute?
Ram, disgraceful.
Subaru, what kind of indiscriminate beast do you think I am? Hugging her own body, Ram quickly placed some distance between herself and Subaru. Naturally, Subaru knew that she wasn't being serious, but, deep down, it still hurt to see a girl react like this. Subaru, don't know why I have to say this, but, I've never looked at you in any sexy kind of way, you know. Ram, the fact that you said it with such bestial lust has completely destroyed your credibility. Besides, I've been sensing something strange in Barusu's gaze ever since you arrived in the sanctuary.
Subaru, what's that supposed to mean?
That kind of baseless accusation is totally unheard of, you know. You sure you're not just being overly self-conscious? Ram, you are unaware of it, then. Somehow, your gaze seems to be strange and distant whenever you look at me.
I don't know who, but it's as if you're looking at someone else through Ram. What she said was true, and that Subaru himself had failed to realize it only made it all the more shocking.
As if having just taken a blow to the head, Subaru could sense his thoughts freeze still.
His face stiffened and his eyes swam.
But, resenting the fact that he was reacting this way, he quickly recovered himself and shrugged. Subaru, I have no idea what you're talking about. Ram, it really is strange that you'd only realize it after I pointed it out.
But that gaze wasn't entirely unpleasant. That's why I didn't say anything until now.
Watching the shaken Subaru, Ram softly sighed.
Her attitude was different from the way she was always teasing him, almost like she was being considerate of his pain. Their appearances were nearly identical, but inside, they were completely different.
Even though he should have known this, whenever Ram behaved so gently towards him, it'd almost feel as though she and the sleeping girl were beginning to overlap.
What Ram pointed out was true. She wasn't mistaken.
Through Ram, Subaru was seeing the girl who looked almost exactly like her.
And he couldn't help it. It was also Ram who made him realize this.
Ram, so, was there something you wanted to ask me? Subaru, oig? Ram, it wasn't my intention to depress Barusu. In fact, making Barusu depressed is quite low on my priorities list. Right now, Ram intends to wait on Emilia Summer and return to Roswell Summer's side. So if you don't start talking, you wouldn't mind if I start ignoring you?
Subaru, no wait.
Right.
I wanted to ask about Garfield.
Imposing on Ram's rare display of patience, Subaru wrenched out the question he had wanted to ask. Hearing this, Ram's brows lifted in surprise, breaking her apathetic expression. Ram, did something happen between you and Garf? Subaru, nothing yet, but can't guarantee what might happen later on. I'll have a lot more opportunities to run into that guy, and you seem to have known him for a while, so I figured I should try asking you. Ram, is that so?
Well, I'll take your word for it.
Saying this as if having seen through Subaru's mind, Ram touched her hand to her chin. Ram, so, what did you want to ask about Garf? Subaru, well, I already know that guy's ridiculously overpowered, but, what do you think will get Garfield to leave the sanctuary? Ram, that's certainly a strange question.
Subaru, I figured there's no point beating around the bush here. Guess it doesn't matter whether you think I'm strange or not at this point.
Unlike Emilia, whom he wanted to hide his underhanded dealings from, it'd be alright if Ram was let in on some of his secret activities. In fact, whether it was the upcoming release of the refugees or the inevitable events that will be unfolding outside the sanctuary, it would be more convenient if Ram knew about them beforehand. Ram, I don't know what you're plotting, and I'm not interested, but if you want to get Garfield out of the sanctuary...
Well, it's not entirely impossible if Ram implored him.
Subaru, loves his weak spot, huh?
I thought of it too, but it's kinda hard to say the words.
No doubt Ram would be far more persuasive than Subaru if she was the one to raise the issue with Garfield. But then Subaru remembered what happened after Garfield morphed into a giant tiger to chase him as he tried to leave. There, Garfield even turned his claws on Ram, the person he supposedly loved, just so he could continue hunting Subaru.
Ultimately, the sanctuary was more important to him than Ram.
Subaru, but Ram.
That's probably.
Ram, right.
It's probably useless.
While Subaru was agonizing over how to respond without sounding like he already knew, Ram casually affirmed his thoughts. Seeing Subaru's eyes widen, Ram brushed her hand through her peach-colored hair. Ram, while Garf is certainly enraptured by Ram, he has already decided on the priorities in his heart. Just like what Roswell's summer is to Ram. Subaru, so there's something else even more important to Garfield?
Do you know what that is?
Ram, I know.
But I won't tell you. Suddenly averting her eyes, Ram did not answer his question.
Subaru continued staring at her, as if requesting that she answer him, but, unfazed, Ram only sighed. Ram, it is certainly conceited to want to one-sidedly surmise the heart of another. Garfield's heart belongs to Garfield.
If you wish to know, you can ask him directly. Subaru, hey, which one of us is the living definition of conceited here? And did you know about Roswell's book?
Ram, where did you hear about that? Just like this, they traded blows, tit for tat. Although he knew that Ram was right, Subaru's rebellious spirit still pushed him to object. Ram reacted fiercely to this unexpected question, narrowing her eyes as if to pierce through Subaru with her gaze.
Ram, depending on what you say next, I may soon need to hurt you.
Subaru, and that would be disobeying Roswell's wishes, wouldn't it?
Drop the act, Ram. You can't do anything of the sort.
At least, Ram had never harmed Subaru since they arrived in the sanctuary.
Not only that, one time she had even proclaimed her intention to help him without Roswell's express orders.
It was with this in mind that Subaru provoked her, having seen through the fact that she would not physically attack him. Hearing this, Ram's expression darkened. Ram, your eyes have become sickening, Barusu. Subaru, huh? Ram, I don't know what you saw in the tomb, but it mustn't have been anything good. This current Barusu is so sickening that I have no desire to speak to you anymore.
Subaru, what I saw in the tomb was a kind of hope for me. Don't just go labeling it as nothing good. Recalling his encounter with the white-haired witch, Echidna, Subaru curled his lips at Ram's implicit rejection of their meeting.
Although his discussion with Echidna had led to the tragedy of the previous loop, Subaru nonetheless believed that he had received more than what he had paid. Just having someone he could confess return by death to was already plenty enough compensation. Subaru, .. For a moment, Subaru and Ram's eyes met. Just what could be residing within the depths of those faintly wavering eyes? Subaru strained his awareness to see it, but, before the image could take shape, it dispersed as she looked away. Ram, you should leave now. It wouldn't do to make Emilia Summer wait much longer.
Subaru, sorry to have kept you.
I know.
That what you've said wasn't wrong. At last, he apologized for his brashness, and Ram, accepting his apology, turned away and headed for the bedroom.
Watching her maid's dress disappear behind the closing door, Subaru exhaled a long, deep sigh, and left Lewis' house.
The breeze sweeping through the sanctuary brushed against Subaru's hair as he came out of the building. Breathing in the scent of grass carried in the night's wind, Subaru stepped out into the night-befallen sanctuary and headed for his bed in the cathedral.
Walking across the grass, and following along the trail by the light of the moon, Subaru began to think on how he should make use of his time in this loop. Having been assured that there is no limit to return by death, Subaru was now able to do something he had never done before, that is, to sacrifice an entire loop solely for the purpose of gathering information. Since he was already determined to throw in his life, there would be no other, more efficient way to take advantage of return by death. Subaru, if I just try something different each loop, the solutions to all the obstacles are bound to start appearing one by one. And then, All he would need to do would be to link them together and fulfill them all in a single loop. To break through the obstacles that stand in his way, and beautifully hold on to everyone's futures, that would be his perfect victory. Although, just who would be included in that perfect victory was something to consider in and of itself. Subaru, Suddenly, Subaru stopped, when he smelled something in the wind other than the grass beneath his feet.
Subaru looked up. And in front of his field of vision, was a youth standing in the middle of the star-lit path.
With his arms crossed and his spiky golden hair fluttering in the wind, Garfield gave his fangs a click.
Subaru, you sure are a timely bastard.
Garfield, what's that? You don't seem surprised to see me. Well, that's kinda odd, but does help move conversation along. Just after he was talking about him with Ram, Garfield showed up here. Subaru couldn't help but scratch his cheeks and remark on the timing. Then, Garfield gestured with his head, as if signaling something to Subaru. The small figure took a few steps, went off the path, and headed towards the forest. Watching the figure go further and further away, venturing into the thick undergrowth of the forest, Subaru did a light stretch and turned to the cathedral. Garfield, wasn't I telling you to follow me with that nudge just now? Oi! Garfield came running over shouting abuse at Subaru, who was trying to walk away, and Subaru held up his arms and shrugged.
Subaru, just a little joke. I didn't miss the point, don't worry.
Garfield, kinda pissing me off here. You keep up or I eat ya. Subaru, normally, wouldn't saying something like I won't eat ya have a more calming effect here?
Roughly swinging out his strides again, Garfield didn't respond to Subaru's comment.
Subaru had a bad feeling about how Garfield sounded like he wanted to say something but didn't, but all there was to do now was to follow in small quick steps behind him.
Leaving the main road and entering the forest, after walking a short distance, Garfield snorted.
They've arrived in a small clearing amidst the rows of trees, about the size of a round table enough to seat 4 or 5 people.
There, Garfield turned around.
Garfield, so.
Hell did your bastard see in th tomb?
Subaru, you too? After Emilia and Ram, he was the third person to ask him that. Unlike with the previous two, Subaru would have to be cautious what answer he gives to Garfield, since he probably wouldn't give up asking until he's gotten to the bottom of it. Not minding the thoughts going through Subaru's head, Garfield spat out, "Me too, huh?" and clicked his fangs, as his golden irises narrowed into slits. Garfield, I don't know who said what to ya where, but I ain't getting ignored so easily. Suspicious Barubi extends same this family, as they say. Subaru, sorry, I took a bit of time trying to wake Emilia in the tomb.
Whatever you think I saw in there is just your imagination, you know.
Garfield, you got some nerve giving me that. Your whole body's reeking of the witch's stench, you think you can fool me with that?
Ah?
Subaru, Wrinkling his nose as he said this, Garfield's words were full of hostility. Hearing this, Subaru couldn't say a thing.
Yet, at the same time, he also sensed that something was out of place. The reason for Garfield's hostility was the witch's lingering scent.
That had been Subaru's conclusion in all the loops so far, and what Garfield just said also verified this.
The problem was, the timing of when he brought this up in this loop was strange.
Subaru had been terribly nervous as he came out of the tomb, expecting some sort of attack from Garfield. Subaru had just returned by death, after dying right in front of the witch, no less,
so the witch's lingering scent must have been far thicker back then than now. But, unexpectedly, Garfield did not take any actions to attack him.
Instead, he even seemed to be expressing genuine relief for Subaru and Emilia's return. All throughout their meeting in Lewis' house, and as he watched Garfield leave the room, this very point had been bothering him. Up until their parting, everything had been normal, and yet when they met again after only 10 or so minutes, Garfield's attitude had drastically changed, and Subaru couldn't imagine why. Could it be that the stench was so pungent that his nose lost all sense of smell, and it only managed to recover after some time had passed? Subaru lifted his arm to smell himself, but could only smell the fatigue that had accumulated over the course of the day.
Resolving to wash himself as soon as he gets the chance, he turned to Garfield. Subaru, about that witch's lingering scent. I've had quite a few people point that out to me before.
Garfield, hair, that's so? Those guys must have been pretty accommodating to not do anything about it, oi.
Such a revolting smell too, why would they, I wonder?
Subaru, they probably decided to overlook how I smelled and judge me based on my actions instead.
It'd be a great help if you could do that too.
At least, you let me go when I just came out of the tomb, right?
Garfield,
Subaru, my loyalty to Emilia is beyond question, and I don't intend to do anything to harm the sanctuary.
I hope you can believe that much. So, if you could just quietly let me off, that'd be a huge help.
From a conveniently optimistic standpoint, the fact that Garfield didn't attack the moment Subaru opened his mouth at least showed that he was still rational.
So it should be possible to reach a compromise through words.
In fact, Subaru could almost see a slight waver in Garfield's eyes. After all, Garfield wasn't the kind of person who would thoughtlessly eliminate Subaru just because he could sense the witch's scent on him.
It was only when that stench was combined with some other condition that he began to take action. Whatever it may be, in this loop, it didn't seem to have triggered yet.
So it was up to Subaru to find out just what that trigger is in the meantime. Garfield, you haven't answered my first question. Subaru,
Garfield, what did your bastard see? In the tomb. Whether I let you go or not will depend on t'answer you give me. Glaring at Subaru, Garfield asked again, though the force in his voice had somewhat diminished from before. There were only two kinds of answers Subaru could give him, the truth, or the same lies he told to Emilia.
Which one was the right solution?
There was a need to make sure of that.
Subaru, in that case, let me ask you a question as well.
Garfield, don't get your situation wrong here.
I ask, you answer. You want me teach ya?
Subaru, don't be mad.
Allow your shoulders to relax, and just take it easy and answer.
Garfield bared his fangs, while Subaru slightly wiggled his shoulders and drew in a deep breath.
Keeping the question lodged in his throat, he locked his eyes onto Garfield, and
here's the moment of truth, he encouraged himself with that thought.
Subaru, I saw a bunch of kids who looked exactly like Lewis-san. You know anything about that? ARC for the Everlasting Covenant Chapter 54, To Know of Hell. ARC for the Everlasting Covenant Chapter 54, To Know of Hell.
As the fatal question escaped his lips, Subaru realized exactly where he stood.
The words came out, landing safely in Garfield's ears, and the golden-haired youth's expression changed.
Witnessing this, for a moment, Subaru's thoughts froze still.
It was the same Garfield who had always kept up his guard around Subaru, sustaining the tough facade with his razor-sharp leer, determined not to show any sign of weakness.
But now, that expression was being twisted into something else.
It was almost like the expression of a child on the verge of tears after his most precious secret had been revealed. Garfield, you. Hell did you just say? But that fleeting, transient expression only lasted for an instant. As if eradicating that lapse of weakness, Garfield squeezed shut his eyes, grit his teeth, and glared back at Subaru like a man possessed. The silence that permeated the forest and the almost lonely stillness was abruptly turned, as goosebumps crawled across Subaru's skin on the receiving end of that stare.
It was his body reacting to the threat of impending danger. An exaggerated reflex to.
Subaru, you look like you're going to kill someone.
Touching on that topic must have been the last thing Garfield wanted.
His reaction made Subaru quite certain of that.
Without uttering a sound, the coldness of Garfield's glare only intensified with Subaru's mutter.
The fleeting trace of weakness was gone, and, in its place, there was now only dagger-like malice directed at the target of his glare. Pierced by that gaze, instinct's warning of danger pulsed throughout Subaru's body. But, consciously ignoring this, Subaru kept up his undaunted facade.
Subaru, do I have to say it again? I saw some kids who looked exactly like Lewis-san wandering around the sanctuary, and I'm pretty sure they weren't Lewis-san. Garfield, I don't know what you mean. So you saw Granny taking a walk?
It'd be another question if she's strolling around in the middle of night, but that ain't anything.
Subaru, 2 of them. Garfield, huh?
Just as Garfield tried to rationalize what Subaru described, his desperate excuses shattered as Subaru held up 2 fingers on his outstretched hand. Subaru, I saw 2 kids looking exactly like Louis-san walking around at the same time.
Maybe one of them was Louis-san, but then, who would the other one be? The moment he finished his sentence, all sense of up and down blurred into one.
Subaru, gua. He felt his back slamming into something hard, wrenching all the air out of his lungs.
His spine had crashed into something large and uneven, the trunk of a tree, and was being pinned there by an enormous force as he dangled sideways, unable to escape.
Suspending Subaru in midair with his hand pinning his stomach against the tree, Garfield stared straight into Subaru's eyes. Garfield, and where the hell did you see that, oi? Subaru, nowhere too weird. Just.
In the forest.
Garfield, no.
That ain't possible.
We took too much fucking care to make sure that wouldn't happen, or it would have been found out by your nosy bastards a long time ago. Garfield's palm pressed harder as he spoke, sending stomach fluid spilling from Subaru's lips. Regardless of Subaru struggling and kicking, the arm wouldn't budge an inch.
Like an insect pinned up for display. He shuddered at the thought.
Garfield, your belly's gonna touch your back if we keep doing this?
How about you start telling the truth before that happens? Twisting his lips into a sadistic grin, Garfield amped up the pressure against Subaru's body.
As if Garfield was proving that he wasn't joking, Subaru could feel his bones and organs beginning to creak. Gasping, heaving painful breaths. Subaru, at'll depend on your attitude. Garfield, now ain't that funny? You still think you can negotiate with me on equal footing? I thought I taught you to rid of those conceited ideas. Subaru, you could just finish me off here without getting any answers, but that won't solve anything. Garfield. Uttering those fragmented words, Subaru could sense that Garfield was listening. Subaru had half expected this furious reaction from Garfield up to now. The only time Subaru actually saw the Lewis clones was during their final showdown with the witch in the previous loop. Before that, he had never even imagined their existence, much less spotted any of them in the sanctuary. But, thinking back on it now, there were actually quite a few peculiarities that hinted at their existence, though there's no need to get into that here.
Regardless, that was just how well the clones were hidden in the sanctuary.
It's hard to imagine Garfield keeping the existence of more than 20 replicants a secret, so it was probably something known among the residents of the sanctuary.
If anyone on this side knew about it, it would be Roswell, and possibly Ram.
Either way, just mentioning it was enough to put Garfield on edge, that much was the expected half.
As for the unexpected half. Garfield, wire fucked up.
Spitting this out, Garfield released Subaru's body. Without any warning, Subaru dropped to the ground with a surprised, ooh. Rolling, tasting grass and soil in his mouth, he spat out the dirt and stood himself up.
Then, looking back at Garfield.
Subaru, don't just let go all of a sudden, scared me there. Garfield, shut up, freak.
Quit fucking around.
You fucking testing me? Subaru, testing? Seeing Subaru tilt his head, playing dumb, Garfield clicked his tongue, leering. Garfield, you thought I was gonna kill you when you said that, didn't you? Subaru. The half that Subaru didn't expect was that Garfield chose not to immediately kill him.
Even when provoked like this, Garfield was still giving him a chance to explain himself. Realizing that Subaru had said those words knowing they might result in his death, Garfield violently kicked his foot into the ground. Garfield, quit fucking around. You think you're gonna stake your fucking life and act like nothing's happening? You fucking nutcase. You make me sick. Subaru, kinda hurts when you put it like that. And it's not like I don't care or anything. Subaru smiled weakly at Garfield and scratched his own head. While doing so, he noticed that his fingers were actually shaking.
Although Garfield had stopped inflicting pain on Subaru, his hostility did not seem to diminish in the slightest. And even now, Subaru's physical body was screaming with primal terror as though his organs were being wrenched and twisted.
It was only natural, considering the intentionally provoked Garfield was standing right in front of him.
That is to say, Subaru more or less understood that he was facing down the same giant golden tiger who rampaged through the forest in the night, slaughtering the villagers.
Just the memory of its ravaging fangs and claws froze his heart with terror. But still.
Subaru, if just my life is enough to fix everything, then that's a pretty fair trade.
If whittling down at Subaru's heart was the only price to pay, then it'd be quite a bargain. It's not every day that you can get a happy end so cheaply.
Even though Subaru's resolve could break at any moment, the meager foundation supporting it was firm and unbreakable.
Garfield must have understood this as well, crunching up his nose into a disgusted grimace.
Garfield, I got no good impressions of a bastard with eyes like that.
Normally, I'd crush you on the spot, but Subaru, I'd be pretty bummed out if you did that. I'd still prefer if you could magnanimously overlook this. And it really sounds like we're speaking the same language here, so.
Garfield. Subaru, any chance you feel like answering my question? Patting off the dirt on his body, Subaru asked once again. Garfield's face soured at the return of the forcefully interrupted topic, and, turning his eyes away.
Garfield, don't wanna. Subaru, is that right? Oh well, no helping it.
Getting a reply that sounded like something from a stubborn child, Subaru shrugged and casually dropped the topic.
In return, an expression of complete bafflement came onto Garfield's face.
Garfield, why?
Aren't you gonna?
Subaru, but you don't want to talk, right?
And I don't have the power or the persuasive skills to make you.
Well, I mean, I could keep bugging you to tell me, but the rewards aren't really worth the risk, so maybe another time. Garfield, what? Subaru, oh, don't make that confounded face, Garfield.
No matter how much you want to keep your secrets hidden, I'll be sure to expose it. I kind of have to, you know.
Garfield's head sprang back up at those words, and Subaru returned his gaze head-on.
Their eyes met, but there was no longer the same tension as before.
The spirit in Garfield's pupils seemed to have faded, while Subaru steeled their resolve. Subaru, Garfield.
I'll be sure to expose all the sanctuary's secrets you people are trying to hide. I know I have no other choice, so I'll absolutely make sure of it.
Garfield, shut up. You realize if I stuff your fucking mouth right now there ain't gonna be no absolutely or sure of to speak of, oi. Subaru, sorry, but I'm absolutely sure. As long as I haven't given up, I know I'll uncover everything there is to uncover.
If there's anyone to blame for that, blame your own sloppiness.
Not understanding Subaru's words, Garfield's eyes wavered with confusion.
Naturally, he couldn't have known what his sloppiness was referring to. After all, it was a mistake he hadn't yet made.
Subaru, guess there's no point even if we keep talking. Watching the silenced Garfield, Subaru decided to end the conversation here.
He had raised Garfield's caution to its utmost limit, and after this bluff, there was already no way he could disarm him in this loop.
Although Subaru never had much hope of success in this loop, seeing it completely fall apart like this was still somewhat hard to bear. Subaru, but
he must endure it nonetheless.
Since he had resolved to wager his life, this wouldn't be the last time where he'd have to bear this sense of loss.
He would probably never get used to, or manage to forget that pain.
Surely, if he ever got used to the endless cycle of deaths, only to find that he could no longer truly desire the future ahead of him, Subaru's heart would be swallowed by darkness, never to return. Somehow, he just knew this. Subaru, you still want to stop me, don't you, Garfield? Garfield. Subaru, if you do, that'll only draw things out longer.
So it'd help if you didn't. Even if Garfield killed him now, Subaru would just be returned to the tomb, a few hours ago.
Everything after that would feel like a throwaway match, and if Garfield pulled him aside again, he should be fine if he just chose some safer responses. Though of course, it'd be better if he could avoid returning by death altogether. Garfield didn't respond to Subaru's prodding. Seeing this, Subaru turned his back, and began walking out of the forest towards the sanctuary. He would need to begin planning tomorrow's actions, and organize all the things that must be confirmed. Although he has as many chances as his strength of will would allow, that didn't mean he should waste them. Garfield, you.
Watching Subaru walk further and further away, Garfield called to him with a voice of stifled emotion.
Subaru stopped, but did not turn around.
Staring at his back, Garfield muttered. Garfield, just what are you trying to do in Sanctuary?
What do you plan to do with us, Oi.
Subaru, I have already told you. I intend to save Emilia. I don't plan to do any harm to the Sanctuary, or to you, for that matter.
He knew of the disaster that was going to befall the Sanctuary, and intended to rescue its residents from their fate.
Naturally, Garfield would be counted among them. But that would only be the final result.
Subaru, I'm sure I'll make you despise me many times over before we get there.
I'll apologize for that in advance, sorry.
Garfield, I've got no idea what you're saying. Everything you said, you're sounding exactly like 'em. Garfield spoke as if he was speaking to something frightening and incomprehensible, and Subaru could only re-sign to the fact that it was inevitable. As much as he wanted to be understood, he knew that Garfield couldn't possibly understand.
Subaru, I don't want to fight you.
From tomorrow onwards, just act normal.
It's all right if you can't, but don't get in my way.
Go back to a warm bed and get some early sleep for tonight. Oversleep, shirk your duties, or wake and go right back to bed for all I care. Tossing out these last words before leaving, Subaru suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Just now, he had noticed something in what he just said.
And from there, an idea had taken shape in his mind. Subaru, might be worth trying.
Garfield, huh? Subaru, anyways, that's it for tonight, Garfield. Whatever your worries and concerns are, I'll take care of everything.
So just be patient and wait until then.
Garfield,
You.
Listening to Subaru speak in future tense from beginning to end, Garfield's head shot up. His face flushed with anger, he bared his teeth, spitting. Garfield, don't give me that condescending bullshit.
Who thought asked you take care of anything?
Don't go meddling in what's none of your business.
Granny, Thuthers.
Anything.
You don't fucking know anything. Subaru, I don't know, so I have to find out, that's why I have to do this.
Garfield, you're only seeing fucking surface, how can you possibly understand? Smirking like an idiot, prattling out of dreams, muddling things with fucking pretty words, you fucking con artist piece of shit. Subaru, Garfield, you don't know pain, don't know what suffering feels like, so don't fucking talk like you know everything. Garfield screamed back, raving at Subaru's arrogant facade. The shouts dissolved into the night's forest sky, and faded into nothing. Condescending, speaking like he knew everything, meddling in what was none of his business despite not understanding a thing.
Indeed, all this was true, and there was not the slightest ground to dispute it. However,
Subaru, I do know.
Garfield,
Subaru, I know what hell is. So many times, I've seen it. If there was hell in this world, it'd be all the worlds that Subaru had seen. At the end of countless worlds, burning those scenes of hell into the back of his eyes, certainly, he knew it well.
And that was why.
Subaru, it's enough that I'm the only one who has to know that hell.
That is the reason I'm here. He sincerely believed this in that moment.
After leaving Garfield whimpering and clutching his heart, Subaru did not return to his bed inside the cathedral. He would have headed to bed and set about slowly figuring out his strategy for the near future.
In fact, until recently that had been his intention.
But there was a reason he chose to discard that plan and head somewhere else instead. Subaru, it should be this way if I remember correctly. Peeling aside the sprawling ivy, Subaru muttered to himself while making his way down the unmarked path.
Visibility was poor under the forest canopy that obscured the moonlight.
The dense, knee-high weeds didn't help, either. There was no consistency to the uneven ground, and he was forced to slow his pace to keep himself from stumbling. Subaru, while I'm usually pretty confident about my sense of direction, the memory's too hazy, huh?
But it's not like I had time to calmly look around the place, so guess there's no helping it.
Making lame excuses for himself, Subaru felt his way forward through the foliage. This was the forest outside the sanctuary, but quite far away from where he and Garfield last spoke. Subaru had first gone back to the sanctuary before entering the forest again.
As for why he did that, Subaru, pretty sure this was where he showed up back then.
Before this series of loops began, on the morning of the first trial, Subaru had visited the tomb with Otto to confirm his qualification. In the end, the tomb accepted Subaru, and he was granted the chance to challenge his past in the trial that night, but there was something else before that. That morning, while bantering with Otto on the way back, they were confronted by Garfield, who had emerged from the forest.
At the time, he said he was patrolling the sanctuary.
Subaru, but the timing was too good to be a coincidence, and why did he come from that direction? It was almost like the timing of his appearance had been staged, and there was the problem of where he appeared from.
Recalling how Garfield emerged from the bushes beside the tomb, Subaru felt a sense of déjà vu.
Sifting through the peculiarities in his memories, he realized something.
It was the mysterious facility where Beatrice had teleported him from the mansion.
Having been returned to the sanctuary, coming out of that facility, he had a feeling that it was terribly close to where Garfield had emerged back then. And so, hoping to find something there, he was now trawling through the forest in the dead of night, searching for the path to that facility.
Subaru, a trodden path, that means.
Seeing the vegetation give way to patches of exposed earth, Subaru deduced that someone must have been regularly passing through here. Following this trail deeper into the forest, carried along by the exhilaration and speeding up his steps, at last, his field of vision brightened. Subaru found it.
It was a crumbling stone building.
An ancient structure on the verge of collapse in the depths of the forest with its back against the cliff face. Approaching the structure, as he made out its contours obscured by the darkness, Subaru tilted his head. Subaru, huh?
Pretty sure last time I saw it, it was more destroyed than this.
The building was certainly showing its years, but Subaru got the feeling that its state of deterioration was less severe than he remembered. Simply put, what Subaru saw last time was a ruin, whereas the building before him still retained some semblance of its original architecture.
That is to say,
Subaru, if my memory's correct, then sometime between now and the 6th day, something destructive will happen to this building. Right?
Drawing from the sum of his memories, that would be the only conclusion.
If that were the case, then, just as he imagined, this place was not entirely unrelated to what was going to happen to the sanctuary. Holding his breath, and stifling anything that might give away his presence, Subaru carefully turned the handle on the door.
It opened with surprising silence, and a putrid stench greeted him as he stepped inside. Same as last time, scattered instruments littered the otherwise barren and desolate entryway.
Passing through a corridor reminiscent of a waiting room, Subaru headed towards the destined chamber.
He reached the door at the end of the hallway, and beyond it would be the room with the bottomless pit where Beatrice had transported him. He might just walk into the pit if he wasn't careful.
So, with that in mind, Subaru slowly pushed open the door and peeked his head inside. Subaru, oi oi. As the scene panned out before his eyes, Subaru couldn't help but let slip this sound under his breath. A pale, refracted light lit up his face. Narrowing his eyes at the dazzling brightness, Subaru dumbly turned his gaze to the source of that light. And there, in that destined chamber at the very back of the facility, was Subaru, Lewis-san? A small female figure encased in the center of a massive crystal, faintly glowing with a pale blue luminescence.